2, 1, 0.
And we are back! Welcome back, folks. Quest of Glory, Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. Sorry about that. We kind of, Lavos decided they really didn't want to see this run, but we've prevailed. Our tech wizards have done their work, and we will be bringing you the run very shortly. However, you have been so amazing with your generous donations. I'd like to go through a few of these quickly. Just to get these read so that everybody knows that every donation is appreciated by Nami. Absolutely amazing generosity. Please keep it coming, folks. We have received $55 from Paul without any comment. $100 anonymous donation without any comment. $150 from the Lemon Fairy, who says, "Thank you for a great week of RPG speedruns. This is to get those anime cutscenes for Chrono Trigger." And we have $50 from Nova Asterisk, cutscene hype, and, well, this is just amazing, $500 from Xenophia. And with that, we have met the incentive. We will be getting anime cutscenes. This is anime. Okay, really looking forward to that. $25 anonymous donation without a comment. $10 anonymous donation without a comment. Remember, all of these donations put you into the draw for our prizes, which I'll mention a wee bit later on. $5 from Spa without a comment. $21 anonymous donation without a comment. Brad D donates $25 and says, "Good luck on the Chrono Trigger run. New pressure." Thank you very much. And $10 from Salfon without a comment. And the one and only El Magus donates $25. This is for the plush. Must have. Oh, and I guess good luck, Andy. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Andy W for the amazing finale to Quest for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone so much for donating for the anime cutscenes. And it is my great pleasure to introduce the one and only Puexo, who will be joining me. Hello, Puexo.
Hello. Pleasure to be here as always.
All right, let's get her going. Do we have the names for Chrono and Luca?
We do indeed. I will do one final refresh on those for you. We will get them just now. Okay, we have the Chrono name is going to be
Oh boy,
Marle, M-A-R-L-E.
Marle. Oh boy.
This is going to get confusing.
Does this version of the game let you have duplicate names, though? Because the SNES version does not, actually, which I learned when I ran this for RPG Limit Break a few years ago.
I think I tested it, and I think you can, but I'm not 100%, so we're going to learn real quick as a
I have to
family.
do some creative capitalization and stuff.
Are you ready for the Luca name?
Yep.
Okay, Luca name is Luca, capital L-U-C-C-A.
All right.
Vanilla.
And thank you so much for those generous donations towards those names.
Names for my daughter.
So yeah, go ahead.
All right, so welcome to Chrono Trigger. If anyone's not familiar with this game, this is a fairly late Super Nintendo game, originally released in 1995. There was a part of it on the Nintendo DS, released in 2008, and then this version we're playing tonight, which was the PC version, which came out in 2018. So it was, I believe, it was largely based off of the DS port. So the actual game looks very similar, thanks to some patching that Square Enix did for the initial PC version. But the menu system and overall interface has kind of a more optimized look for running on newer technology. All right, so as soon as we named our characters, we set our initial menu settings, in particular turning on the memory cursor and then adjusting the battle speed. Then we also got our allowance from our mom, which is optional, but that helps us afford a few extra items right at the start. Make sure to grab that pendant before talking to this mysterious woman, who is going to be named...
Do we have the name for Marle?
Do you have the name for Marle? 2 seconds. Sorry, it was just
Sure, not a problem.
there. Okay, the name for Marl is going to be, just refreshing, make sure we get it right. It's going to be Chrono, Crono.
Okay, that will not get confusing at all.
Yes, thank you very much for those donations.
Yeah, I'm already seeing chat asking why the estimate is so much lower than a Super Nintendo run, and we will be getting into that as the run progresses. But suffice to say, especially for running Glitchless, the PC version has a number of differences that save about half an hour or so in total. One that you're already seeing is the text speed, because in the original Super Nintendo version of Chrono Trigger, it's like most other RPGs of its era, where text boxes draw out like 1 or 2 characters at a time, and you have to wait for the entire box to fill before you can close it. But in the DS and PC remakes, you can if you mash the first time you press a button, it will finish filling out the text box that's currently in progress, and the next will close it. So that alone is probably the biggest time savings over the Super Nintendo version. And there's a fair number of other differences with like loading times for battles, battle animations, screen transitions, stuff like that also play out faster.
Yeah, the text is a major one, and it's very convenient to have that near instant text, but makes a few of the text boxes a little bit frustrating, because you need to select not the default option sometimes.
Yeah, it's one thing. That's something I wish they'd have continued into this game that they started in Final Fantasy VI, which is that you can actually buffer D-pad inputs during dialogue to be able to select the second option in conversations, even if you're just mashing. So it was a little sad when I got into speedrunning these games that they didn't keep that going with Chrono Trigger. Yeah, we're just getting introduced to the story and our first couple characters, pretty much. We in order to be able to start the story, pretty much we had to talk. After meeting Marley, we had to talk to one of the shopkeepers in the center of the fairgrounds, and for this category, we talked to the item shop merchant so that we can buy some shelters and tonics for our for initial healing supplies. Even though that's a few extra seconds over talking to the weapon shop merchant, which is a little closer to the top of the screen. That's where that money we got from Mom came into. It let us afford an extra shelter. Shelters are like tents in Final Fantasy. They fully refill all of your active characters' HP and MP, but can only be used on the overworld or in save points.
Could I step in with a couple of quick donations, if you don't mind?
Go right ahead. We just got our first battle coming up, which is pretty straightforward. So
okay, thank you very much. The donations are pouring in here. Absolutely fantastic. We have received $25 from Julien Ivy Moero Buani, who just without any comment, but thank you very much indeed. Kua Gildrasil, I hope I've said that right, donates $512.
Wow.
And just says
nice.
less than three to you. Thank you so much for your generous donations towards Nami. Minovsky has also donated $25 without a comment. Now, one thing to remember, we still have this incredible incentive, and maybe Wexler would like to explain a bit more about it in a second. We have the incentive to get the Chrono Trigger fight, the Dream Devourer. And we've currently got $1,390.22 out of a mammoth 5,000. But we can do it. We can beat the challenge. We can fight that Dream Devourer. So please get those donations in. Wexel, maybe you'd like to explain what that fight is?
Yeah, sure. So the remakes of this game, starting with the PlayStation, which we don't like to talk about because it's not very good, and then going on to the DS and PC, added a bunch of additional post-game content. And starting with the DS, they added a new kind of post-game super boss called the Dream Devourer, which you have to finish the game and then do some additional post-game dungeons in order to gain access to. So kind of the first of our ultimate incentives for this run tonight is going to be to have Andy fight the Dream Devourer after finishing the normal storyline, if that incentive gets met. Sounds like there's some extra surprises up our sleeves, too, if that happens.
Yeah, we might have one or two tricks in store. Yeah, the Dream Devourer is a really rough fight. His magic set is crazy
Yeah,
good.
I mean, it is very, very much a post-game fight where you're intended to be pretty close to max level and have like the best equipment in the game. And this is even though it's post-game, Andy is going to be using his save file from this speedrun in order to fight the Dream Devourers. So that's definitely something you're not going to want to miss. Seeing the game's ultimate super boss taken down at quite a bit lower levels in gear than you're expected to be at. Alright, so just hitting some more story triggers here too, where we kind of find out that our new friend Marley, as of 5 minutes or so ago, is actually the princess of Guardia Kingdom, and she got mistaken for her ancestor, Queen Lean or Leanie, however you want to pronounce it. And then thanks to messing with time, she now got erased from existence, and our first kind of main quest objective is to rescue her from oblivion. Probably squeeze in another donation or two while we get this 100% accurate biology lesson on where babies come from.
Fantastic. We've got plenty here. Keep those donations coming in. Absolutely amazing. We've received $50 from Nerdly, who says, "Had to donate during my favourite game ever. Thank you, Nami, for everything you do." And again, we cannot thank Nami enough. Every dollar donated during this marathon is going directly towards helping Nami, in helping supporting those with mental illness, and it is such an amazing cause, and just being here and helping towards that amazing cause is fantastic. Every donation, no matter how small, makes a huge difference to somebody, so thank you. Andy Jean has donated $25. Love this game. So excited for the run. Been looking forward to it all event. So have I. We've got $50 anonymous donation. Love being able to support a great organisation during such an amazing game. Well, thank you for your amazing donation. Remember, your donations at the moment do get you in to the prizes that we have on offer. We've got the handmade Luca plush, $25 minimum donation, $15 minimum donation for the Masamune battle diorama. We've also got $25 minimum donation qualifies you for the Chrono Trigger shadow box. We have $5 minimum donation on the Chrono Trigger Steam Key, and a $5 minimum donation on the set of 2 3D printed Lavos spawn. So if you were to put a donation of $25 or more in, you will get put into the draw for all of those fantastic prizes. Please, please keep your donations coming in. Thank you so much. Back to you.
All right, so we've got some battles going on here. These 2 battles Andy just fought are actually optional. He avoided them on his way up to the castle. But then after getting Luca, but before we actually go to Manolia Cathedral, the first kind of quote-unquote dungeon area of the game, we want to learn some special attacks. This game has a really fun and unique for its day tech combo system where all of the characters have 8 single techs that can be combined into dual techs as well. And by fighting those 2 extra battles in Guardia Forest, that's enough to teach Chrono his Cyclone skill, his first attack, and then Luca her Flame Toss, which together form the Fire Whirl dual tech. And then Fire Whirl will one-shot these Naga-ettes here. Without having at least Flame Toss, you'd be looking at a much slower and more dangerous fight here. So you save more time in those 2 battles. Cost alone. That's kind of a theme all throughout this glitchless category of Chrono Trigger 2, that we avoid as much combat as possible because it's a speedrun and we're going fast, but there are a number of specific situations where we do want to fight some battles to kind of get caught up on levels and tech points in order to kind of meet specific objectives, and I'll point those out as we go. But I guess in the meantime, we've got a little aquatic friend joining us here, so what's his name going to be?
Okay, let's find the name. Let me do one final refresh on here. Okay, our amphibian friend is going to be Bort, capital B-O-R-T.
Bort?
Bort,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Chrono's name in my RPG Limit Break run, and I can't believe I made it through that whole run without thinking about being out of Bort license plates in the gift shop. Which is a Simpsons quote for anyone not aware. All right, so then once we play the organ, in order to open up kind of the cathedral proper, we are going to be picking up a couple extra items. A revive, which does what you think it does, revives a character who runs out of health during combat. We get a steel saber, which is a weapon upgrade for Chrono. We grab a strength capsule. There's 3 types of capsules in this game: strength, magic, and speed, all of which permanently raise that stat by 1 for one of your characters. Speed is by far the most important, but we will be using some strength and magic as well. And then right here, now we're going to be fighting 3 optional battles for a couple purposes, because doing these 2 snake enemies here, plus another set of 4 enemies up here, doing 2 sets of these plus the 2 snakes will give us an extra 10 tech points, which is enough will translate into Frog learning the slurp cut tech before we get to Yakra, the first boss, which will then combine with Chrono's Cyclone to make the X-Strike dual tech. And then also on top of that, this also gets some extra experience, primarily for Luca, which helps her level up a little faster than she otherwise would along about the first hour of the speed run. So her having an extra level, primarily for the Heckran boss fight, that'll be at kind of roughly the hour mark of the run, makes a bit of a difference. And then the third benefit is that we get some extra revive drops too, which helps for safety, just because it's going to be a bit before we actually kind of have convenient access to buy stacks of healing items like revives. So just having a few extra revives for the first hour of the run makes a really big difference, both for safety and also just for kind of how aggressive we can play against certain bosses. Hitting more switches in order to get through the cathedral. We have to fight this, but this is a required battle because we need to access that organ in order to get through this room. We do want to hesitate a little bit to hopefully get the henches to line up so that you can kill all 3 of them with one fire whirl. Frog will take out the gargoyles. You'll have to excuse me sometimes if I use different names for monsters or equipment, just because I'm much more familiar with the Super Nintendo translation. The DS and PC retranslated a lot of stuff to be more faithful to the original Japanese version.
After doing 20 plus runs, the names still trip me up because I'm used to the SNES as well. I'm looking at Anthony Water, or however you pronounce it, and I'm like, is this the Revive or the Panacea? And yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, Athenian Water is the Revive item. I called it Revive earlier because that's what it is in the SNES version, but yeah, it's Athenian Water here. So do some weapon upgrades in Chrono and Frog, and then use a shelter and a strength tab, and then we are on our way to Yakra.
Let me know when you've got a moment for some more donations. They're still coming in.
We'll have a nice bit of downtime after Yakra that we can fit in some donations.
Thank you.
One thing I'll say about this fight compared to the SNES version is that in the SNES, Yakra often stays to the right to avoid a counterattack, and sometimes in the PC, he's uncooperative and he'll just wander around.
Yeah, because the main Yakra, even in a speed run, because of how early in the game it is, isn't really that dangerous as far as killing you. But Yakra has a counterattack that he can sometimes do when you attack him that has a pretty slow animation where he kind of rushes and punches all 3 characters, and the main tech here is to try to avoid that. And there's 2 ways you can do it. One is actually to let one of your characters die, because Yakra will only counter if all 3 of them are alive. And then the other is to wait for him to come to you, because if he's standing particularly close to one of your characters that's attacking him, then he will not counterattack. And we want everybody, especially Luca, who isn't contributing that much to this fight, to get the experience from it. So for this route, we try to kind of time our X-strikes so that Yakra is standing close enough to Frog that he won't do his counterattack. The counterattack does like 15 damage or so it's not that dangerous, but again, the animation can be slow in this time. Alright, nice fight. Yeah, like Andy said too, the or actually, maybe I should kind of prefix that by saying that in the Super Nintendo version, the RNG or random number generator is very simplistic and easy to manipulate, which I've always found kind of surprising for a game that originally came out in ’95, which is late in the SNES lifespan. But even if you're doing a route that doesn't fully manipulate the randomness, there's still often just kind of there's often patterns you notice in how the battles play out, and it sounds like in the PC version, the randomness is a little more random, so there's kind of a lot more ways that battles can play out that you need to be prepared to react to.
Absolutely, that was the perfect way to explain it. So for a lot of runners that like recognize the pattern or have done the minute runs, this is kind of a option to like get like a true like glitchless like no RNG manip, which there's none for the PC. So absolutely.
So, one more thing I'll say before turning it over to Tiny Tim for some more donations is that after we get reunited with Marley here and leave the castle, it's very important to walk around Frog, who's standing kind of in the entryway of the castle, because if you bump into him, you get some extra dialogue and feel pretty bad. So yeah, Andy's gonna make a point of running around Frog and leaving him looking pretty unhappy, but gotta go fast. So with that, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. As I say, absolute fantastic donations coming in here. Let's get some of those read for you. We've received $10 from Mocha without any comment. $10 from Grumpy Tiger. Let's get that Dream Devourer. And yes, please, folks, remember when you donate, you can put your donation towards an incentive or a bid war. Please, we're looking to get $5,000 for that Dream Devourer, and that adds an extra, 60, 70 minutes to the marathon? Yep. I don't know how long it adds. Andy,
about 80 minutes.
80 minutes! Look at that! A bargain! So not only do you donate towards NAMI, you can get extra time, extra marathon as well. So please put your donations in for that. $20 from Juef. Kindness, health, mental health, friends, games and fun. This is what this week's been about, and I will do my best to keep it going way beyond that. Thanks to every single kind folk behind RPG Limit Break, with very special shout-outs to Poexel. Love you all.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much indeed. A generous donation there. $25 from a Blind Umpire. What a fantastic marathon this has been. Looking forward to RPG Limit Break next year. And so am I. And $50 from Middle Management Robot. I wonder if that was Robo. Without any comment. And RJS Manjit, our previous host there. Cheers to a fantastic marathon and good luck with the finale. Let's finish strong and get those donations in. That was $100. Thank you so much again, everyone, for your generous donations. Please keep them coming in.
All right, so story-wise, we just learned that Luca built a gate key that lets us control the time distortions and then use them for travel at will. Now we're gonna go take Marley back home to the castle, and then that should be the end of the game, right?
Nothing bad could have happened from our little time adventure.
Yeah, but then once we set foot in the castle, though, we get accused of kidnapping royalty and put on trial. This is something that I think is just so cool that exists in a game, especially that came out in '95. That you're basically being judged for being a JRPG protagonist, as far as stealing items from people, kind of talking to people that you don't know, and either agreeing or disagreeing to do what they want you to, and all kinds of stuff like that. Oh, and going around traveling with royalty with like it's no big deal too. But I mean, the trial in the speedrun is mostly text mashing, but there is a bit of both tech and randomness to it too, because depending on whether Chrono is found guilty or not guilty, that affects how much dialogue there is in the next cutscene after this. In the Super Nintendo version, it's about 6 seconds faster to be found guilty. I would imagine it's slightly less than that on PC because of the near instant text. But I mean, every second we can save is a second saved. So in order to maximize our chances, or I should say, just have a chance at all of being found guilty, we are going to say no to the two, or pick the second option for the two dialogue prompts that come up, and then just because of a bug and how one of the jurors works, that juror is random. So I used to know what the exact odds are, but it's roughly 50-50.
Yeah, I've always heard 50-50, and running the SNES version, it felt like that, but the PC, it feels more 75-25, where 75% not guilty. But as you mentioned, the SNES version sees a significant for the 6 seconds, where here it's more about saying no on the second option and saving yourself the 18-second cutscene that plays out.
Yeah, the bug juror is based on the Lost Cat side quest that you could do in the Fairgrounds, and if you never actually interact with that quest, then the guilty, not guilty vote is just based on uninitialized memory in the game, so that's why it's effectively random. There are things that we could have done in order to guarantee a guilty verdict, like try to drag Marley away from the candy merchant and stuff like that, but doing that would waste more time than you'd save from the fewer text boxes. So in speedruns, we just gonna do the fastest route for getting through the relevant choices and then hope to get lucky. So it's this cutscene right here between the Chancellor and the Warden, where if you get found not guilty, there's some extra dialogue. Looks like we did get the not guilty verdict in this run. So yeah, there were I think 3 extra text boxes. But fortunately, because of the faster text on PC, the randomness here is less impactful. All right, so then that takes us to Guardia Prison, our next dungeon area. If you get found not guilty, you can actually get some bonus ethers, but we actually just skip those in the speedrun because they're not helpful. So we get a free heal from that cup, and then there's several ways to kind of progress the story here. You can actually just wait until your execution date, and then Luca will bust you out. But by far the faster way to get out of prison is just to annoy the guards until they open the cell with a armed prisoner in it, because Chancellor kind of forgot to take away your weapons. Then you can knock out one of the guards before he walks back out, and then just beat up the other one. It may look a little strange to be using Cyclone on single targets, but Cyclone does do, I believe, about 25% additional damage over a normal attack, and the guards have 60 hit points, so you do need a Cyclone in order to guarantee a one-shot. And yeah, that skip Andy just did too is one I actually found out myself as a kid because of New Game Plus playthroughs, where I didn't want to fight these things because of how slow they are. So there's actually a nice little window where you can kind of clip through the shields and avoid that fight. And you want to avoid that fight because you can't run away from it if you get it. In this room here, I like to call Metal Gear Chrono, because you've got these soldiers. Ooh, wow, not lucky the break there. These soldiers that have random movement patterns, and if they see you, you fight them. But if you run up to them when they're looking away, you can knock them out. If you know where kind of the radius of where they can see you is, that makes the randomness of their movement much less of a deal, because most of the patterns they do, if you're kind of standing right at that edge, then you could get to them and knock them out pretty much no matter what they do. And we have this fight here. We want to kind of wait a little bit so that both the guards will get hit by the Cyclone. If you did it right away, you'd miss one. And then we're done with the prison. All that's left is the boss fight. I imagine you'll be getting the mid-tonics for marathon safety.
Yep, I'm going to be grabbing the mid-tonics, and I'm also going to be using a shelter here. Dragon Tank is a pain on the PC if you don't get a crit. So I got a little backup strat here that I do.
Yakra was a pretty not dangerous fight, but starting here and not really letting up for a while, the bosses are going to become a lot more dangerous. because we're avoiding pretty much all combat, and the game developers pretty clearly intended for you to be leveling up as you go here. So the Dragon Tank is a boss that has 3 parts: has the head, the body, and the wheels. We need to take out the head first, because as long as the head is alive, if you attack the body or the wheels, the head will heal them as a counterattack. So inconveniently, the head has 600 HP, which is more than double either of the other parts. So at the start, we're pretty much just going to have Chrono and Luca just go ham on the head with their normal attacks. And it should take 4 hits from Chrono and 3 from Luca, then followed up by a Cyclone from Chrono in order to kill the head, with any critical hits that you get kind of counting as 2 hits. And this is a lot more difficult than it looks, especially playing at higher battle speeds, because you have to select the non-default target when you attack in order to hit the head, and the ATB is still advancing while you're moving the targeting cursor. Fortunately, in this game, though, the ATB does not advance while battle animations are playing out, so we want to make use of those whenever we can in order to get hits on the head. So unfortunately, because of that extra heal that it got off, that meant that the Cyclone didn't quite kill the head, but it's almost there. Like, probably 1 more hit from Chrono should finish it off. Another nice perk when you kill the head is that I believe that will reset the charge up for the wheel doing its rollover attack. So kind of that combined with that extra little mini grind we did in the Cathedral makes it possible to beat the Dragon Tank without having to heal at all. It's very nice when it works out. And this is also where those extra revives we got in the Cathedral come in handy too. If we didn't do that, we'd have 1 revive from the chest to get through the whole first hour or so of the speedrun.
Yeah, I've messed with even the slowest battle speed on this 8, and the dragon always seems to get a heal off unless you get the crit.
Do we have a moment for some donations after this, boss?
Yeah, let me just point out that once Andy gets down to the ground floor, he's going to kind of touch the guard on the right and then move down, and that actually skips a short cutscene of kind of the guards giving chase to you and then Luca talking a bit. But yeah, let's go ahead and have some donations here while we finish escaping from Castle and see one of the best Akira Toriyama sprite animations of all time in the form of the surprised-looking Chancellor.
Well, the donations are coming in thick and fast here. Absolutely amazing. We've got $1,745.22 out of the $5,000 needed for the Dream Devourer. So keep those donations coming in. I've got dozens here. This is just amazing. $25 anonymous donation without any comment. $25 from Lamia Queen. All the love. Well, thank you very much indeed. $5 from Bachan. Thank you very much, without a comment. Zyrak donates $25. Goose said I have to, and I can't disobey the goose. Magus shake. Well, thank you very much for that. Remember, $25 gets you in the draw for these wonderful prizes. So $25 gets you in the draw for all of the remaining prizes. So not only are you donating towards NAMI, you're putting yourself in the draw for some amazing prizes as well. $25 Anonymous Donor is in the draw, without a comment. Dawn Veneer, $25 again. El Magus said, I'm required to donate $25. Well, thank you very much. $100 from Kat. Every little bit helps. I'm super curious about the Dream Devourer. So come on, everyone, and let's make it happen. I'm sure if we donate, our trial cutscenes will go better, right? Sorry, I ate that guy's lunch. $50 from Nicholas Smith without a comment. $25 anonymous donation without a comment. This Swogie donates $10. A huge thanks to everyone who made the event possible, and extra special shout outs to High Spirits for organising and Chat for being heroes. Let's hit this Dream Devourer goal and extend the event by another 70 plus minutes, chat. Come on, we heard them, let's get it. And finally for now, Sorry?
Anyway, so we got Lab 16 here, where this is a lot of kind of fast-paced enemy dodges here, where Andy's also going to be taking advantage of a bit of an exploit, where when you touch one of the rats here, instead of getting a fight, you actually get something stolen from you, either a potion or money if you don't have any potions. And while the text from the rat stealing your potion is up on screen, you can actually walk through and counter triggers without starting a fight, so that's something we exploit twice in order to avoid fights that we'd otherwise have to trigger and then run away from. Then Andy also picked up some weapon upgrades, and then also a very important accessory called the Berserker Ring that we'll be using later on. I guess we could go ahead and finish that donation that you were just about to start, and then we've got another boss fight coming up.
Yeah, sorry, I do apologise. There's loads coming through here. I'll actually hold on to that one for just now, because we have just received from Ben Hamilton $1,000.
Oh, wow.
Nami has helped me so much to understand and build healthy connections and boundaries with my loved ones suffering from mental illness. Glad to support them and to support this Chrono Trigger run. Best game of all time. Well, thank you for that absolutely amazing donation. Please keep them coming in, folks.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Aris Dome is a little different from a lot of other dungeons in this game, that the boss is pretty much at the beginning instead of at the end, which is the Guardian machine here. So the way this boss works is that the central body doesn't actually attack you directly, but if you attack it while one or both of its bits are alive, then it will do a counterattack. And the counterattack it does if both of them are alive hurts a lot, like it does the better part of 100 damage, and can pretty easily wipe you out if you're not prepared for it. So we're going to kill the two bits, which then just shuts down the body for a couple turns until it revives them. And the bits both have 200 HP each, so this is kind of about doing kind of quick and dirty math to try to place your attacks where they do the most benefit. Looks like Andy got a little lucky near the start too, where he was able to hit both of the bits with a flame toss from Luca to get some kind of free damage on the right one. So once the bits are down, then we pretty much just go ham on the body. Unfortunately, it's not possible, even with a couple crits, to kill it in one cycle without the Berserker, which is a pretty bad idea in a manipulated run, because Berserker means you can't target. And if you randomly target the body, then we're going to have a bad time. So we're just going to do as much damage as we can. It's nice to see 2 crits from Chrono there. And we can try to kill the bits again as soon as they come back, and then another cycle of attacks will finish off the body. It can get a little dicey to actually kill the body in 2 cycles if you get really horrible luck with crits, but I saw Andy get 2 crits from Chrono, so he's going to be totally fine.
Nope.
Again, those safety revives coming in handy. Because it's kind of hard to understate, too, just how dangerous the early game boss fights in this run, once you're past Yakra, are. So you're clearly intended to have a fair bit more health and better equipment than you do in the speedrun.
I'm really glad Chrono got 2 crits. It feels a little bit rare in the PC, but the biggest thing from the SNES to the PC is that in the SNES, when the 0 hits, it kind of does this lag, and that's when you know the shut attack off. And it doesn't happen in this version, and I just barely got the 2 cycle in there. So you lose a little bit of attacking time.
Yeah, I mean, even after the bits are revived, if you attack and then kill the body, that you still win. But you really want to make sure, if you're going to attack the body, that it's going to die at that point, or else you probably will instead.
Yeah, the default target falls to the body, and it's a triple attack Omega or Delta, as you were saying.
Yeah, if one of the bits is, I guess something else I forgot to point out too is that when only one of the bits are alive, then they can actually use an attack called Amplifier on you, which does, I want to say, like 50, 60 damage or so.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we want to try to kill the 2 bits the same turn, which is why he was spreading out his attacks between them to try to avoid that Amplifier attack.
And sadly, age has gotten to the rat. the rat is nerfed a little bit in speed.
Yeah. Oh wow, that is so slow compared to the SNES version. Yeah, catching this rat. I mean, it's not hard on the SNES version, but if you fall asleep at the wheel, you can miss it. But yeah, so once we catch the rat, we learn the password to get deeper into the dome. Even if you already know what the password is, you do have to beat Guardian and then talk to the corpse in the storeroom in order to be able to proceed. I think just the developers making sure, even if you replay the game through New Game Plus or something like that, that you do still have to fight all the major story bosses in the game. All right, so now we get a nice lore dump here about finding out that we're actually in the future and that we're in a post-apocalyptic future caused by a creature called Lavos. We could have some more donations.
Thank you very much indeed. We've got some amazing donations coming in. Before those, I would like to point out we have just gone past $35,500 raised for Nami. Absolutely amazing over the last half an hour or so. Fantastic donations. And also, we are more than halfway now to the Dream Devourer. We're on $2,895.22 out of the 5,000 needed for that. So we're closing in on getting that juicy extra 80 minutes of marathon time. Let's see if we can get there. Your donations are all helping towards that goal. $50 from Mildane without any comment, but thank you so much. $25 from Rue Cinnamon. I honestly have seen the Dream Devourer very few times. Let's donate to put that boss on stream and to prevent more dreams from being devoured by funding mental health initiatives. Absolutely fantastic. A.E. Smith donates $25. Great marathon and a great finale. Let's keep the marathon going on a little bit longer now. Dean donates $25 without a comment. And Veritas Truthseeker, another $25. I've never seen the post-game Dream Devourer content. It would be very cool if we could make that happen. Thanks to everyone for a great event. It's been a lot of fun. Well, thank you all for your amazing donations. Let's get that Dream Devourer.
Yeah, if you need any more incentive to donate for the Dream Devourer incentive, by the way, if you like the soundtrack to this game, which you should, because it's an incredible piece of work, there's actually a bit of kind of cut music from the original game that's used in one of the post-game dungeons that is required to unlock the Dream Devourer. So consider that kind of a bonus too, where you might get to hear the gorgeous singing mountain theme on stream if we do that post-game stuff.
You just saying that, I didn't hear I never knew the name of the song, but I'm just picturing the mountain singing now. That's the only thing like mentally in my mind right now. So a couple things about the PC version that we haven't touched on is that you can play in 16:9 and 4:3 formats. I just like the light look of the 4:3 format. And there's also a high resolution and original graphics. Right now it's on original graphics. In this Johnny race coming up, it actually goes to the quote high resolution, which is just this blended pixel effect that I don't really care for. But I just wanted to point out that we're going to soon see the quote high resolution graphics.
Yeah, this is where we can be glad that in response to criticisms of those graphics, which were all that were in this port of Chrono Trigger when it first came out in 2018, Square made some patches to it to give you options to do more retro style graphics. I'm very glad that they did. This is the best tutorial in the game too, because the default option to skip it is, well, the default option. So all right, so we got the Johnny race here. This race is actually slower than walking across the ruins, but the game does make you attempt the race once before giving you the option to just walk across the ruins instead. So since we have to do the race once, we want to win. There's a couple ways you can approach this race. Andy's doing the kind of the more consistent strat that I came up with a few years ago, where you let Johnny where you bump into Johnny's back twice at a certain point, and then boost when you reach the end. That makes actually winning the race pretty trivial, because you do need to win the race in order to get through the ruins. If you really want to kind of squeeze every frame that you can out of the game, you can try to stay ahead of Johnny and let him bump you in the back. I believe that the way Red Slash explained it to me is that every time Johnny bumps you in the back, you save 4 frames. But if it goes the other way where Johnny bumps or you bump Johnny, then you lose 4 frames. So you're kind of, and you also have a higher risk of losing the race too, depending on how you handle the endings. So that's why it's a little more advanced of a strat than just avoiding Johnny like we did here.
And sadly, you can't skip the cutscene with Johnny, but you get a little bit more of the victory music in.
I forget what these robot enemies are called in this version of the game, but they're called buggers in the SNES version, and I always have to preface this fight with apologies to anybody in the United Kingdom that's watching, because I know that has a little different connotation there.
And we're coming up to the Robo name.
Okay, let's get that going for you. If I can find it. There we go. A Robo name is going to be... Let's have a look. Steve! Capital S-T-E-V-E.
Nice. I believe that's a reference to the unofficial name for a important robot in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Just capital on the S.
Capital on the S, yes. Thank you for your generous donations for all these naming incentives, by the way. Remember, it all goes towards Nami. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you again.
All right, so while we're kind of getting more acquainted with our new robot friend here, he's our next party member, and this game, when new characters join you in this game, they just have a fixed level that they join you at. There's no like average party level map like there is in some other Square RPGs. So because of that, Robo is actually quite a bit stronger than any of our other characters, and it's going to be nice while we still have him. And we'll get to that later, but we get to pick either Marley or Luca to go with us to the factory, the next dungeon area. And it's not really super significant which we pick, but we take Luca. It's both the default option and gets her a little bit extra experience too. Because kind of the way experience works with once you have more than 3 characters is that characters that are out of your active battle party get 75% experience from all battles that you fight, and then 0 tech points. I really like that system too, as far as motivating you to change up your party periodically to learn new techs and combos, but not making it so that unused characters fall so far behind that they get useless.
Yeah, it really is a great balance having that. I always didn't care for too much, when your active or non-active party doesn't get any XP, and then feels like it's a pain to get them in.
So pretty good luck on that first acid fight there. There's 2 slime enemies in this area, which are called acids and alkalines on the SNES version. And they've got very low HP, 9 for the green ones and 10 for the red ones, but they have very high defense. So that's why a critical hit from Chrono did a whopping 8 damage, but that's still a lot because it only has 10 HP. That first fight can take like 5 hits if you get very unlucky too, so killing it in 2 is pretty good. Alright, so then this next fight is very, very annoying in speedruns because you fight 5 slimes and the colors of them are random. And we want to see as many greens as possible. Looks like we got 2, so this is pretty average here. Because in addition to having 1 less HP, the greens also have less defense. And it also the more uniform the colors are too, the less likely we are to see a counterattack mechanic that these slimes have, where if you attack a green while it's standing kind of close to a red, they can randomly use a kind of an explosion counterattack that does like 20-30 damage to all of your characters. It's not too dangerous, but the animation wastes some of our time. The reason why Robo is what I like to call overclocked here as far as being red is because Andy equipped the Berserker ring that he found in Lab 16 before coming in here. The main reason for doing that is actually because we need it for a boss called Zombor coming up later, but having the Berserker equipped for the fights here that Robo is with us for can make a bit of a difference, so we just do it anyway when we're healing up before coming into the factory.
That's actually the first time I actually never had to heal before.
So how does this password work exactly on PC?
All the passwords are different from the SNES, and I would like to say my button config, but it's way different because of certain reasons that are not worth explaining. But
yeah. Are you still able to buffer the inputs for the password, or do you actually have to press them all one by one?
You can buffer them.
Okay. Yeah, so when we say buffer, that basically means that at kind of a very specific point after the text comes up, just holding all of the buttons that make up the password, and then that just buffers them all to go off frame perfect.
Later on, we'll see a password that still has remnants of the older port that this once was. It's got some big buttons.
All right, so the whole reason we came in here, if anyone isn't familiar with the story, by the way, too, is just to turn on the power generator here in order to open a door leading to a time gate in the nearby Proto Dome, which is our ticket home from the future. So after doing so, now we that activates some alarms in the factory, and then that releases the R series, which are just robots' brethren. But unlike Robo, they are considerably less friendly. And instead of playing awesome theme music and helping us in combat, they want to kill us.
No, Robo's just a blue mage. This is how you learn Robo tackle.
Oh, this is Akira Toriyama too, and getting the snot beat out of you in Dragon Ball Z makes you stronger.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anyone isn't aware, the artwork for this game was drawn by Akira Toriyama, who also, I think his other main contribution to video games is the Dragon Quest series. I can't really think of anything else off the top of my head, but he also did the Dragon Ball series, at least the first two of them, which is, I think, what he's probably best known for outside of games. Alright, so now we fight the R series. Again, another pretty dangerous fight, especially if you don't really understand how their AI works. So each of the R series has 150 HP, so they die in 2 cyclones at the level we're at. But once one of them has died, if you attack one of the living ones and it does not die, then they can start doing counterattacks. And some of their counterattacks are really, really dangerous, like one where they do kind of an explosion-style attack, or play fruit ball with you, like we saw in Birth by Sleep a bit ago. So that's why Andy is going to be splitting his cyclones back and forth between the rows to kind of soften up the front row and then kill the back row and then kill the front row. And we want to kill the back row first, just kind of for both a little bit of safety and then also micro-optimizations, because if the front row is still alive, they use this spring punch attack that does about 15 damage, and if the back row is alive and get more turns, they do that thunder tackle, which has a slower animation and does a bit more damage. It's a pretty nice fight there.
Another thing from the SNES version is the lack of using the X button. So in the SNES version, to do an attack, you can just press X. You tap it once, you'll do attack, and that allows you to retain your cursor memory on tech and items. But in this version, we have the auto battle. But if you use auto battle, it'll make your default cursor to attack. Even with full memory cursor memory, it will still default to attack. So just slight optimization of putting Flame Toss in for Luca there.
Yeah, I imagine that makes a lot of bosses a little bit more challenging at higher battle speeds too, to not be able to use X button attacking.
Absolutely. Like the slime fight went beautifully in this run, but often I'll continue to use Cyclone with Chrono even with one slime alive, just for that reason.
Yeah, X button attacking is something that a lot of people don't know about the SNES version too. It's something I didn't know about until seeing speedruns too, because you do have to turn on memory cursor for it to work at all. So it kind of requires changing one of the default menu settings.
Do we have a moment for some more donations?
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've received $50 anonymous donation. What a great game Chrono Trigger is. Always glad to catch a 100% glitchless run. We've received $50 without a comment from Jaron Summers, but thank you very much for that. And the RPG Chick donates $55. Let's end this marathon strong, y'all. Always happy to help with this amazing marathon. Keep sending me your donations to track. Please keep those donations coming in. Remember, we are now, I've just checked it, we are on $3,000.22 out of the $5,000 needed for the Dream Devourer. So just under $2,000 left to go on that. Still got a bit of time, but it would be amazing to get that met as soon as we can. Remember, all your donations go towards NAMI. Every donation counts. Every dollar is important. Thank you so much indeed for your generous donations.
All right. So one thing I appreciate about this game is having kind of in-game lore to explain the arbitrary RPG party size limit. In this case, if you try to travel through time with more than 3 people, you go to the end of time here, which is kind of now our hub and kind of base of operations for the next part of the game. And one of the residents of the end of time is the Master of War, Specchio, who's going to be teaching us some magic. And the magic for at least for Chrono, Marley, and Luca is their level 3 tech. And a nice little bonus is that if you haven't gotten enough tech points to learn both your level 1 and 2 techs, by this point the game will just give them to you for free, and all 3 characters benefit from that. Chrono gets his Wind Slash, Marley gets her Aura and Provoke, and Luca gets her Hypno Wave, all for free, on top of getting Lightning, Ice, and Fire. So now we're back home, but we're kind of on the wrong part of the world now. So we're in a village run by I believe they're called fiends in this version, mystics in the SNES version, which are basically just monsters or demons. And because they don't like us, we feel no compunctions at all about stealing some tabs from their mayor's house. It's our first time we get a speed tab too, which we'll get into more later. Do a little bit of shopping here to get a red katana for Chrono, which is a weapon upgrade that also increases his magic stat, and also a couple extra healing items too. Then there aren't really a whole lot of opportunities to do so, but whenever you can do re-equipping in a shop menu, which you do by just kind of pressing down to select your character and then going into their menu from there, it actually saves a little bit of menu animation time too. So we especially on the SNES version, we take care of it while buying from Melchior to speed up the equip menu a bit. And then now we go to Heckran's cave, which I think Melchior gives you a hint as far as going into this cave to find a way to get back to your village. So we're dodging a couple fight triggers here, and then eventually then pretty shortly we're going to get to the Heckran boss fight. I'll go ahead and start explaining that now because it's a pretty intense and involved fight. So Heckran, this whole dungeon is really meant to be kind of a tutorial for using magic, because basically all of the monsters here have heavy resistance to physical attacks and low resistance to magic. And Heckran, the boss, is no exception. You do single-digit damage with physical attacks, and you have to use magic. But Heckran periodically goes into these defense cycles where if you attack him at all, he uses this very nasty water wave attack, which is effectively the Water 2 spell. And he does that after every 3 attacks. But what those 3 attacks are will change throughout the fight. At the start, he does kind of 2 weak water attacks and then a water cyclone. But then once he's below half health, that becomes 2 water cyclones, followed by Yes Indeed, which is this rush of physical attacks. And once he goes into his second phase, if he attacks the same character twice, then they die, really with no questions asked. So we want to kind of carefully control when we take him below half health. He's got 2100 HP, so once he's below 1050, we want to very carefully control that in order to kind of be able to maximize our damage output and minimize the risk of him killing characters. So relatively safe to start out. He'd have to attack the same character 3 times to actually kill them, which he didn't do here, so we can just kind of go all in. And then after 3 attacks, he goes into his first defensive cycle. Then we just have to wait that out. So Andy's going to use some healing items during that defense cycle to get ready for the next round. And then during the second round, Andy's going to be able to get him to right above that 10 or that 1050 HP point where his AI changes. And then once that happens, then we're going to wait for Heckran to attack and then hit him to push him into his second phase. Because when he goes into his second phase, regardless of where he's at in his kind of 3-attack defense cycle pattern, it all resets. So, but his ATB does not reset. So we kind of want to just line it up so that when we push him into phase 2, his ATB is empty, and then there's no real risk of him being able to kill somebody before we can heal them. Yeah, the second phase of the Heckran fight is pretty intense and scary. I imagine even more so on PC with how the battles kind of play out a little faster too. Because anytime he hits somebody, unless he's about to go into a defense cycle, you have to heal them, or else he might kill them on his next attack. Oh, that's right, it's called Ya in this version instead of Yes Indeed. It's one of the more odd aspects of Ted Woolsey's translation in the SNES. So we're just waiting out a defense cycle here. The goal here should be to finish him off before he basically finishes this attack cycle too. So do one last heal here, and then try to go for the win before needing to heal again.
And yeah, thank you for the donation of those names. During that fight, I had my first what the heck, looking at the name tags and HP values with Marl and Chrono.
Yeah, that was a really clean-looking Heckran fight too. One other little nuance about that fight too is that Andy was starting out with the lightning spell and then eventually switching to the wind slash spell. Wind slash has a much faster animation, at least on SNES. It's about 2 seconds faster than lightning, but the way that the math works out as far as doing the amount of damage that we need per turn and per cycle. Once we've gotten him into his second phase, Slash will give us the damage we need with a faster animation. Alright, and then after beating Heckran, now whenever we go to Luca's house, after progressing the story past certain points, we can get unique pieces of armor from Tabin, Luca's dad. And we get the Tabin vest there. Totally optional, but well worth it in this run. Because the Tabin vest, in addition to being a nice defense bonus for Luca, also gives her +2 speed and 50% fire protection. I haven't really talked about speed too much, but speed is the most important stat in the game by a lot, especially for a speedrun, because most of the stats in this game go up to 100, but speed only goes up to 16, at least for you. So 1 point of speed makes a really big difference as far as just kind of how fast your ATB bars fill and how easily you can get attacks off to kind of hit enemies and bosses before they do attacks. And like in the late game, that's really significant too. So another little detour here to fight Gato to get silver points. Eventually, several hours from now, we're going to need those silver points as part of a side quest. But we're getting them now just for kind of micro optimization's sake. Because if we waited until we actually needed them, it would be 2 extra screen transitions, plus having to do an extra menu to use a shelter before the next boss. If we do Gato now, we can eat the cake or the lunch or whatever it is to get healed on the go.
Let me know when you've got a moment for some more donations.
One quick thing we didn't get a chance to point out the first time that we went through Truce Canyon is that if anybody's ever seen a speedrun of the SNES version before, it's actually on the SNES possible to skip this encounter here with the birds and the imps here, but for whatever reason on the DS and PC versions you cannot skip that. So all 3 times that Andy's going to be coming through this area, he's just going to get the fight and then run away. All right, so with that, just got some more plot triggers to hit here before we move on to the Xenan Bridge, so let's have some donations.
Thank you very much. I must just point out, by the way, the Gato song, best song in the game. I'm not sure if anybody agrees with that, but I'm sticking to it. Anyway, we've received some fantastic donations. We have gone past the $36,000 mark raised for NAMI, and I will just check on where we are with the incentive. We are sitting on $3,425.22 out of the 5,000, so we've only got just over $1,500 to go on that. A few quick donations for you as well. We've received $10 from Conrad, who says, get a Twitch notification that Chrono Trigger is being run. Cool, let's check it out. Puexel is doing commentary. Shut up and take my money. Thank you very much indeed. $25 from Code and Data, without any comment. $250 from Night Flyer, without any comment. Thank you so much for your generosity. $25 from Rizlu, who just says, Magus sure. And Mokmichi USA says it's 5:40 in the morning in Japan. Mika Shigi and Hermit are rubbing their sleepy eyes and working hard at the Japanese restream. Please cheer for them. $10 from there. Thank you so much to all our amazing restreamers this event. And finally for now, $50 from Gopher. You guys rock. You rock as well. Thank you so much indeed. Please keep those donations coming in. We still want to try and get that Dream Devourer.
All right, so now it's kind of a stretch to call Xenan Bridge a dungeon. It's just a couple of forced encounters, basically. This is where we get introduced to Ozzie. Maybe backing up a second to after defeating Heckran, we were told that a character named Magus, who in addition to being in chat right now, is as we're told, responsible for summoning Lavos and causing the apocalypse in the year 1999. And if we'd have actually talked to NPCs when we were back here for Yakra and the Cathedral, they would have talked about Magus too as being the leader of the fiends or monsters, basically, who were at war with Guardia Kingdom. And then Ozzie here is his general. And we have these 2 fights with skeletons here. The fastest way to get past these is actually to attack Ozzie 3 times, which breaks his concentration and then just instantly kills all of the skeletons. Even in the fight with 2 skeletons, it could theoretically be faster to kill 2 of them. But if you do that, you actually have to wait for Ozzie to get a turn and then run away after that. So it's still a faster fight overall to just attack Ozzie 3 times. And now we've got Zombor, or Junk Dragger, I believe it's called in this version, if it's based on Japanese, which is a pretty awesome name for an undead boss, if you ask me. And then this boss has 2 parts. It has its head and then legs. And it's very, very important that we take out the head first, because if you take out the legs first, then the head will do a very, very nasty AoE attack as its final attack, and we very much do not want that to happen. So there is a fair bit of randomness to this fight, mostly in the form of Robo, who has the Berserker for extra damage. You can do this fight without the Berserker fine, but based on all the testing I did, non-Berserk Robo and Berserk Robo with bad luck are about the same speed, and getting good luck with Robo punches is faster. So that's why we do that in the route. So we're just kind of focus firing on the head as much as possible, doing cyclones to get some damage in on the legs too. So we've gotten 2 punches on the head already, which is pretty good. And Ideally, too, Robo is actually the one to get the last hit on the head, because the head does MP busters, its final attack, which takes away all MP. It's not the biggest deal, but if it hits either Chrono or Luca, then that means having to do a little extra menuing afterwards. So the head should be pretty close to death at this point. Probably 1 or 2 more hits should finish it off. So again, Chrono getting MP bustered, not a huge deal, but an unfortunate side effect of that is that kind of takes away Chrono's ability to use wind slashes instead of physical attacks for finishing off the legs, because it's a faster animation when Chrono doesn't have to walk all the way up through the legs to hit them and go back. His fire spell should finish it off. Alright, there we go, nice.
Yeah, for whatever reason in this version, Zombor always gets Doom off and has a little bit of marathon safety, I just sealed up there.
Alright, so we got a pretty significant shopping trip here. This this town, Dorino, I believe it's called, is our first shop that we go past that lets us buy revives and mid tonics. And a nice thing about Chrono Trigger is that healing items are actually very, very cheap compared to like the Final Fantasy series and other games of this era. So we haven't really been going out of our way to get money or fight battles for money, but just with the money that we have and some extra money we get by selling loose equipment and items we have, we can actually afford a pretty massive stockpile of mid tonics and other healing items. Athenian Waters are revival, and then Panacea is status condition cure. Mid tonics of 200 HP each, which is pretty significant at this point. Like you can see right now, that would be just a total full heal on Harley, Chrono, or Luca. The names confuse me too. Alright, so once we're past this first fight here, and then another one that we have to run away from, almost all of the remaining fights in the, all of the remaining fights in Denadora Mountains can be avoided just through movement. And I really like this dungeon for that reason too, just because there's just lots of kind of fun and clever enemy dodging. Along with just the overall silly vibe of this place between the music, which is called Sewers, by the way, and just the visuals of just all of these monsters just jumping out of the background too late to catch you. So once we get to the summit of the mountain, there's basically one fight trigger near the start of the screen that sets off like 5 or 6 fights back to back, all unrunnable. So it's very, very important to do that kind of upward movement that Andy did before heading left in order to avoid that fight trigger. Kind of using the ridge pattern on the ground there is kind of a nice way to line up the skip for those bird enemies there.
No super slide in the PC version.
Yeah, it's a fun little minor graphical glitch you can do in the SNES version when you jump down the waterfall there. But yeah, the whole reason we went down there was to get the silver earring, which is an accessory that gives you, I think it's 25% extra HP, max HP, and that's very, very important for the Magus boss fight and a couple others. You could get another pretty nice accessory called the silver stud there, but we don't need that for the run, so we skip it. And yes, PSA mountains are nice. And we get a magic tab out of it. Magic tabs aren't quite as important as speed tabs, but we do need to use at least 5 on Luca throughout the run in order to make the general strategy for the final bosses work. Although the more the merrier. I mean, Andy will probably be picking up a few extra magic tabs as part of his marathon route and from doing incentives. And those they don't make a huge difference, but they do make a difference. Alright, and now we've got the boss fight. I say Mazza and Mune, Masa and Une works too. And it's a two-stage fight where you have no opportunity to go into the menu between them, which affects the routing pretty substantially. So nice luck there with putting the green-collared one to sleep. The two twins have 1,000 HP each. You only need to defeat one of them in order to get through it. But if both of them are awake, they can do counterattacks. So we want to, in particular, put the green one to sleep, and then just kind of wail away on the blue one until we're through it. Alright, and then now they merge together, and we get introduced to the glorious Boss Battle 2 theme. This fight's considerably more dangerous, especially once the boss is below half health. His AI changes a bit, and his physical attacks get considerably stronger. During the first phase of the fight, after a couple attacks, he actually both phases, but I believe it's 3 attacks in the first phase and 2 in the second. He will do what's called his Cyclone Charge, which is where he then takes a couple turns to charge up this really nasty AoE attack. You can actually neutralize by using a Wind Slash with Chrono. But once we're in the second phase of the fight, alright, I should say when he's in his Cyclone Charge Up mode, he will also counterattack with his own Wind Slash every time you attack him. And in the second phase of the fight, we're actually going to be setting that off intentionally a few times, because when he's in his second phase, if he punches somebody, you need to heal them in most cases, or else they'll die if he punches them again. But the Wind Slash does less damage, so we're going to kind of keep him in his tornado phase a little bit longer than we have to in order to give him fewer chances to punch people. And in order for Mazza and Mune to punch a character, he has to kind of be within a certain range of them too. So you can kind of try to read his targeting AI by seeing where he's walking around. Sometimes he can kind of fake you out, and part of that is actually because if you attack him, that will sometimes kind of reset his AI and make him pick a new target. But yeah, this fight kind of doing this fight really well in this speedrun category definitely takes a lot of practice for those reasons. You also have to kind of make a decision when you're approaching the end too, if you want to just try to go for the kill or be safe and heal too. How it plays out does depend on how lucky you get with critical hits by Chrono and other things. I think the next hit should finish him off. All right, very nice. Yeah, but I sure hope I sure hope that finished him off because Luca was out of MP there.
And I believe one of our prizes is that infamous fight.
Yeah, actually, that was a contribution by RPG Limit Break staff. So I ordered it for High Spirits, and I also made a specific because the seller I ordered it from lets you pick which characters from the game are in the fight, and I made a point of picking the characters that are in the fight for the speedrun. Because you could pick Magus to be in this, which would be kind of silly because you don't have Magus. Unless you're playing randomizer, I guess. All right, but the whole reason we came here, by the way, too, was to to get the sword. I call it Masamune, but I know Masamune is a little more accurate Japanese pronunciation. But to get the sword that will let us defeat Magus and stop the summoning of Lavos. So we go up there to Danadora Mountains, and then we only actually get half of the sword. We have to go find the other half on our own. Now we get a pretty evil and easy to miss plot trigger where in order to actually get the rest of the sword, we have to go get the hero medal from Tata first, the false hero.
Oh, we have been blessed.
No! Yeah, in the Chrono Trigger speedrun community, it's considered a sign of good luck and that it's officially the run if we have a new sighting in Frog's Forest, since it is random. I know I think the odds are slightly different depending on whether you're coming or going from Frog's house, but having a new sighting at the first opportunity out of 4 is certainly blessed. Alright, so we got the other half of the sword from Frog, but now we need to actually figure out how to reforge it. And then I guess while we're just advancing the story to make our first trip to Prehistoria to get a material called Dreamstone, which we need to reforge the sword. We can squeeze in a few donations.
Fantastic, thank you very much indeed. We have received $25 from Youngblood. Shout out to the organisers, legends. Very proud to see this group continue to do the numbers. Good job. Thank you very much indeed. Ducky Jacks donates $50 without a comment. Lady Law donates $5. Dream Train Hype. Thank you very much. And $25 from Quinna. The RPG Limit Break Charity Marathon is my favourite Twitch event every year. I'm so glad I was able to help out, as there is no better community in the world, and raising money for NAMI is a great cause. Let's reach that 40k. And with that, we've got $36,087 raised towards NAMI, and we're currently sitting on, I will just check it, 3,455 and 22 cents out of the 5,000 needed to fight the Dream Devourer. Remember, all your donations go towards NAMI. Minimum donation of $5 will get you into some of our amazing prizes. $25 will get you all the prizes that are currently on offer, including the handmade Luca plush and the Chrono Trigger shadow box. So please, please get your donations in. Thank you very much.
So yeah, real quick there, I switched the battle speed to a slower battle speed. For most of the remaining run, I'll be at battle speed 4. And that's just to give you a little bit more time in battle to make inputs on this fight. These dinos can be really mean and put your party to sleep.
This is where we get introduced to kind of our antagonists for while we're in Prehistoria, which is the Reptites. I do find this kind of first sequence a little funny because we can just one-shot them with Robo's laser spin and have plenty of MP to keep doing that. So why we have any fear whatsoever of Reptites is a little questionable. But oh yes, it's now time to see one of the anime scenes this was in movie 4. These scenes are in all remakes of Chrono Trigger, PS1, DS, and PC.
A little thing from my chat, a roar. I don't know how it became a thing, but me saying roar. Roar to the dinosaurs.
Now we're introduced to Ayla, who will be naming very soon after this next fight. So get that ready, Tiny Tim.
Okay. We know when you want the name. Got it here.
Go right ahead.
Ayla. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. The name for Ayla is going to be a Jerry. Capital Jerry.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, so Ayla is our next party member. Just like Robo before her, she joins at kind of the level you're expected to be at here in a casual playthrough. So she's considerably stronger than anybody else we have. And unlike when Robo joined, we'll actually be able to use Ayla for the next boss fight, and you'll really be seeing the impact that she's going to make there. This particular cutscene after we name Ayla would actually be several seconds faster if we did not have Robo in the party, but for an unmanipulated run, it's way more consistent to have Robo to use laser spin on the Reptites, because otherwise you'd be kind of reliant on the Reptites cooperating with lining up for flame tosses and antipodes. So we got kind of a tight dodge with those dinosaurs there, because when we're getting the when we need to open the chest to get the second berserker ring that lets the dinos get into kind of an awkward position for dodging them. But then we can just avoid the rest of the fights here. All right.
Yeah, and I've never been good at that dodge, so I just stopped to.
Yeah, it's one of the doing it like as fast as possible is very hard. Yeah. All right, so now we've got the quote-unquote soup drinking contest here. Although I should also say that who you have in your party when you enter this cutscene affects how long it takes to, and then even if you took Robo out of your party for the cutscene before this, you'd want to put him back in here, because if you had Marley in your party here, you'd have to wait for her to dance by the fire for a while before you can progress the story, and that wastes a lot of time. So now we basically have the soup drinking contest, which is just basically mashing. It's not really that kind of touchy of a mash, and it only counts when you mash while Chrono has the bowl raised. So even if you kind of suck at mashing like I do, this is still pretty simple. But you do have to actually win, or else you're forced to repeat it. Fun, yeah. I always air quote soup is from the SNES version too, because it's very, very, very obvious what this is, but it got censored to be soup instead of Skull Smasher, like it's called in remakes. But while we were unconscious from the air quote soup, the Reptites stole the gate key and nothing else, and didn't like kill or injure us or anything too, which is pretty convenient. So now we are stuck here unless we go to their lair and fight to get the key back. And Ayla offers to join us to help with that. So we can have some more donations during the forest maze, but I'll just after this cutscene here with Geno. Every single encounter in the forest maze can be avoided through movement. There's two of them that are a little touchy, but there's pretty good both visual cues and just places where you can use the terrain to kind of force yourself past the encounter trigger through buffered movements. So I guess with that, go ahead and take it away, Tiny Tim.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we have received a $25 donation from Dedalonis. Good to see a Chrono Trigger run with Poexel commentating. Always a good time. And I must agree 100% with that. This run has just been absolutely fantastic. We've also received $50 from BD Jeffy P. Devour the Bad Dreams to give us more Chrono Trigger and Questing for Glory. And a quick update on that. We are currently sitting $3,530.22. So we're under $1,500 away now for the Dream Devourer. Let's get those donations in. Remember, not only are you benefiting a fantastic cause, but if we get that incentive, there is going to be another 80 minutes extra of the run, and they've hinted that there may be something else as well. So, if you'd like to see what that is, let's get that Dream Devourer met. And one final one for just now. We've received $25 from My Hero Zero, without a comment. But thank you very much indeed. Everybody is my hero tonight, because this has been absolutely amazing. And Nami, thanks you for all of your generous donations.
All right, so in order to get to the lower levels of the Reptite Lair, you need to jump down holes. The enemies on the top floor can dig additional holes to let you get treasure, but in order to go straight to the end, which is what we're doing, we don't need to deal with any of that. We can just jump down the hole that's there by default. We do have to do these 2 fights on our way down. The game won't let you jump down. Well, I should say if you try to jump down a hole before you do the fight, then that'll start the fight. This is where we get introduced to the mechanic with dinosaurs too, where they have fairly high physical defense, but using lightning on them will reduce that significantly. So for the large green dino in the second fight, which is called a Megasaur in the SNES version, we did that in order to be able to kill it before it could really do anything to us. And we were able to run from this last set, and then now we can steal Ayla's starting armor, the ruby vest, which gives fire protection. Put that on Chrono, along with just kind of upgrading our general equipment. Then it is time for Nizbel, the next boss. Very important safety save here, just because this boss can get a little, this fight can get a little sketchy depending on how it plays out.
Yeah, the PC version added a bookmarked safety save, but if I'm doing a safety save on top of that, yeah, that means even a little bit more nerves on the fight.
Yeah. So just like the rest of the dinosaurs, Nizbel has very high physical defense. I mean, you're doing chip damage by default, and then when you use Chrono's lightning spell on him, that will stun him and lower his defense, so that you can actually hurt him. And then you get about 3 free turns of attacks, and but then once he recovers from the stun, Nizbel will do an electricity discharge, which hurts a lot. It's like 200 damage or so to your whole party. And this is where the second Berserker ring that we picked up in the canyon comes in. So you just notice how much damage Ayla is doing compared to Chrono or Robo, especially when she gets critical hits. That's just because her level is significantly higher at this point. And the goal for this fight is to basically kill him in kind of 2 full cycles. After he does the electricity discharge, Andy buffers another lightning to get it back down, so that he's not going to waste any hits from the Berserk characters. But now he's going to do some healing. And he only really has time to heal 2 characters before the discharge, so he's going to heal Chrono and Ayla. And then after that, getting really nice crits there. Yeah, the goal is to the goal is to kill Nizbel before he does another discharge after this, and then that would kill you if you didn't heal again. But it doesn't look like there's going to be too much danger here, because as long as Ayla gets at least 2 crits over the course of the fight, then he's going to die before you do.
Yeah, the trouble compared to the SNES counterpart is on that last round, Chrono will often not have his ATB back to get the lightning in, and you can lose out on attack with Ayla, which happened there. But thanks to the extra crits, it's able to comfortably get through there.
Alright, so now that we've gotten the gate key back, there's a little skip we can do here by running diagonally out the door in order to skip some text from Ayla. Let me take the Berserker off of Robo, just that when we're running away from fights in the next couple areas, we won't have to worry about Robo trying to punch something and then wasting time. But now we actually have a pretty lengthy period of just cutscenes and running around to hit story triggers before we actually go to Magus Castle to try to take down the big guy. So hope you've got lots of donations and plugs ready to go, Tiny Tim.
Oh yes, keep them coming in. Okay, just to give you an update then, we are currently sitting on the... I'm just trying to find it. There we go. Right, where are we? 3,690 and 22 cents for the Fighting the Dream Devourer, And I also want to point out we do have some bid wars here, still open. The Magus name is currently $100 towards WT and $25 to Vampy, so you could still potentially get your own name in there if you wish. We've also got the Epoch name, $25 on Tupoch, $10 on Canoe, and $2 for pizza. So if you'd like to get your name on that. And finally, and maybe you can explain this one, Poexel, because I don't quite understand what this one is. The Chrono Trigger Death Peak Hug. We have $125 for Luca and nothing for Marley at the moment. But would you explain what that exactly is?
So, about maybe 2-ish hours from now, we're going to be doing a side quest where we go to Death Peak as part of a pretty significant event in the game's story. And as part of one of the final cutscenes on Death Peak, depending on who you have in your party, that cutscene plays out pretty differently. And if you have either Marley or Luca, they'll actually give Chrono a big, nice hug and some touching dialogue. So in a normal speedrun, because getting either of those hugs costs about 40 seconds, at least on the SNES version, we actually have neither of them in. But just for some extra fun, when Chrono Trigger 100% gets run in marathons, we like to do a bid war where the viewers get to choose which of the two heroines that have special hug animations get to hug our hero.
Yeah, and that's kind of a hot debate of should it be the BFF of Luca or Maro, who, spoilers, may or may not end up with Chrono. Personally, I think Luca deserves the hug, but it's up to you viewers to decide.
Am I good to continue with a few more?
Yep. We've got several more minutes of plot advancement and cutscenes and stuff here, so keep them coming.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed. We have received $25 from Enoch Root, who just says, cheers! Cheers to you as well. $100 anonymous donation without any comment. But thank you so much indeed. Josh donates $10, again, without any comment. And Perfectly Chromulant donates $25 and says, Ayla was drinking Ultros's seafood soup. So, nice Final Fantasy VI reference there. Thank you very much indeed. And I do want to point out very quickly that, remember, not only are your donations going towards benefiting NAMI, you can also allocate your donations towards an incentive or a bid war. So we've talked about the Death Peak Hug, and we've still got the Epoch name and the Magus name. But we have that big target for fighting the Dream Devourer now at $3,790. And 22 cents, so just over 1,300 to go on that. But if you donate $25, minimum donation of $25 or more, it will put you into the draw for the 5 amazing prizes we've currently got on offer, which is a set of 2 3D printed Lavos spawn, the Masamune battle diorama that was mentioned just shortly a while ago, the Chrono Trigger Steam Key, and there's 3 of those. 3 different winners for those, and the Chrono Trigger Shadow Box, and finally, and check this out on the website if you haven't seen it, the handmade Luca plush, which is absolutely fantastic. So $25 or more, not only are you benefiting NAMI, potentially getting us some more marathon with the Dream Devourer fight, but you can get yourself into the draw for those 5 amazing prizes. Are we good to continue, or how are you? How are we getting
right
on?
ahead. Pretty much until Frog splits a mountain, we're just mashing through cutscenes here.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do then is take the opportunity to advise everyone why we are here. We are here supporting NAMI, who are the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organisation, whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. For education and support via their 48 state offices and more than 650 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. This includes a national helpline that can provide information, resources, and a compassionate, understanding, trained volunteer to support anyone who calls in. These programs reach more than 300,000 people a year and are life-changing opportunities for education, connection, support, and personal growth. 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year. Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. Every dollar you donate towards NAMI helps NAMI reach out to those who really need the assistance. And I cannot thank you. We cannot thank you enough for all of your generous donations. With that, we've just gone past the 36,500 mark for NAMI, and I'm just going to have a quick check and see if there's any more before I hand it back. We've got a couple more donations coming in. Felchi donates $100. Won't be able to see the whole thing, but good luck on the rest of the rung, Andy. May Magus give you plenty of fire cycles. We have $30 from Moguk without any comment, and $25 from Lost Core. Magus made me donate. You'd think with that huge castle, he wouldn't need his underlings to pay out of their own earnings, but hey, the prizes look good, and it's for a good cause. Thank you very much indeed for all of your generous donations.
Pretty much during this whole kind of block of cutscenes here, we've been getting really the full scoop on who Frog is and what his connection to Magus and the Masamune is. So it kind of really sets the stage for the showdown that's about to happen. And thanks to the donations, we'll be seeing the anime version of of Frog drawing the Masamune for the first time too, which is glorious.
Yeah, this particular cutscene flows a little bit differently because it's like you're repeating the scene twice, but
well, it's Toriyama. I mean, when something cool happens, you got to show it from different angles.
Absolutely. I always like to say that the Masamune right now, it's in its fully powered up state, and then after slashing the mountain, Masamune's just mad at the frog.
Especially like how they're still playing kind of a slightly different version of Frog's theme during the cutscene too.
Goku approves.
Yep, I love that smile he does at the end. But then we get to see it again. I mean, I do. It looks a little goofy if this is your first exposure to the game, but I very much appreciate that they don't cut anything that was in the original SNES version. So after the anime, you do see the original version of the mountain being sliced too. Or as I like to say, these mountains were nice.
It were nice.
All right, so the Magic Cave is a very, very, very short dungeon. There's one unavoidable fight we get right at the start that we run away from, and then imagine how you dodge the rest of the fights here plays out a little differently than on SNES because of the text speed. because the monsters in the rest of the cave are still moving even when the text is going on. Yeah, it looks like it's easier because of that.
Yeah, actually, it's one of the few times that it is easier, thankfully. This whole sequence of just the taunt at the beginning of the castle with the 100 beasts is just done beautifully, and this here.
This is one of my favorite parts of the whole game, both casually and in the speedrun. The Fiend Lord's Keep, Magus Castle in the snows. All right, so nobody seems to be home right now, other than a lot of out of place, like friends and acquaintances of ours. So, in order to actually awaken the castle, we just have to go visit the ends of the two wings. Yeah, you don't actually have to do anything other than just enter the room, so just turn around and leave immediately, and then that creates this little fake save point here, which is where Ozzie says hi, and we kind of get a sample of what we're in for in the rest of this castle. He is totally accurate when he says that there's 100 beasts in the Fiend Lord's Keep, too. If you count every unique monster, it does add up to 100. Yes, I did do that as a kid. For this first fight, Robo can one-shot the bats with his laser spin, but can't do quite enough to kill the henchmen. So we're going to soften them up with Chrono doing a cyclone on the two on the bottom, and then Frog finishing off the others. Alright, and then in order to really enter the castle proper, we now have to fight two mini-bosses, Flea and Slash. You can do them in whatever order you want, but we're doing Flea first, just because of kind of how the logistics for menuing and healing play out. Something else that we need to do as part of the route through the castle is do a little bit of extra combat to get some extra tech points to help Chrono learn his spin cut tech before we get to Magus, and taking that optional fight with the ghosts there, in addition to giving us 4 of the 13 extra points that we need, also gets us a barrier orb, which gives you the shell status and for a couple turns in a fight, and then that will be useful for the Magus fight. Andy threw the Berserker Ring on Frog, because Frog gets the Mazimmune automatically equipped, and the Mazimmune gets a damage bonus against monsters whose type I believe is called Magical Beast, and both Flea and Slash count as Magical Beasts, so Frog is going to be our main source of damage on both of these fights. So Flea is kind of a boss that's mostly based around status effects. Flea can inflict most of the status effects in the game through various attacks, but Flea's normal attack can put you to sleep, can also do poison, blindness, confusion. But the main thing Flea can do that's the most dangerous is a counterattack called the Stare, which is where Flea kind of takes control of Chrono's mind briefly and makes him attack himself and the other two characters, and that's really the main way that you can lose this fight, is if you kind of put yourself into a position where you can get hit by the Stare twice in a row without healing between, then you're probably dead. So it's something Andy's going to want to be kind of just keep pretty close, pay close attention to, as far as not attacking Flea when you might, because Frog is Berserk. Basically, when you attack with Chrono and Robo, you want to just make sure you're not setting yourself up for chances to get double stared. The thing we really, really want to see Flea use is, it's called the Look Heart in this, I see, but the thing we really, really want to see Flea use is a Chaos attack on Frog, because Frog is Berserk and is immune to Chaos, which is the confusion status in this game, so that's just a free turn if that happens. And then, like with Yakra at the beginning of the game, Flea can only counterattack if all 3 characters are alive, so we're not going to be healing Robo because Robo isn't really contributing that much to this fight, and if he dies, then that means that will totally shut down Flea's counterattacks, and then let us just kind of go ham with Chrono in relative safety. I've seen some Japanese runners of this game actually bring Marley to this fight instead of Robo just because she's squishier and dies faster, but I've always preferred Robo just so I can actually do some more damage while waiting for that to happen, along with avoiding having to do some extra party swaps. Been a pretty respectable Flea fight so far. I've only seen like 2 confusions hit Chrono or Robo. I've only seen 1 counterattack. Is the little AI thing where Flea just laughs possible on PC, or did they fix that?
It is possible. It happens quite a bit. Just as much as the SNES.
Okay, because Flea's AI is a little like Mazza Immune second form, actually, where Flea kind of needs to aggro against characters before attacking them, and when it works out that Frog, with his current speed stat, and the Berserker will attack Flea right before, kind of at opportune points for messing with Flea's aggros, and like in a fully manipulated run, you can get through the entire fight without getting attacked at all by manipulating Flea to just laugh nonstop. And in an unmanipulated run, you just kind of hope that happens, but it's not going to. Flea will eventually break out of it if it does. All right, so we got Slash now, who bit more involved in the fight than Flea, thanks to having way more health, along with 2 phases. The first phase is pretty easy. Slash doesn't attack super often, and his attacks don't really do that much damage. It's kind of more of a warm-up. For both phases of Slash, we're only really using regular attacks, just because attacks don't do enough extra damage to be worth the extra animation time. Plus, we have the chance to get critical hits with normal attacks. What we really want to see is Frog getting crits, since Frog does pretty much double, like you saw right there. Frog's normal attack did about the same damage as Chrono's critical hit. So critical hits from Frog will do about 400. Phase 1 Slash is 3,200 HP, and Phase 2 is 5,200, just for perspective. I've always found that funny too, because if you combine his 2 phases together, Slash actually has more health than Magus does. Seeing some talk about the original Japanese names. Just the original names for Magus's henchmen is very Toriyama, because instead of Ozzie, Flea and Slash, it is vinegar, mayonnaise, and soy sauce. Because Toriyama loves his condiments. Alright, so after the warm-up, Slash draws his sword, and he now starts pretty much copying Chrono's first couple techs. Like, he has his own Wind Slash, he has his own Spin Cut, and he also has Heckran's Ha, or Yes Indeed, attack. And we need to start being a lot more proactive with healing once we get into Phase 2 Slash. Because once he does his kind of spin cut attack, where he jumps and whacks a character with his sword, that can pretty easily kill someone if they're not pretty high health. And then also, once Slash is below 600 HP, in addition to his normal attack script, he will also counterattack every time you hit him with his physical rush attack. We call Yes Indeed. And we want to just be very, very careful once we think he's about to hit that 600 HP mark, so that we don't kind of paint ourselves into a corner, taking more damage than we can heal. There's a secondary effect for the Berserker that a lot of people don't know about too, where in addition to giving you extra physical damage, it also reduces the amount of physical damage that you take too, and that can matter for the Slash fight, because Slash's AI will kind of always have him eventually drift over to the left side of the room and hit Frog repeatedly, and Frog is taking less damage because of the Berserker. Okay, so that counterattack means that he's almost done. Since we know kind of if it's a regular attack and not a critical hit that brings him below, that gives us a really, really good idea where he is. We can sometimes try to go for the kill immediately, like with a rocket punch with Robo or an attack from Chrono or something. But certainly fine and safer to just kind of let Frog finish the job too. Since he counters every hit at that point, we basically want to get as much damage as we can per hit, and that's Frog. Alright, very nice Slash fight. So for defeating Slash, we get his Slasher Sword, which is a nice upgrade for Chrono, and also gives him +2 speed. Speed, again, is the most important stat in this game, because it only goes up to 16 instead of 100 like most of the other stats, and directly affects how fast ATB fills in combat. In addition to healing up, we also use a bunch of tabs that we've been picking up lately, primarily using magic and speed tabs on Luca. Luca is very slow naturally, so most of the speed tabs that we get throughout the run we use on her to kind of try to get her closer to characters like Chrono and Magus. Alright, so now we're moving on in the castle. Every fight in this room we could just run away from, but like I mentioned earlier, we need to get some extra tech points in order to get the spin cut ability before we get to Magus, and then kind of the most efficient way, at least that I was able to find, to get the remaining points that we need above and beyond what we got from that shadow fight by the chest is to take this one right here with the two henchmen, the two gargoyles. You can kill 2 of the enemies if they line up for a flame toss, and kind of mop up the others, and that gives us 10 tech points. So that'll, between that and then all of the required fights in the rest of Magus's castle, that'll set up learning the spin cut right before we get to the end. Yeah, once that's done, now we're just going to be avoiding or running away from most of the rest of the fights. There's a lot of booby trap rooms in the rest of the castle too. These guillotines do actually hurt you if you touch one of them when they're down. We have a dark mail there, which is a nice piece of armor for male characters. We'll be using that on Chrono for the Magus fight. And then for these outer wall sections of the castle, any fights that we get into there are unrunnable and very slow too, but fortunately the fights only start if you touch one of the monsters when both of you are moving, so you can just kind of stay put and the enemy clips right through you without starting a fight. Very nice job in the pitfall room. If you've never played the game yourself, that room may look kind of pointless, but there's a bunch of hidden pitfalls that Ozzie will drop you down if you step on them. And if you fall into one of the pitfall rooms, you have to do kind of a strange fight against fake save points in order to get out. And which fake save point? Well, there's 3 fake save points and a real one, or a real save and a exit out of the pitfall room, and which one is the exit varies depending on which pit you fall into, and that's not one of the things you ever really want to try to memorize, which pit maps to which exit. So for this chains room here, we've got 3 fights, 2 of which are required. The second one we can just run from. We get to kind of see how comically low the magic defense for the flunky enemies on the bottom is, because we're not really super high level yet, but we're already doing 500 damage a hit with magic. It's a nice thing that we're able to just run away from the second fight because it has 2 jugglers in it. The last one has required jugglers, but the less of those we have to fight, the better, just because they're fairly slow. So jugglers are called jugglers because they juggle their defense. It's something I didn't realize until sometime within the past decade, I should say. And they start out resistant to physical attacks, but susceptible to magic. And then the fastest way to get through this fight with this party is to use Luca's Hypno Wave, which counts as a magic attack. They're immune to sleep, so it doesn't actually do anything, but because it counts as a magic attack, it will cause them to switch to having magic resistance, and then we can use X-Strike in order to kill all of them. We had to do a little bit of equipment setup after the Slash fight in order to make sure that X-Strike will one-shot these, because they have 450 health, so it's a little tight, but putting on the gear that we did after the Slash fight will guarantee that X-Strike will kill them. And the statues room here has a bunch of fight triggers, but we can avoid all of them just by dodging the statues there. Yeah, and then for the last fight there, it can be a little inconsistent. I mean, if you just run out the door, it can be inconsistent depending on kind of frame rules for how the game tracks interactions. But if you run out the door facing sideways, which I'm sure Andy was trying to do, then that guarantees that you skip it every time. Alright, so we're done with Magus' castle, and then all we really have left before getting to Magus is getting past Ozzie, who's encased himself in a magic barrier. If you attack him directly, he does a pretty nasty counterattack, but this is kind of more intended to be a joke fight. You just need to hit all 4 switches, and then that will drop Ozzie into his own trap. If you play this game yourself, too, I highly recommend using Frog's Slurp Cut on at least one of the switches, too. It gives you a pretty hilarious animation result. But with that out of the way, it is time to get set up for Magus. Gonna heal up, throw the Berserker back onto Frog, and then also give the speed belt to Luca, make her as fast as possible. And then in this particular category of Chrono Trigger, the Magus fight is actually pretty much the most challenging and intense boss fight in the whole run, especially on the SNES version. So the Magus fight it has 2 phases to it. In the first phase, he has 6,666 health, and then when he's above 4,500, he's in a phase where he is changing his elemental barrier, and he's only susceptible to the element that he's using on you at the time. And what we really, really want to see is fire, because the whole point of learning Spin Cut before this fight is to learn the Fire Sword combo attack between Chrono and Luca. And if we can hit Magus with a Fire Sword when he's weak against fire, that does a lot of damage, and it would only take 4 hits in order to push him into his second phase. Also, this scene is so cool. It's been quite a while since I've seen a lot of these anime scenes. So yeah, fire is the best element that we want to see during phase 1. Lightning is okay because Chrono can cast lightning. But what we don't want to see is shadow or ice, because we can't use those elements, and ice in particular is bad because he's hitting our whole party with ice too, so we're going to need to do extra healing. My personal best for consecutive ice cycles in a row is 13, by the way. I can't believe I actually finished that run without running out of healing items in the Chrono Lair or something too. So hopefully the big boy is not feeling like ice skating tonight. But yeah, that was a lot of information quickly, so we'll talk more about Magus' second phase when he gets there. But yeah, just for now, I guess just enjoy the music and hope to see fire. One last thing is that whenever Frog hits Magus with the Mazimmune, that will have his magic defense. So we always want to make sure that happens before using either Fire Sword or Lightning on him. Got Shadow. Shadow is better than Ice because it's only single target. Also, at this point, we are actually going to leave Frog dead for a while because, nice, we got Fire. Because when Frog is alive, because he has the Berserker, he's just going to keep attacking, and while we're trying to cycle Magus to Fire or Lightning, if Frog dies, we're just going to leave him that way so we can kind of keep control of the fight better. So now we're going to wait for Frog to lower Magus' defense, then we're going to hit him for massive damage. And then when we exploit his weakness, that will cause him to instantly change his element, so he's going to kill Frog again. But nice. Getting another fire is good. We did also throw the Barrier Orb onto Chrono, along with giving him the Dark Mail armor, which gives extra magic defense. That's all just to reduce the amount of healing that we need to do, especially if we get unlucky. Like if we were manipulating the run and knew we were going to get all fires, we'd want to leave the Ruby Vest on for lower fire damage. But for unmanipulated, on average, it works out to be faster to do this setup with the Dark Mail, so that we take less damage from ice and lightning. So lightning doesn't do quite as much damage as fire, but it's a weakness we can exploit, so we do want to take advantage of it. And again, if we got Ice or Shadow kind of at the stage of the fight, we would just do regular attacks with Chrono or Luca to get him to change his barrier again faster, and just leave Frog dead until we get something that's useful. Alright, so I think this is our third fire, so this should probably push him into a second phase between the two lightnings plus the chip damage that Frog was doing. Not sure how possible it is on PC, but on the SNES version at least, if you push him into a second phase with a Fire Sword, that gives you the opportunity to do another Fire Sword while he's still weak to fire, and because his stats have already changed to a second phase, that'll do like 800 damage.
And it does happen.
Nice, alright, so that sets us up really nicely for Phase 2. So, Phase 2 Magus is completely different from Phase 1. Now we're just kind of racing the clock here, because all that he does at this point is cast Dark Matter, which is more or less the strongest shadow magic spell in the game, every couple turns. And this is the main reason why we specifically needed that silver earring accessory that we picked up on Denador Mountains, because it does... the Dark Matter... ooh. Well, he's got the barrier, so he should be okay. But without the barrier, you would not live through your part. There'd be no way to survive this without extra grinding or something. Because without barrier and the Dark Mail, it does about 300 damage. And without the Silver Earring, Chrono is like 260 or so max HP. That's another place where getting really lucky on Phase 1 pays off too, because the barrier doesn't last forever. I don't remember how many turns it is, but it will wear off. And if you get a lot of ice and shadow in Phase 1, then it usually wears off kind of before here. So then you have to pay a lot more attention to Chrono's HP going into Phase 2. But yeah, since Magus drops his defenses pretty significantly, we're just going all in and healing Chrono if we think we need to, but otherwise just doing as much damage as we can per turn. And then with having gotten the 800 damage Fire Sword during the phase transition, we are good. Nice.
Yeah, I played a little extra safe there, but no shame in a marathon.
Yeah, really solid Magus fight between the luck you got in the first phase and then the decisions you made after that too. It's kind of hard to understate too just how involved this battle is in Glitchless with no manipulation, because you have to be able to just make really fast decisions as you go, as far as like, do I want to attack? Do I want to heal? And then like in the first phase too, you also need to be kind of trying to stay on top of when Magus is using his normal attacks, because when he casts spells on you, those are all counter attacks, but he does his own thing too with using the Hellgeyser attack and hitting you with his scythe. And if you kind of forget that a scythe hit is coming, he might be able to kill Luca at a bad turn or something like that. So yeah, it's a really, really tough fight, but I honestly wouldn't have it any other way, because the boss fight with Magus is it's not only one of the most epic boss fights in this game, but in like any SNES RPG, if you ask me. So having it be kind of one of the most intense fights in the speed run that takes a ton of practice to get good at is a-okay with me.
Yeah, same. I remember that song just being stuck in my head on loop.
And because of how challenging it is too, it feels so satisfying to nail it in a run too, especially in a marathon. All right, so now that that's out of the way, we kind of find out that we were actually lied to by Heckran. Who would have thunk it, that Magus did not actually create Lavos, but was trying to summon Lavos to his castle for, as of now, unknown reasons. So we're kind of back to square one, really, as far as trying to stop the apocalypse. But since we're back in Prehistoria, and the Reptites have kind of stepped up their efforts to wipe out humanity, we're just going to kind of do the right thing and try to save the kidnapped villagers from the Reptites and save Ayla's people too. So in order to get to, because even though we already cleared out the Reptite's lair, the Reptites happen to have another lair called the Tyranno Lair, or it might be called something slightly different here, but it's a castle in the middle of a lava field that we need to ride pterodactyls to get to. So we need to do kind of a short mini dungeon to get the pterodactyls. And there's some fairly difficult encounter skips in the second screen of this place that are quite a bit harder in this version of the game compared to SNES, because in the SNES version there's a technique you can actually use called pause buffering, which is where you press pause and unpause the game repeatedly in order to kind of be able to buffer doing like pixel precise movement, because both this skip and then the one after that are pixel perfect. Like in this one, you need to be you run into that corner and then you need to go 2 pixels left, and doing that without being able to pause buffer, which you unfortunately can't do in the PC version, is very difficult. It's something you just kind of have to practice enough until you can just kind of feel it out. This one I find a little bit easier because the grass pattern that I think looks like a heart you can use as a pretty nice visual cue for lining up Chrono's boots to hit the right pixel.
Let me know when we've got a moment for some donations.
I'll have us anime scene here, and then...
Okay, I'll wait.
Yep.
Ominous.
Oh, I forgot that it gives you an extra good look at the red star in the anime too. All right, so got some menuing here to get set up for the Tyranno Lair. We need to go down to the basement to rescue some villagers, and I guess while all that's going on, we can have a few donations.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We've received $50 from Anti-Velocity without any comment. Young Jack Daddy donates $25. I love hearing Coexel at any time, but I especially love his commentary for Chrono Trigger. Go Andy and Coexel.
Thank you.
We've received $25 from Mancat. Haven't been able to catch the marathon, got to donate. Love this marathon. Be careful your ears on this one. We've received $16 from Ghost Kumo. Wonder Shot! Good luck, Andy, and a big thanks to staff and all the runners and commentators for making this event so great. Here's to 40k and beyond. Thank you very much indeed, Ghost. Okay. I'll let you carry on.
So I like to say that kind of a running theme in Chrono Trigger is incompetent prisons, because when we got arrested in Guardia Kingdom near the beginning of the game, we didn't have our weapons taken away, and we could just fight the guards to get out. And then in the prison area of the Tyranno Lair, we can just run away from the guards, and then they disappear. So I like to see that as a continuation of prisons being ineffective in this world.
Also like that Kino's been kidnapped for like 5 minutes, already been fed a meal.
I don't think I've ever picked up on that, actually. That's nice, yeah. But yeah, once we rescue Kino, actually all of the remaining fights in the Tyranno Lair, if we get into them, you can't be run from, so it becomes a lot more important to avoid the fight. And some of them are pretty difficult too. This one's pretty easy, though. Just need to step on the switch. This one, we wait a little bit for the Reptites to get out of our way. This room actually has a teleporter maze in it, but you can completely skip it just by going up and left. There's a very specific walking pattern on the outer wall to avoid some fights. Alright, and then through this next door here is a mini-boss called Nizbel 2, or Nizbel II. But before we fight Nizbel 2, we're actually going to do a little bit of grinding. This is pretty much the longest stretch in the game that you could really consider grinding. We're going to be fighting this battle 7 times, and the reason, in addition to just kind of getting us some experience and tech points as part of the overall routing, this fight is also going to give us just enough tech points for Ayla to learn her cat attack skill, her level 3 tech. And we very, very, very much need that in order to beat Nizbel 2 with any kind of speed. So that's why we're having to kind of stop progress briefly and do a little bit of grinding. So I guess while we're wrapping this up, let's have a couple more. Tiny Tim.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, we've got plenty. Before we go with those, I'd like to remind everyone that you are watching Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. We have currently raised 36,703, so not far off 37,000. Can we reach 40,000? I think we can. And we've also just reached the 4,000 mark on the Dream Devourer. $4,005.22 out of 5,000 needed. Under $1,000 away now. Let's see if we can get that and extend the marathon by another 80 minutes.
Yeah, and I've been told there's some extra surprises in store too after that Dream Devourer incentive gets met.
Indeed. So, get those donations in. Very quickly, I'll read a few off. We have $25 from Prometheus. Due to work and some other stuff that needed my attention, I couldn't really catch any of this year's event. But I want you to know that you are all awesome. You are all valuable and loved, and you all deserve only the best. Thank you for your effort, your support, your runs, and all your passion you have for other people and for speed gaming. Keep it up and always remember you are not alone. Much love, Prometheus. Well, much love to you as well, Prometheus. Thank you for your very generous donation. Red Magus Clawmus donates $25. That Chrono Trigger made it into the marathon. Always enjoyed this game from my childhood. Now, with my own 8-year-old daughter. The Ultimate... Nice. Yeah, I know, brilliant, isn't it? The Ultimaven donates $10, $10 for Nami and the bonus content. This is your only chance. Let's send this event off on a high note with bonus content. For now, $25 from Andy K. Let's get that Dream Devourer. Indeed, let's get those donations in. Thank you so much, everyone, for your amazing generosity. Remember, everything goes towards Nami. A single dollar can help out, and it's just been amazing, your generosity so far. Let's keep it up. Let's get that Dream Devourer.
All right, and with that, it's we've learned Cat Attack. It looks like Thunder Chomp, I think I saw, is what the dual tech is called in PC. So that is what we will be using for as our kind of our primary source of damage against Nizbel 2. Nizbel 2 is a fairly different fight from the first Nizbel. It has kind of the same overall gimmick in that using lightning will lower Nizbel's defense, but it doesn't stun Nizbel 2. He will continue attacking you at this point. And instead of his him releasing electricity and resetting his defense, instead of that being time-based, it's actually based on the number of hits you get with lightning attacks. So the math works out that we need basically 6 Thunder Chomps plus either another one or a Fire Sword in order to kill him, since he has 6,500 HP. And then this fight is pretty dangerous as a whole too, because the lightning attack hurts and his regular attacks hurt too. So at least on the SNES version, at least you can manipulate the way Nizbel's ATB lines up with yours by waiting for him to attack you in the second turn to kind of line it up just right so that only Luca needs to do healing. I'm not sure if that also works here, but regardless, we just don't want to get ourselves into a position where he can kill characters, because he's so fast that even if you stop using lightning on him, it's kind of hard to recover if he kills somebody.
And I can honestly say that never happened before. In upper left, there's a glitch with the graphics. With the
I was wondering what that was. Yeah. Well, I mean, you are the guy that got the Dragon God glitch in Questing for Glory in Chrono Cross a few years back, so I can't honestly say I'm too surprised. Alright, so after we've gotten through kind of 2 full discharge cycles, he's one more hit from a good attack will kill him, and we do Fire Sword primarily just because the animation's a bit faster than Thunder Chomp. We like to, if possible, we also use that as an opportunity to get Ayla's memory cursor set onto Cat Attack for the next fight too. Very, very important to get the encounter skips on that outer wall area too, because in addition to just the fact that you can't run from them, you're usually going to be pretty hurting after the Nizbel fight too, and since we're going to be using a shelter on the save point, it'd be kind of a waste of time to do extra healing before that. Alright, so we've got some setup here for Black Tyranno, the final boss of Tyranno Lair. It's pretty important to get the Ruby Vest back onto Chrono, because we had the Dark Mail on Chrono for Magus, and then Nizbel 2 for some extra magic defense. But because the Ruby Vest is 50% fire protection, we want that for Black Tyranno. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. The skipping the encounters on the bridge there is harder on PC than on SNES, unfortunately. And if you miss the skip, it's faster to just reset and reload from your save rather than do the fight, because it's not just that fight. There's another fight back to back, and they're against pretty powerful dinosaurs, so it's faster to just reload and get another chance to skip it completely.
Roar.
Yeah, Black Tyranno knows how to roar. Alright, so we go from one of the most kind of technical and involved fights, or I should say longer boss fights in the run for Magus, to a pretty fairly simple overall fight. It's about as long to the Black Tyranno. You have Azala in the fight too, but Azala only really takes meaningful damage from magic, and we don't really have good enough magical damage output at this point to be able to actually kill Azala with any kind of speed. So we just kind of take advantage of an aspect of Black Tyranno's AI, where if the fight lasts long enough, it'll eventually move on to the next phase, even if you don't kill Azala. So we use Luca's Hypno Wave to put Azala to sleep. Fortunately, Azala is a very, very, very heavy sleeper and can sleep right through a roaring Tyrannosaurus right next to her. And then we just kind of wait out for Tyranno to lower its defense, and then now we just start going all in every turn with Fire Sword and Cat Attack. Black Tyranno has 10,500 HP, so this is a very, very long fight. But given that once we've gotten Azala to sleep, I mean, Tyranno's attacks, normal attacks at least, are all single target. It's not particularly dangerous. Once that countdown runs out, Tyranno likes to do what I call barbecue breath, which is just this very, very nasty-looking flame attack that, because Luca has 50% fire protection from the tab and vest, and then Chrono has the ruby vest, which is also fire protection. And then something I actually didn't know until a couple years ago is that Ayla has natural fire resistance too. It's not as good as Chrono or Luca, but it matters a bit on this fight. So as scary as the animation looks, we're not really in that much danger as long as we keep our health relatively high before it hits us. Alright, so then once we've gotten through the barbecue breath, we're in this kind of mid-phase of the fight before the Tyranno starts another countdown where it's raised some of its defense back up, but it's not maxed out like it was at the start. But at this point, using flame kicks it both lets us do about an extra 1,000 damage before the next countdown starts, and then also conserves some of Chrono's MP, because every fire sword is 4 MP from Chrono, which adds up fast. And we do want to have some MP on Chrono at the end of the fight as part of the setup for the next one. So in addition to kind of just being optimal as far as what the Tyranno's stats are at the time, using those flame kicks also helps with MP conservation. But once we've done the 3 flame kicks, now we're just going to wait until the next countdown starts. And at that point, then we've done enough damage that we're going to be able to pretty comfortably finish off the Tyranno before it gets particularly close to doing another barbecue breath, which would be pretty bad news if it actually happens. Since we're not going to be healing anymore for reasons we'll get into later, but just suffice to say, if a second barbecue breath happened, that would be a reset.
We have a few seconds after this boss.
Yep, we got some cutscenes after this boss, so
Okay.
go ahead and get those animations ready to go. Yeah, I'm honestly not the biggest fan of this fight in the speedrun, just because it's very long and very repetitive, but at least we get about 5.5 minutes of the boss battle 2 theme for our troubles.
This should do it.
SNES version, you can kill Chrono before it does the 2 countdown, which saves a few seconds from the roar animation, but I imagine that's probably harder to do on PC, if it's possible at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I haven't gotten it.
Because ATB does flow a little bit differently on PC compared to on SNES, so it could be a little interesting to kind of go back and forth between the versions for that reason and others. But yeah, I guess now we get another bit of a lore dump here, where we find out that Lavos was not really created or summoned by anybody, not Magus, not anybody else. Lavos is an alien that came to Earth in prehistoric times and burrowed underground to start consuming the world, basically, until I guess getting tired of hitting the snooze button and then emerging in 1999 and destroying the world. So now that we've kind of got the full picture of what Lavos is, the next step is to kind of figure out what we can do about that. So with that, let's take it away, Tiny Tim.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd just like to say that I will be handing over now to the amazing Bob the Ninja Goldfish. That's my time here finished. So thank you so much indeed, everyone. Please keep those donations coming in. We're not that far off getting the incentive. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Bob, take it away.
Let's go! Come on! It is so good to finally
Bob
be
knows
here.
how to make an entrance.
It is so good to finally be here. Oh, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Bob?
Oh, man. I am pumped. Chat, how you doing? Let's see. There we go. Look at all this. Big shout outs to Tim for covering the first half of Chrono Trigger for us. And, man, let's just... Look, I didn't want to say this to any of you, but I was having a word with High Spirits before I came on, and he doesn't believe that we can make last year's total.
What?
I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying. Let's go. Let's prove that man wrong. Meanwhile, back to the game while I get myself situated.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of downtime here, so I'll also throw it out there that kind of on the note of versions, that thanks to the near instant text, if your native language is something else like Spanish, which the current world record holder has or plays in, we're able to accept different text or languages, I should say. And the world record is a 447 for 100% glitchless.
So this is where we first get introduced to the Dark Ages, the last time period in the game that we've never been to before. When I first played this game as a kid, this was just so mind-blowing too, because the walkthrough of the game that was in, I forget if it was the manual or Nintendo Power, ended after Black Tyranno, so at this point you're in just totally uncharted territory, but in addition to the awesome Yasunori Mitsuda music here, we kind of find ourselves in this magical kingdom called Zeal, which we'll find out soon enough actually draws its power from Lavos. And making a little pit stop here on our way to the center of Zeal Kingdom to get a extra speed tab.
All right. Quickly in right now. I've got $100 from Saint Troon, who says, thank you to Nami, and here's hoping they continue. I can hear that. It's good to finally read a donation. And then we have Lord King S. who says, Dream Devourer wants to devour our dreams of more RPG limit break. Let us send Andy to save that dream.
Gonna introduce just some more characters here. Shala or Scala, I say Shala personally, and then her younger brother Yanis, and his cute purple kitty Alphador. We do have to watch Shala open the door here with the pendant, which looks mysteriously like Marley's pendant that we saw at the very beginning of the game, before we can actually go get it powered up by this thing called the Mammon Machine, which is what kind of draws power from the sleeping Lavos and gives it to Zeal Kingdom. And in addition to being required for advancing the story, powering up the pendant actually allows us to open black doors and black chests, which we've seen sporadically all throughout the game. Assuming the Dream Devourer incentive gets met too, the ability to open black chests with the pendant is going to play prominently into the route too. Alright, and with that, we've now gotten into the Queen's throne room, and this is actually why it was important to end the Black Tyranno fight with both low health and with some MP on Chrono, because my theory on why this is a thing is that you're kind of exploring a castle and then you're suddenly thrust into this boss fight with the golem with kind of no real hint that you're in any kind of danger. So you can actually lose this fight, and then the game will still continue rather than giving you a game over. And then doing that is considerably faster than actually fighting the golem and winning. So we want to the golem will copy elements that you use, and using an attack with Chrono to set his element to lightning will set up for kind of the fastest loss of the fight, which is why we want to have some MP on Chrono going into it. I guess with that, we're not going to get kicked out of Zeal Kingdom by this mysterious-looking prophet. And then this part is a little silly in the speedrun too, because there was a minor side quest that we could have done way back when we first went to the futures and around the time that we fought the Guardian in the Eris Dome, where you go through a sewer tunnel to get to an area called Keeper's Dome. And even though you're never required to actually do that, the game just kind of assumes that you did, and you have a flashback to that area as a clue on where to go next. Because I mean, it would be pretty. I think if the game didn't give you that clue, it'd be pretty difficult to figure out where to go next. Especially since that area is optional. But yeah, we're having a flashback to a place we've never been to before. So while we're on our way there, we're going to make a pit stop in Medina in order to use the pendant to open up a sealed blue pyramid there, which we use to get the Swallow, which is one of the strongest weapons, at least in the base game of Chrono Trigger for Chrono, which is going to make a huge difference in the next two dungeons. And then we're also going to walk back through the Lab 32 rather than do the Johnny race again because it's faster. But while that is all going on, Bob, I think you know what to do.
Oh, yes. Let's see here. I have a $150 donation from someone you may have heard of called Gato, who says, I have lost, you have won. Here is 15 silver points. I hope you had fun. And along a bunch of similar theme, we have $50 from Trevor T. Murdoch, who says, they call me Gato. I have metal joints. Beats me up and earn 15 silver points. Sounds so much better when Bob reads it. Thank you. Let's see what else. We have a $27 donation from Hunter Cutchin, who says, don't believe high spirits' lies. Don't give in to the propaganda.
Also very true.
All these donations with the Gato song are making me want to sing too.
Don't hold back.
I mean, I'm not going to stop you if you want to just bust one out.
I think we need some more donations to get
Okay. All right. You heard him, chat. Puexel will grace us with a song.
Yeah, this is You do actually have a choice here between the Swallow and one of the best helmets in the game called the Safety Helm, which gives you the automatic Protect status to reduce physical damage. But the best defense is a good offense, at least in the speed run. So we definitely want that Swallow, even though it does eventually get outclassed by other weapons later.
And just to give you an update, chat, we are currently set at $4,465.22 out of $5,000 to fight the super boss, the Dream Devourer. Extends the marathon by like 90 minutes. And I'm assuming it's going to get you a song from Poexel at this point. So, I mean, that's double duty right there. $10 from Snoozing Hamster, who says, great marathon, great cores, and here's to hoping the incentive is reaped. Amen. Ducky Jacks with $50, who says, I am a master of war, and I declare war on the Dream Devourer. And we have a whole bunch of people that are donating with no messages, which is awesome. Thank you so much to Code and Data for $25. Bashan, $25. The Altar Maven for $3. Sorrow for $25. And again, I know we're coming to the end of the marathon. If you can't donate, that's absolutely cool. Get out there, share the link on social media, use the hashtag QSGHH2, let people know this is going on, and bring them in for a strong finish after all of the technical problems that we've had this week. Let's go home. Let's go home solid.
So the sewer access area, because again it was basically a side quest for much earlier in the game, we are way over leveled for all of the fights here. The normal mermaid enemies go down in one hit, and then there is a boss here called Sir Crawley that let's just say Sir Crawley's death animation is going to take longer than the rest of the fight will.
Yeah, casually, I came here at this point in the game, and I thought, with Ayla's text of saying something like "much danger," I was like, "Oh boy!" And then I just remember going in big and one-shotting at me like, "Nani?" Oh.
Yeah, you can. This fight is avoidable just by moving to kind of starting the diagonal move a little bit faster. There is also a cutscene that we'll be skipping shortly too by running diagonally through this next door. Because if we kind of clip around the edge of the door by running diagonally, we don't hit a cutscene trigger with those frogs we saw upstairs.
$50 from Dowolf, who says, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna... Oh, wait. Wrong Chrono Trigger song. Still, gotta hear that singing.
All of those lyrics equally apply to Robo, too. You could say that Rick Astley was a prophet in that regards. So yeah, that was Sir Crawley. He only has 500 HP. We use a flame kick just to beat him with the fastest possible animation in one hit. And now, yeah. So if we'd have actually come here earlier, there's some of the chests you can get in the sewer area are actually good if you get them earlier. Like there's a bold sword and a rage band, but we don't need that at this point. But we wouldn't really be able to do much else. So, but now that we've progressed the story to this point by coming to the Keeper's Dome, we're able to get into the back, and then we actually get our time machine, which lets us travel through time without needing to use gates anymore, which is how we get back to Zeal Kingdom, despite the Prophet having forced Shala to seal it. I believe we had an incentive to name the time machine too, so let's go ahead and cut that off.
Let me pull that up for you now. Name the Epoch, right?
Yep.
We're doing one last refresh to make sure we've got all our bids in. And the Epoch will be named Tupac.
I always like when a donation name cutoff begins with laughter.
It's just the number 2 and then P-O-C-H. Tupac, which won by $1.
I had never this game taught me what the word epoch means too. I remember having to look it up after getting the time machine my first playthrough.
Is that correct?
It would be a P instead of a T.
Oh, right.
I believe it's a play on one of them their rappers that the children's listen to.
Tupac Shakur. Yep, that looks good.
Getting another cutscene here.
Cool cutscene, but I'm honestly kind of surprised they put it here instead of after you get the wings. Goku likes his new toy, I see. Alright, so now that we've gotten back to the Dark Ages, we unfortunately can't go straight back to Zeal Kingdom because the skyways that take us into the sky are all sealed at this point. But we can, however, go into this cave, which we weren't able to get into earlier. I forget what it's called in this version, but it's called the Earthbound Village in the SNES version, which is where basically the people that don't have magical powers are banished to from Zeal. And this is our gateway to an area called the Mountain of Woe, where we're going to go to try to rescue a character named Melchior from, who we met earlier, who kind of reforged the Masamune for us, but we've heard that he's being held prisoner on the Mountain of Woe, and we're going to go rescue him. So these beast fights here are pretty straightforward. It is, if you get lucky with damage rolls or a critical hit, it is possible to kill them just with a punch from Ayla, but doing a Rollo kick instead makes it more consistent and isn't that much slower. We have 2 rounds of those. Something I don't think we've ever actually specifically called attention to is it looks like you're able to speed up the battle results text by turning on auto battle.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something exclusive to PC. But, it's part of why it's about half an hour faster in total than the same category on the SNES.
I've got
People just tuning in.
news.
The others are the faster text speed and faster like loading times for battles and animations. And go ahead, Bob.
With 2 barnstorming donations on top of everything else, looks like we are fighting the Dream Devourer.
Ooh. Thank you, everyone.
Big shout outs to the anonymous $50 donor, to Sumjawn with their $10, and then to Nightflyer with $500 saying Dream Devourers, Dream Devoured. And then Arceus with $300 saying, I like my dreams, don't get them devoured. Chat, can we have a massive round of applause for everybody that has donated towards that incentive, please?
Yeah, people just tuning into Dream Devourer is a new super boss that's added to first the DS and now PC ports of the game, and because of the incentive being met after beating Lavos and finishing the main story, Andy is going to use his save file from the speedrun to continue into New Game Plus and do the Dream Devourer as well. So with that out of the way, we've got a pretty obnoxious boss fight here against the Mud Imp in order to actually get to the Mountain of Woe. The way you're kind of intended to do this fight casually is to kill the red and blue beasts, but that's very, very slow because they both have 5,000 health. If you do it, that lowers the Mud Imp's defense pretty significantly, but because it is somewhat susceptible to magic even at high defense, it's way faster to just focus fire on the Mud Imp. And part of what the reasons this fight is so obnoxious is just that we just don't really have kind of great consistent ways to do damage. And then the Mud Imp can also heal itself, with each heal kind of undoing about a turn worth of our damage output, and then it can also put you to sleep too if it throws a rock where the rock explodes on contact. That has a chance of putting you to sleep. So we're using Flame Kick as our kind of main source of damage, with Chrono contributing lightnings as well. If Chrono gets put to sleep, then we'll use the Kiss skill from Ayla to both wake him up and also heal him, because it's both minor healing and also status protection. So not really the greatest Mud Imp fight as far as luck, but because I saw a lot of heals, but got through it at least. Then we equip the Berserker here, along with using a speed tab on Ayla. Now we get introduced to the Chrono Trigger equivalent of Metal Slimes, where we have these enemies called Rubbles, which, despite being stationary rocks, have massive evasion. They have 515 HP, which 2 hits from Chrono will kill, along with 2 hits from Ayla plus 1 from somebody else. And we need, as part of the route that Andy is using, he needs to kill one of them, and he gets 4 opportunities along the go here before having to take some more drastic measures. And I think this should be it. Yep, nice, first try. If you get, it is possible to get a first turn crit with Chrono, which is an instant kill, but in an unmanipulated run, I consider killing the first Rubble at all to be a victory, because every failed attempt at a Rubble is basically about a minute lost. So for beating a Rubble, you get 100 tech points, which is the second highest tech point award value for a fight in the whole game. And this is also where you there's a thing in the game that you could make the case as a glitch, but it's completely unavoidable. So it's something we do take advantage of even in glitchless runs, and that's that when you learn a new tech after a battle, the character that learned the tech will get the tech point award of the fight again. So part of why getting that Rubble kill is so important is that for both Ayla and Luca, they're not getting 100 tech points, they're actually getting 200 because of that glitch or exploit, whatever you want to call it. Also, I see we're getting a really, really nice raid from Le French Restream. Merci beaucoup.
Welcome in, Raiders, just in time. There's 2 little points of order I would like to bring up, if I may. First, I do believe someone promised us a song.
Who, me?
Yeah, I do believe.
Put it that way. They call me Gato, I have metal joints. Beat me up, 115 silver points. Gonzalesu, Ore Wasuyori, Ore Nikatara, Shiruba Pointo.
And, chat, you met the Dream Devourer incentive. So, after consulting with our experts behind the scenes, we have opened up an additional incentive. It does have a price of $5,000, but I've got one word for you. Wonder Shot.
I think you can do better than that, Bob.
Oh, I can, I'm just.
But we have to meet the incentive first, though.
Yes. I'm not giving that away for free. Like.
There's only one true way to end a marathon with the Puexlo signature blank.
So so just want to point out too that there are actually a couple route options at this point where it's just based on how many rubbles you want to try to kill. Like the route that actually my PB uses and Andy's using too is actually goes for only one rubble. There's a route you could use that actually kills 2 rubbles. That's about 45 seconds faster if you get the second rubble kill pretty fast. But it's but you have to kill the second rubble fast. So it's so we go for the more consistent route, which is just to fight other enemies on the go to get the experience and tech points we need. So that's why Andy was fighting some gargoyles on the go throughout the Mountain of Woe, and it's going to continue on into the Ocean Palace, the next dungeon. Also, yes, subscribers to the RPG Limit Break channel have a certain emote that's quite relevant to this boss fight right now with Giga Gaia. As far as the fight itself, this is a really, really hard fight casually because you saw how much damage the hands do with their special attacks, and there's more that we haven't seen yet. But the hands only have 2,000 health and die to 2 Falcon hits, which is a really nice physical attack combo that we got after killing the rubble, because we need spin cut and rock throw in order to do it. And the Falcon hits damage formula is purely based on Chrono's attack power. So between having the swallow along with having used strength capsules on him, and I believe he has the strength power scarf equipped, or power mantle, I think it's called here, equipped, that translates into being able to do over 1,000 damage per hit. And the hands only revive with 1,000 health instead of 2,000, so because of that, we can re-kill them without needing to heal. And that trivializes what is a pretty rough boss casually. Just because when you kill the hands, Giga Gaia doesn't do anything other than revive them. But then, even though revive the hands again, the next hit is guaranteed to kill, so there's no danger there. But if you don't kill the hands the first time they revive, you're in trouble. And by in trouble, I mean you're dead.
Yeah, that fight's a bit scarier on PC compared to SNES. You have a little bit less time, even with slowing down the ATB. Get to say goodbye to the pet rock.
Yeah, so we rescue Melchior, who, despite having reforged a sword for us a couple hours ago, doesn't know who we are, because time travel. Quickly learned that Melchior reforged the sword kind of later in his life than now, somehow. But we got some more plot basically until we go to the Ocean Palace, the next dungeon area with awesome music. So let's have some more good words from Bob.
Excellent, I can do that. So let's give a big old shout out to Ken, who has left no donation comment but has donated $500 to the cause. Also to players A and B, who have donated $250 and said, I'm always happy to see this game featured and definitely happy to support a great group like Nami. Good luck on the rest of the run. And then we have a ton of people donating with no donation messages, which is awesome. Jesper with $5. We have a couple of anonymous donors, $5 and $25. And then Comdor for $25. Thank you all so much for your donations. And you've probably heard it a whole bunch this week, but I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet because I've been having power problems. So I just want to say we are raising money for an amazing cause. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. If any of you have ever seen me talk at the end of one of the RPG Limit Breaks finales, or if you were here for the post-show of Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 1 last year, you'll know how close to my heart NAMI is. And I think I can speak for a whole lot of people who are involved in both marathons, how close it is to our hearts, that so many people find so much good from the work that NAMI does. Please, 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 reach into your wallets. Please help us raise some money. Last year, we raised enough money to keep their helpline running for a week on our own. I think it was 5 weeks, actually, now that I'm actually thinking about the number. And even if you can't reach into your wallet, please get out on social media, spread the word, use the hashtag QFGHH2. I don't care if it's Twitter or Facebook or Meta or whatever that's called now, Instagram, whatever. Please get out there. Please spread the word. Put that link in. Let's finish hot. Let's finish really, really strong and push as hard as we can to beat last year's total, even with all the shenanigans that PayPal has been putting us through. This is so important to so many people.
Agreed. All right, so while we're on our way to back to the throne room where we fight Dalton, who's kind of the Ozzie equivalent of this part of the story, we made a pit stop to both step on a healing tile and then also to talk to a lady that's canonically known as Plant Lady in our community to basically activate a side quest later. We haven't talked about it much because it hasn't been relevant yet, but 100% for Chrono Trigger speedrunning is considered all in-game side quests. When you talk to the Guru of Time past a certain point, he'll rattle off a list of quests that you can do, and then for 100% we need to do all of them. And one of them is activated by telling that woman in Zeal Palace to plant that plant in secret. And then Dalton kind of seems like a joke boss at first, in that all he does is have your HP, which I don't believe can actually kill you. Even if you get down to 1 HP, it'll do 0 at that point. But once you've depleted his health, he does a final attack that will kill you if your health is low enough. So to set up being able to survive that, we're kind of taking advantage of the fact that when you do a combo attack that triggers a counter, a single target counter, the character whose menu you use to input the combo gets targeted. So alternating back and forth between Chrono and Ayla, queuing up Falcon Hit is how we make it so they each only lose half their health once, and then we have enough left at the end to survive the final attack. So now we're in the Ocean Palace. In addition to the music and this place being so good, I love the fact that it doesn't stop for encounters too. It's just a really simple decision made by the game developers that I think just helps kind of amplify the feeling of racing the clock to stop Queen Zeal from awakening Lavos all the more. So just doing some encounter skips here, picking up a weapon upgrade for Robo, and then just hitting this switch that lets us progress further. There's a lot of pretty interesting encounter skips in the next part at the palace, some of which have little bits of randomness to them.
Can I cut in right quick?
Yep, go ahead.
I just want to give a big shout out to a lot of people who are unsung heroes of these marathons, which are the people that donate, process the donations that you guys give and send them to me. They've been working hard all week, and I want to give a special shout out to the RPG chick who was donating and processing for the first half of this run. Thanks very much, RPGC. Thanks for hard work. and he did an excellent run early in the week.
So Andy got lucky with the enemies jumping up and down because they can be out of sync with each other, at least on the SNES version. And depending on how out of sync they are, that might slow down how you get through them. But because they were all kind of in perfect sync, he was able to get through with only stopping once. And then the next fight after that was avoidable, but he ran into it intentionally. And that's part of the one rubble route, as I was alluding to earlier, where instead of fighting the second rubble and Mount Woe and dealing with the massive randomness of whether we can actually hit it or not, we're instead just going to take some extra fights in the Mountain of Woe and then the Ocean Palace. Some of which are just fights that are unavoidable that we'd otherwise be running away from, but a few really lucrative ones we were just going to trigger even though they could be avoided. Like I said, the one rubble route is about 45 seconds slower than the two rubble route if you get lucky with the second rubble kill, but it's way more consistent. So then kind of the routes reconverge for the most part at the top of this elevator. We're going to do this fight twice because it's worth 40 tech points each, and that's to set up Luca learning the Fire 2 spell before we head down the elevator. This is actually the last fight we're going to do with Luca for a little bit, and we want to make sure that she's ready to go for the next fight that she is going to be in. We're just kind of, again, seeing just how powerful Falcon Hit is, because it can one-shot any regular enemy in this part of the game, even though we're pretty under-leveled. With hitting all enemies in a line. And being able to kill these scouter enemies too, which have pretty high physical defense, but only 300 HP. I mean, the way you're intended to fight these things is to cast the cast magic of the element that their color is, like use lightning on the yellow ones, ice on the blue ones, and so on. So then after getting Fire 2 with Luca, we're going to pull Robo back in, and Robo isn't really going to do a whole lot in the 3 fights we have to take on the elevator. It's just mostly going to be Falcon hits, but Robo hasn't really been seeing a lot of action for a while, so these fights are going to help him get caught up on techs pretty fast, because we do need him to learn Robo Tackle, his next one, before we get to the Golem Twins, the next boss. It's part of setting up for a very nice exploit-based strategy developed by the Japanese Chrono Trigger community a couple years ago. Kind of learned to hate these elevators when you speedrun this game because of a version of them in the game's final dungeon, but this one at least is consistent. There's always going to be 3 fights that are the same enemy groups every time, and how the fights play out is pretty consistent too. These 2 guys can be a little annoying sometimes, depending on what they do. When they did that group, I might have actually looked into seeing if Max Cyclone, assuming you have it, would have killed both of them. I think you should have it at this point.
Yeah, mistakes were made there.
Yeah, no biggie.
That's all right.
But yeah, optimally you kill both of them with 1 Falcon hit, but yeah, I've seen some Japanese runners use Max Cyclone instead, and I'm guessing that's why. But yeah, then for this last fight with the 6 scouters, it's just 2 Falcon hits, and we're good to go. So with that takes us to the bottom floor of the Ocean Palace. There's 2 very tight encounter skips.
Actually, they don't work in the PC. Sorry to stop you there.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess never mind then. In the SNES version, there's very tight movement you can do to skip these 2 fights and still hit the switches, but instead we just run away from them, and it's pretty minor. Like, you see how fast you can run away from fights, and the fact that the loading times for battles is faster in this compared to the SNES version makes it a fairly minor difference too. Once those switches have been hit, it's time to fight the Golem Twins. The Golem Twins are literally, or Golem Sisters as they're called here, are literally just two copies of the same Golem that killed us in Zeal Palace a bit ago. And this time we do have to fight. They do have kind of an obnoxious gimmick where they change their element based on what you hit them with, and the worst thing that you can do is use physical attacks, which is what Falcon Hit is. But fortunately, there's a very nice dual tech that we just learned with Robo and Ayla on the elevator as part of the routing that we're going to be able to use to just totally shut them down and trivialize the fight, assuming they don't avoid it. So hopefully they don't do so. Doing the Lightning 2 here just to get a little bit of extra damage that we need, but then using Boogie, which inflicts the stop status, because the Golem Twins are not immune to sleep or stop. And you could put them to sleep with Luca's Hypno Wave, but then they would just wake up after you hit them with Falcon Hit. So using Boogie to inflict stop will shut them down for long enough to just be able to kill them before they break out of it. Very, very nice, clever strategy that I learned from the Japanese Chrono Trigger community a couple years ago.
I think they also take a little bit more damage because one run I unfortunately had one break out of stop at the end, and I got the Falcon Hit off and it didn't kill. So I think it does like 100 damage more.
Interesting. Yeah, and then just the way the math lines up to, you do need to do a little bit more than the number of Falcon hits he did. So that's where the Lightning 2 came into play. And that was also actually part of setting up for the backup route if Boogie missed one or both of them too, because you then, in order to have them use a single target magic attack that can one-shot your characters, you want to have them be on an element other than physical at that point, which is where the Lightning 2 comes in. But yeah, very nice fight.
Can I just type in read quick?
Yep, we actually have my personal favorite one of the anime FMVs, which doesn't make quite as much sense because we skipped an optional cutscene that we get a flashback to. But yes, this is the climax of this part of the story where we throw a knife given to us by Melchior into the Mammon machine to try to destroy it, but things go awry, and instead Lavos comes out to play. But so I guess. While that's happening, I think we can add a few donations.
Well, first thing I wanted to do was give a donation update on a couple of things. The first being the 2 incentives that we still have open for this run, the 3 incentives open, let's be honest. First, we have the Death Peak hug between Luca and Marl, or whatever they're called in this run. Which is currently sat at, both of them have $125. So if you have an opinion on that, get your money in to make the difference. It's a dead heat at the moment. Magus, the naming incentive has 2 options at the moment. You can add more if you want. Vampy is sat at $30, and WT is sat at $100. And then the finishing the marathon with a Wonder Shot is currently set at $950 out of 5,000, and that 5,000 would bring us to way over the $40,000 mark, which we are just $1,000 away from. So let's see if we can push towards that. And one quick donation. Atreya, who has sent $50, he said, Chrono Trigger is one of the few games I have cleared more than 4 times, and it's a good cause. This one's for Swoog's hard work in the background as well. Thank you, Swoogs. That one was for you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this particular anime cutscene, mostly just because of the flashback to a really ominous conversation that you could have had with Yanis. the first time you came to Zeal. And also we found out that the prophet was Magus all along, too.
Piccolo.
I always thought Magus looks more like Vegeta, personally, mostly because of his hair.
Which one of them is Ghost now?
One among you will shortly perish. The optional cutscenes, the Black Wind howls, one among you will shortly perish.
Yeah, I agree with you on that cutscene. That I'm a little bit conflicted because I think the in-game cutscene's done beautifully with the sprite work with Chrono, but having the flashback to the cuts or with the conversation with Janus is really nice on the anime.
And then we've got, I want to say about 10 minutes or so at this point before we're going to need to name Magus, by the way, too. So if anybody is so inclined, get those donations.
You heard the man. If you're gonna snipe it, now's your opportunity.
And I used to say in commentaries for Chrono Trigger runs, by the way, too, that if you want to find out what happened to Shala after this cutscene, play Chrono Cross. But now I can say if you want to find out what happened to Shala, just stick around because we'll be seeing that as part of the Dream Devourer incentive. This is part of the extra content they added to the game for remakes. They added a bit of stuff to try to tie Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross together a bit more directly, too.
Really, the Chrono games are about Scala, about saving her, and Chrono Cross, and has a big role in this game as well.
We have $5 from Gaiages, who is currently processing donations, who says, Luca must hug.
And probably got somewhere between an hour and an hour and a half, maybe, until we need to cut off that Death Peak cut, too.
I've had a series of $25 donations with no donation message, 2 from anonymous donors, and 1 from Vermilion Luck. Thank you very much for those. And from my good friend Dowolf, $100, who says, if the route is to change, let it change. If the estimate is to be destroyed, so be it. If my fate is to die, I must simply wondershot.
Next to Wolf. All right, so once we're out of the Ocean Palace, the nature of the game changes fairly substantially because all the way up until now, we've been required to have Chrono in our party as the party leader, but now he's gone, and we can kind of have whoever we want in our party for the remainder of the game. And before we move on to the Blackbird, the next dungeon area, Andy arranged his party into a very specific order with these characters as part of the setup for one of the fights in the Blackbird, which I'll point out when we get there. Did a bit of shopping at the shop in the Refuge Village too, where he basically was just spending all of his money on healing items. There's a reason for that too, of course. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Blackbird is kind of the game's attempt at having a stealth-themed dungeon, because when you first you get captured again, and for the first time in Chrono Trigger, you get captured by there's a prison where the jailers actually put a little thought into it, like they take away your equipment, but they kind of don't really do anything about Ayla, who doesn't actually need weapons to fight. And having Ayla in your party lets you completely ignore the stealth mechanics, because if you don't have Ayla, you have to sneak around in the air vents until you find a chest that has one of your character's gear in it that you can then use to fight. But yeah, if you have Ayla, you can just bypass that completely. And there's another exploit that we'll be able to do after this fight right here, which is why we wanted to have our party in that setup, because even though only Luca is actually able to fight, Marley and Robo are kind of in the fight enough that they can actually block those enemies from getting to Ayla and attacking her. So setting up the party in this way, I mean, you do need to be pretty fast in order to kill that robot on the left before it shoots missiles at you, but once that's out of the way, finishing off the two enemies is easy. So then the other kind of exploit we can do in order to skip the whole rest of the dungeon is to open this chest here, which has all of our loose equipment that wasn't equipped on anybody when we got captured. And we can use that to actually just equip weapons that we had in order to make other characters able to fight. So we equipped the Kaiser arm, which we picked up in the Ocean Palace on Robo, and then we re-equipped Luca's air gun, which was actually her starting weapon, that we've been carting around the whole game up until now, and passed up a chance to sell it, like before we went to Denador Mountains, in order to be able to have Luca fight the bosses here. So here we have the Golem Overlord, or the Golem Boss, as it's called in the SNES version, which Dalton was threatening you with after you fought the Golem Sisters. But we find out that the Golem Overlord is afraid of heights and is more or less a joke fight. But fortunately, because even though we just wait for it to run away, which is way faster than trying to actually kill it, because the Golem Boss running away counts as winning a battle. And because you need to win a battle in order to learn combo attacks, that lets us learn the fire tackle combo between Robo and Luca, which we're going to be needing for Dalton Plus, who we're going to be fighting right now. This is kind of an upgrade. This is kind of an upgrade to the first Dalton fight, like Nizbel 2 was to the first Nizbel, where he's same mechanic where he counterattacks you every time you hit him, but he does also do his own attacks too. So this is a considerably more dangerous fight than the first one, although he does lack a final attack this time. But yeah, for this route, the optimal way to deal with him is to do a fire tackle. So that he has, I believe, 2,800 HP. So 2 fire tackles and then just something else of decent strength will take care of him. But because he counters fire with Ice 2, which is fairly strong at this point, just to make sure everybody survives, we're going to throw a Lapis, which is basically like a mid-tonic on your whole party, so that we have enough health to survive the rest of what he does. And I just love the visuals of this too, where Ayla just throws him up and down in the cockpit instead of just chucking him off the edge of the time machine like she should. Doing that over and over again is the relatively safe way to win this fight, because all he counters with is Iron Orb, which halves your health. But we do that to kind of do the extra chunk of damage we need, and then do a second fire tackle, which finishes him off. And because we win, we don't have to deal with another Ice 2. Yeah, like people in chat are calling out too. I just love the visuals of this fight too, where you're fighting a boss on the deck of your time machine. There's also, at least in the SNES version, this is also where we find out that the controls for the time machine are a giant Super Nintendo controller, because it has an X and a Y button. Imagine it's somewhat similar. Yeah, I guess it looks like we have A and B or something on PC. Dalton was.
I never made that connection with the controller.
Yeah, if anybody out there has played Robo, which is a kind of an obscure SNES RPG, I always envision the cockpit. Bob has, it sounds like, but I always envision the cockpit looking like the invention machine in Robo, as far as having this giant Super Nintendo controller right there. All right, so
not only have I played it, I've seen PJ play it.
Yeah. I share that burden with you, Bob. But anyway, so now Dalton was also gracious enough to program a self-destruct mechanism for the Blackbird into the Epoch. We get back every piece of inventory that we lost after beating Dalton Plus, except money. If you don't find the chest with your money in it, you lose it. But we spent all of our money on healing items for the rest of the run, so that doesn't matter. And then, because we're penniless at this point, Andy sold a couple weapons that we don't need anymore at the shop there as part of just setting up for one very specific event later on that we need a lot of money for. And then now we go to the North Cape too and find Magus again, and then kind of get the final little plot dump about Magus too, which is kind of where we find out what his real motivations all along were, and that's basically that he wants revenge on Lavos for stealing his childhood and his sister from him and throwing it into 600 AD. He was using the fiends or mystics and their feud with Guardia Kingdom all towards that end. This is also where this 100% blew my mind when I played this as a kid, because you get the choice to fight Magus at this point. If you say yes, you do fight him, and it's a pretty hard fight at these levels, and if you win, then he dies. But if you say no, which when I first played this was expecting to be a but thou must situation where you have a question, but it's not really a question. If you say no, Magus will join you as a secret 7th character, because your goals kind of align at this point of defeating Lavos. So it's very, very important to say no to fighting Magus here, because if you say yes, then the run's over, basically. But now it is time to name our former Dark Lord here. So what's he going to be named, Bob?
We're doing one quick last refresh to make sure we've got all the numbers in. And it looks like he will be named capital W, capital T, WT.
Nice. I believe that's a tribute for a donor's relative of some sorts that passed away recently, too. It's always nice to see those in charity events.
Very much, very much. Thank you to everybody who donated for Magus name.
Yeah, so Magus is level 37, and most of the other characters at this point are level 25, because, again, when new characters join you, they're roughly scaled to be the level that you're expected to be at in a casual playthrough. So Magus is massively, massively over-leveled compared to everybody else. And he also starts with lightning, ice, and fire too, along with just very good stats and stuff too. So he is going to be in our party for pretty much the whole rest of the game. But yes, so now that we've dealt with Magus and watched the Black Omen appear, which is actually the game's final dungeon, but even though if we went there now, we'd just get murdered by a mutant, so we're not going to go there quite yet. But at this point, pretty much the whole rest of the game is wide open to us. We have a flying time machine that can take us really anywhere at any time. Some of the DS and PC exclusive content just opened up too. I believe that's the Lost Sanctum quests that we'll actually be briefly interacting with as part of the Dream Devourer incentive, but that'll be after the main story is done. But anyway, so yeah, all of the rest of the game side quests are open at this point, and in order to meet the category requirements for the 100% speedrun, we need to finish all of them. And we're going to start by doing Frog's side quest, which is to put Cyrus's ghost to rest and power up the Mazamune to its true Kira Toriyama power level, and because that quest doesn't have a boss or any particularly difficult fights, and because there's some time travel we need to do as part of it in order to repair the ruins to get to Cyrus's grave, we're actually going to combine that with making some preparations for other quests. The first bit of which is to go to the end of time and talk to the mysterious old man here, who we now learn is actually Guru Gaspar from Zeal Kingdom, to get the Chrono Trigger, which the game's named after, which is an item that looks like an egg, but we're told it gives us the potential to bring Chrono back. So we could do so right now, but we're going to actually hold off on that for a while until we're truly ready for Death Peak. We also want to, but more importantly too, we also want to give people more time to get their donations in for the hug on Death Peak too, between Marley and Luca. But yeah, we make a pit stop at Luca's house to get the other 2 pieces of special Luca exclusive equipment, most notably the Tabin suit, which is instead of 50% fire protection and 2 speed, it's 75% fire protection and 3 speed, so it's a nice upgrade over the Tabin vest. Stop at Toma's grave here for a free speed capsule. And then we go back to Chorus Town to get the tools, which is the reason we needed to time travel here. I've always kind of questioned if these tools are like power tools, which are modern, because this is kind of meant to be the present. So if we take power tools back to medieval times, and we might have some trouble actually plugging them in to use. But it all works out. So we're not really going to be full clearing the ruins here. If you, at least not right now, Andy is going to be coming back and doing some more stuff here as part of the Dream Devourer incentive preparations. But at least for the main game speed run, in order to fulfill the quest objective, all we need to do is to take Prague to Cyrus's grave. Oh, good point. I'd actually never considered that it might be a battery-operated power drill. Good to know.
I saw someone asked in chat if we'll begin any other black chests. For the main game, no. But for the Dream Devourer, I'm going to begin a few plates. Or
yeah, well, hopefully not. I mean, like if you fail the red mail steal, then at least my backup for that is to get the black chest and Guardia Castle, but that's hopefully not going to happen.
Oh, great point. And on that note, I purposely routed out the Dream Devourer where the 100% glitchless route stays the same, and then I make the detours for the Dream Devourer, and that's just in case anyone ever wanted to grind this seriously.
Yes, there's some Ghost Knight fights we have to do here because the Carpenters won't go places where there's monsters. The Ghost Knights are immune to physical attacks, but they're weak to fire, so Magus can dispose of them with ease with fire too. But there is randomness here though, in that they use final attacks. The one that we'd ideally not like to not avoid seeing is MP Buster, but both because of the animation and because it means having to use ethers. But it's like the RNG gods weren't too kind tonight. Fortunately, getting MP Bustered on the third and final Ghost Knight fight isn't that bad because we're going to be sheltering before fighting anything else. So now we head back to pay the Carpenters more money to get the ruins repaired. We did a party swap to pretty much give us the... well, we need to have Frog in our party in order to finish the quest. And having Frog as the leader of the party speeds up the cutscene a little bit too, because it means a couple seconds less time for Frog to walk in front of the grave. And I guess with that, we can have some donations.
Lovely. We have a $25 donation from Skendran, who says, the most Epoch game ever made. I'm not sure if that counts as a pun, but it is a clever play on words. Two anonymous. I'll try that again with my teeth in. 2 anonymous donations, one for $5 and one for $25. Neither with a donation comment. Thank you very much. Timbo Spice has given us $50 with no donation message. Thank you so much. Prometheus has donated $5 that just says Snipe. So I tend to think he's attempted like the name of Magus, but still. Jim with $25 and no donation message. Thank you very much. And that brings our total to $39,279. We are so agonizingly close to that $40,000 total in aid of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Let's finish up strong, break that 40,000, get the Wonder Shot, and in the process, you can donate to see if you want Luca or Mal to get the hug on Death Peak. You can enter yourself to win 2 3D printed Lavos spawns for any donation of $5 or above. You can enter yourself to win the Masamune Battle Diorama, any donation of $15 or above. Any one of 3 Steam keys of $5 and above donations. The Shadow Box for Chrono Trigger, which is a $25 and up donation. Any amount of those entered you for that. And also at $25 and above, the handmade Luca plush. So many prizes worth donating for.
Very nice. So I saw some questions in chat about why we removed Magus from the party before visiting Cyrus's grave. The reason for that is actually not because of that cutscene itself, but because it's just part of setting up the party for going to Ozzie's fort, which is Magus' side quest. We're not actually going to be finishing Ozzie's fort quite yet because the boss fight here we're not prepared for at all. It's actually probably the most difficult boss fight before entering the Black Omen as far as the end game stretch of the run. But having Magus in your party for the cutscenes in here adds extra dialogue, so removing him speeds that up. And then we have 2 pretty simple fights with Flea and Slash, where we basically we want to see a crit from Frog because that saves a turn, but just do a flame tackle and let Frog finish the job. I love this silly little cutscene here too. I mean, pretty much all of Ozzie's Fort is kind of a parody of Magus' castle. But yeah, you've got this this fight here where the music just kind of falls apart and your characters are a little taken aback.
Yeah, it's the perfect way to follow up Magus Castle.
So Slash is pretty much the same as Flea. We do a fire tackle and then let Frog either get 3 hits or a crit and a regular attack. It was actually quite a while ago that we put the Berserker onto Frog too, as part of, I think it was on the Mountain of Woe, as part of getting it off of other characters, which was one of the things I just love to see in routes for RPG speedruns, where you do something like literally hours before it actually matters, but you do it then because that's when it's most efficient to do the menu inputs. So we have this trap room here where you can avoid this trap just by walking past it, but if you touch the chest while Ozzie is still up there, you will all of the characters in your active battle party get reduced to 1 HP, and we have that happen intentionally as part of the setup for a very, very, very clever and unique strategy that we'll be using for some upcoming boss fights. Strategy developed again by the Japanese Chrono Trigger speedrun community a couple of years ago. So once we've gotten those characters to 1 HP, we now swap back to Luca, Magus, and Robo, which is the party that we're going to be using for most of the rest of the run, outside of when specific characters have to be in our party for story reasons. We go back to them and then Shelter, since Shelters only heal your active battle party. So now we're in the Giant's Claw, because that's what it's called in the SNES version. You're in order to find out about this place, you're supposed to actually pour, in the SNES version, soda, air quotes, onto Toma's gravestone to find out where the rainbow shell is. But for whatever reason, if you don't actually have to do that in order to be able to enter the Giant's Claw. So the Giant's Claw is basically the Tyranno Lair in reverse, because you start out in the throne room and then you're going down to the prison area to where the boss is. We're going to be fighting this set of dinosaur spawns. If you press the switch on the right, it's completely optional, but we are going to be fighting that as part of leveling up Magus by 1, along with getting some extra tech points for these characters too. Because Magus joins you at level 37, and then his stat growth is a little kind of strange in that when he goes from level 37 to 38, his hit stat, which is the accuracy stat in this game, actually goes from 20 to 40. And we're about to get an opportunity to fight some more Rubbles, which again are the Chrono Trigger equivalent of metal slimes. Very hard to actually hit, but worth tons of experience and tech points. And getting that plus 20 bonus to Magus's hit stat makes fighting Rubbles pretty much a freebie, especially if he has Berserker equipped. And we're going to be using that to get just 200 extra tech points because now might be a good opportunity to say that the the end goal of the tech points routing for this route for Chrono Trigger Glitchless 100% is to get all 8 of Luca's techs, the 8th of which is called Flare, and going from level 7 to 8 costs 1,000 points. So we've been using Luca pretty much at every opportunity we can without slowing down like boss fights significantly, just that she absorbs as many points as possible. And we're putting her in for these fights here as part of that. But we also had Marley in our party, who we haven't used for a very long time. And then between the points from the Rebels, along with that double tech point award exploit I talked about in the Mountain of Woe, she's able to learn both her Cure and her Haste techs. And Haste we need for Rust Tyranno, this boss here, which is a kind of a refight with Black Tyranno, only there's no Azala here, so it starts its countdown immediately. And then this is kind of our payoff for doing half of Ozzie's Fort and then leaving, because doing that gets us the Doom Sickle, or Death Scythe, I think it's called in this version, which is Magus's strongest weapon in the base game. Which it's a plus 100% attack power bonus for every dead ally. Wow, nice crits. And yeah, then this is also why we got Ayla and Marley to 1 HP from the Guillotine Trap, because the Tyranno's Roar will inflict the HP sap status, which is very ineffective in this game as far as how fast it actually drains your HP. But by starting the battle at 1 HP, the Roar will cause them to die before the countdown even finishes. And then between Haste and the Berserk spell, that Magus is just going to be shredding this 25,000 health boss in short order.
Just a quick question. How long are we from the Death Peak hug?
Probably 20-ish minutes, maybe a little more.
All right, quick update on that. Luca is pulling ahead. That'd be Luca, who is named Luca, is pulling ahead at $180 compared to Marl, who is called Chrono, who has $130. So one of those will be hugging Chrono, who is named Marl, in a really... Just why did you do this to me, chat? Just why? So if you have your opinions on that, get your donations in for the Death Peak hug now.
So before Ayla died, Andy tried to charm Russ Tyranno to get a nice piece of armor called the Red Mail, which is fire absorption. But sadly, Ayla missed with the charm. But we have a pretty nice backup where if the charm fails, he just goes upstairs and then unlocks the black chest in order to get a red vest instead. Stats aren't quite as good as the Red Mail, but it still provides fire absorption, which is all we really need it for an upcoming fire-based boss fight. Pop into Guardia Forest there to get another fast speed tab from a black chest. And this, I like to say this is where it's pretty darn obvious that Magus is a secret character and that the game developers didn't really program a lot of extra dialogue for him, because you're going to... Magus is your party leader, and you're just going into the elders of Por's house to give his wife some jerky. And this is the area where Magus is the feared leader of the fiends, but nobody really seems to mind him teaching people about the value of sharing. And that's part of a requirement for the next quest we're doing, which is the Sunstone quest. So we need a very, very specific equipment set up for this fight, because we're fighting a boss called Son of Sun, which, in addition to other things, has Flare, which is the strongest fire attack in the game. And we want to have our party decked out in either with just really good HP and magic defense like Magus, or really good fire resistance gear like Luca and Ayla now have. Luca having the Tabin suit and Ayla having the red vest. So the Son of Sun fight is kind of like a whack-a-mole fight, basically, where once it rotates its flames for the first time, one of those flames, if you attack it, will cause damage to the main eye, and the others will do nothing. And there's a couple there's a couple options you have as far as figuring out which flame is correct, short of just guessing. The method Andy is using was developed by a guy named Hannibal Graham a couple years ago, where you could, like, the older strategy was to have Magus cast like Ice 2 or something that hits all of them, and that will, if you target the flames with magic, the wrong ones will counterattack and the right one will not. So we would just cast Ice 2 and see which flame did not counterattack, but that you have 5 counterattack animations between the flames and the eye. So having Luca standing in the third spot and then using flamethrower instead will let you hit 3 of them without hitting the eye. So you do that and basically hope that reveals which is the correct flame, and if it's not, then you have to guess between the top or the left one. So once we've figured out which flame is correct, we need to get 10 hits. It's not possible to get all 10 hits before it rotates again, but getting if nothing goes horribly wrong, a kind of a 2-cycle Son of Sun fight is pretty secure. Again, we're hoping that, okay, it looks like this time it's either the top or the left, so at this point Andy just has to guess. And he guessed right. It's kind of funny too, because the damage numbers you're seeing when you hit the correct flame actually are meaningless. The fight is just purely scripted to end after you've gotten 10 hits. You still have the delay after you've gotten the 10th hit before the fight ends, where you can revive.
I've seen it a few times, and either I miscounted or...
Oh, okay. Yeah, on the SNES version at least, once you've gotten your 10th hit in, there's actually a bit of delay before the fight ends, where if somebody's dead, you can revive them, because this fight is worth a lot of experience and tech points, and we want everybody to get them, in particular Magus and Luca. Looks like we're in good shape here. Yeah, because it's all based on a script, even after you've gotten the 10th hit, the game kind of needs to reach a certain point in the script before it'll trigger the end of the fight, which is why the eye still got to flare off, even though he'd already won. But yep, now that that's out of the way, we get the Sunstone, or the Moonstone as it's actually called now because it's out of power. So in order to recharge it, we need to put it in the sun for millennia and hope that there aren't too many rainy days or anything.
Don't put it in England. I've got a $25 donation from Wells who says Aussie's in a pickle. Or Aussie's always in a pickle. And Gaggle of Geese, $50. Let us put some distance between Luca and Mel with a hug. Thanks all to the community for setting up this wonderful event. And Gaggle, I know that you've been working here. Thank you so much to you as well.
So if we went directly back to 2300 AD, we'd find out that the stone is gone. So we'd just kind of start going back in time until finding out where it disappeared, which was 1000 AD. And this is where giving that jerky that we bought before we went to the ruins to the Elder Rapport's wife happens, because that teaches at least that family the value of sharing, and makes it so that the mayor in 1000 AD is no longer a bad guy and will just give us the stone back, even though he somehow acquired it to begin with through probably questionable means.
Quote unquote acquired, yes.
So once we get the Moonstone back, we return it to the Sun Palace, and then we can acquire some pretty nice pieces of equipment. We get the Sunshades, which is an accessory that just increases all damage done by the character wearing them by, I want to say, 25%. And but more importantly, we get Luca's strongest weapon, called, at least in the SNES version, the Wonder Shot. Nice.
Wonder Shot.
I forgot if it was still called the Wonder Shot on this, because in the Japanese version it's called the Miracle Shot, so I couldn't remember if they translated it back to Miracle Shot. And,
they stuck with the Wonder Shot.
Okay, I am very glad that they did. So the reason, if anyone's not familiar, the reason why we love the Wonder Shot is because it's the strongest weapon in the game for Luca, at least in the base game. But the amount of damage it does is very, very random. It can do in the fights that we might be using it in. It can do between 50 and like 3000 damage, depending on a random multiplier based on the in-game timer. But all right, this is now we're actually going to be getting the Chrono clone. We're still not actually going to be going to revive Chrono yet, but because we're in the area, we're going to, and we need the clone eventually. We're going to get it, and then in order to get the clone, when we don't actually have Chrono, we need both 60 silver or 40 silver points, which is why we fought Gato way back before Heckran, and if you fail the mini game before finishing it, you can still get the clone, but then you have to pay money. And if we have 30,000 G, whatever that stands for, it's still called G in the Japanese version. We can get the doll after, I want to say, 8 inputs. I used to have this memorized, but it's been a while. If you have 60,000 G, you can actually just fail immediately. But the amount of extra menuing required to get up to 60,000 by this point is not worth it, as far as how much time that actually saves. So just for selling a couple quick items in the Dark Ages, we can get up to 30,000 and actually save a fair bit of time over playing out the entire 23 inputs for the mini game.
We had a question in chat about a guide for 100% glitchless. Is there a place where people could pick up the run?
Yeah, I have written notes studied from 2 of Plexo's runs that are available for download. And those are geared for the SNES emulator. Or, sorry, not the emulator, but the SNES. And they can also work with PC. I'm currently working on PC notes, so it should be released soon.
Yeah, because, I mean, the overall route works the same, but like we pointed out a couple times, there's kind of little differences here and there because of like UI changes with the PC version. So yeah, I mean, even though the overall routing is the same, the strategies used for some specific fights and like encounter skips are a little different on PC.
A good example of that was that on the overworld, you want to make sure not to heal up Marl, but actually on the PC, Marl is always targeted first from Yakra, where in the SNES, for a reason, it's always targeted Frog, and you want haste for the next battle, otherwise you'll wipe from it.
So we got the doll, but now we're actually, because we're just in the area, we're actually going to be doing Marley's side quest, which is where we because at first the rainbow shell just kind of seemed unrelated to any of the main characters, but then at this point it's revealed that it's actually Marley's side quest, because the rainbow shell becomes a treasure of Guardia Kingdom, but then the king gets accused of stealing it, which I've never quite understood, because I mean, he's the king, he kind of owns everything in the kingdom. So anyway, we need to go find the rainbow shell and prove his innocence. And we have some refights with some of the weakest monsters in the game that were regular mobs in the cathedral, which is a not so subtle hint as far as who is responsible for the plot against the king. But if you ask me, I wish they would have at least made the monsters a little tougher rather than being like 80 HP or less mega-ets and stuff.
Then I guess on the other hand, it's kind of nice with another little connection with the Yakra that you fought long ago with his cronies being in here.
Yeah, exactly. Dodging that nega-et moving back and forth, I haven't really been able to find a way to do it that doesn't involve at least a very brief pause. It seems like pretty much no matter what way you try to angle the movement, she'll catch you if you don't pause for at least a little bit. But yeah, so once we get the piece of the rainbow shell, now we have our fight with Yakra the 13th. I always like to say pay attention to the judge when the Chancellor starts transforming, because Judge definitely knows how to make an exit.
Also, shouts to the music continuing through, changing all those scenes there.
So we're going to be using the same general strategy for Yakra the 13th that we did for Russ Tyranno, as far as hasting up Magus and then letting the other characters die off. If anybody's concerned that that's what the rest of the run is going to be like, this is actually the last time we use that strategy, because it's a strategy that's very, very effective against bosses that have kind of lengthy periods of downtime in their AI. Because I mean, when your whole party is dead except for one character who you can't control, then if you're dealing with a boss that can actually fight back, then you're not going to win. Oh, interesting. Looks like you did go for Frog.
That's the first time implementing the heal tomorrow, but I also realized that I didn't heal Magus.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because I mean, Magus does need health to survive Yakra's final attack, at least.
This is going to be interesting. So I loaded from the bookmark save, but let's see what happens here.
I mean, you could maybe try to use an item on Magus, if you get the chance.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do.
Might be a little rough, though. Because you need the haste for this. If you don't have haste, then I don't think you're going to be able to beat him.
That's right. More time for donations to get that hug in.
Yes. Speaking of, $15 from My Hero Zero, who says, thank you all for another wonderful week of RPG speedruns. $5 from The Ice Burner, who says, thank you to everyone for all of the positive energy this week. And $1 from Chilling Tide, who says, keep up the awesome work, people. Thank you all for your donations. And we are agonizingly close to that $40,000. It would be awesome to break through that, given everything that has been going on behind the scenes this week. I don't know how much you guys know, but there's been some fires to put out. Let's put it that way. So let's go ahead. Let's try and break that $40,000, and let's push for that Wonder Shot incentive. The Wonder Shot incentive that currently sits at $1,145 out of $5,000, so that we can finish this marathon with a Wonder Shot. And all of that money goes directly to NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness.
All right, so we're back in business now. Because yeah, you should normally heal Magus up to full at some point before this fight, but Andy was able to kind of wing it and get him healed. Because kind of the normal way this fight plays out is that you heal or you haste Magus and then let Yakra kill Frog and Marley so that Magus gets the full plus 200% bonus or triple power basically from the Death Scythe. And then being hasted is extra important for this fight because you kind of need to do certain amounts of damage per turn in order to get Yakra into his Bird About the Ancestors phase before he really does much else. And you also need to make sure you can tank that last hit too before he dies.
We also learned as a family, healing Morrow changes the targeting for Yakra on the PC, which actually turned out to be a kind of a mixed blessing there with the little fumble on the heal for Magus.
Yeah, because on the SNES version with the route we use, at least, he will always hit Frog on the first turn, so we just expect that to happen and don't bother healing Marley. Yeah, that twinkling item on the ground is a key that you can use to rescue the real Chancellor, which has a minor effect on the ending, but isn't actually required to finish the quest, so Chancellor gets to continue living in a box for the foreseeable future. So then once
you realize that in this game, the foreseeable future is all of time, right?
Yep. Gotta go fast, though. So we've after defeating Yakra the 13th, we've now finished Marley's side quest off as far as the 100% speedrun requirements, but we're also gonna be making a minor detour here to kind of get all of the final rewards, both from getting the Rainbow Shell and also the Sunstone, which we did right shortly before this. If we come down here and talk to Melchior after we've done the Sunstone, we'll be getting a number of very, very nice pieces of equipment, starting with that. We get a choice between the Prism Dress and Prism Helms. We want the Helms because in addition to having very good defense stats, they also provide status protection, which is very important for the end games. There's a lot of enemies that can use chaos through confused status. And then we also get the Rainbow Sword, Chrono's best weapon, which sadly we won't really be using, but very nice to have anyway. And then we get something we will be using, which is the Prism Specs, which is an upgraded version of the Sunshades. Just an accessory that just significantly increases the amount of damage that character does with anything that they do. So just because of how much freedom we have with routing for as far as doing these quests. We're kind of prioritizing quests that give us rewards that speed up future quests by a lot. So we're kind of rushing to get the sunshades and the prism specs as fast as possible, which are going to start making a pretty big impact on boss fights. Yeah, so the next side quest we're going to be doing is Chrono's quest, where we're going to an area called Death Peak in the future in order to revive Chrono, and the clock is ticking on that Death Peak hug incentive. Traditionally, where we like to cut that off is after, I guess, depending on how long it takes to process it, after either the second or third Lavos spawn. I guess with how we're doing here, I think we can probably just cut it off after the third and final Lavos spawn. So 5-ish minutes to go, I think, until we need to cut that off at this point.
You heard him. You got 5 minutes if you want to change the effect of the Death Peak hug. Luca currently in the lead.
Yeah, and for people just tuning in that might not know what we're talking about, once we revive Chrono, the way that the cutscene at the end of the quest plays out will vary depending on who's in your party at the time. For a normal speedrun, we do the party that gives us the fastest possible version of that cutscene, but also the least touching and dramatic version, sadly. But for this marathon run, if we have either Marley or Luca in our party when we revive Chrono, that heroine will actually give Chrono a nice hug to nice music and some touching dialogue too. So get those donations in, I guess, for which of the two heroines that at least have hug animations you want to see hug Chrono when he comes back. So Death Peak is home to some fairly tight encounter skips. This first one here with the I love the name for these in the remakes, which is Blood Yolks. But that one's very, very tight. And then the second one it's not tight, but it's random as far as the movement pattern of the enemies. So I mean, I usually just go for it and then hope to get lucky. And this next one's pretty consistent. You just need to hesitate a little bit and then run diagonally, and you'll clip around the tree and skip the fight. But now we get to fight. There isn't actually a boss proper in Death Peak, but we do have these 3 mini bosses, which are spawns of Lavos. And these are pretty scary fights, but thanks to having the prism helms and the prism specs, that makes them considerably safer. We need to kill the head of each one of them, which only has 4,000 HP, so 2 fire tackles and 2 hits from Magus will take care of it. And then Lavos spawns are actually worth 120 tech points, which is the highest possible tech point award in the base game, at least. And then because of that and the double tech point exploit, we'll be getting some nice boosts, especially for Luca, who just needs lots and lots of points in order to learn all of her techs before the end game. Looks like we've hit 40k.
We have indeed. With a $601.54 donation from Sharky. And this one hits this one hits me right in the feels, because if you've seen any of the interviews I've done this weekend, you'll recognize part of this. And it's time to say, okay, we've waited long enough. It's time. Guys, gals, and non-aligned pals, hug someone you love, tell them why you still can, and let's finish this marathon off right. Thank you, Sharky. Thank you so much.
So then we just we're able to run away from Lavos Spawn 2 and only Lavos Spawn 2, just because for whatever reason that particular fight is not flagged as a boss, and we can just run away from it. Some older routes for this category actually did fight Lavos Spawn 2 because 120 tech points, but it's been kind of determined since then, largely through just me watching runs from Japanese Chrono Trigger runners, that if you run away from Lavos Spawn 2 and then kind of use that about minute and 20 seconds or so that you that you would have spent fighting Lavos Spawn 2 to instead fight a couple rounds of Blood Yolks on this hill here. You'll get about the same number of tech points, but also a lot of extra experience too, because this is actually one of the best grinding spots in the whole game for both experience and tech points. Because with the right positioning, which is actually pretty tight, Andy's making it look easier than it is. You can get up to 6 enemies per fight, and they all die to a AoE spell using Ice 2, just because it's the fastest animation. And doing a couple rounds of these will give us enough extra experience for about 2 full extra level ups, which just end up saving enough time to justify doing it, along with running Lavos Spawn 2.
Ooh, where the chase is heating up. Marl has jumped up to $230. Luca at $280, still maintaining that lead.
This is your last moment. Lock them in.
Yep. After this
Stay
next
on
boss
target.
fight, it'll be time to cut it off. Basically, this is the same as the first one, only it's even easier because of the extra levels from that mini grind.
I also have a $100 anonymous donation that just says this one is for the awesome Bob. Thank you. Please make yourself known in the chat if you wish to. Thank you so much. Also, I'm very proud of all my Team Chaos people because we are not at a flat $40,000. $40,102. Hashtag Team Chaos all the way. None of this team order nonsense.
All right, so yeah, this is the party we'd normally take here, but we're going to be subbing in one of the leading ladies instead of Robo. So who's it going to be?
I'm getting it the last donation update, and we are looking at Luca, who is called Luca,
Yeah.
who will be hugging Chrono, who is named Marley. So Chrono doesn't get a hug, apparently.
Yeah. So thanks again, everybody, so much for donations towards that bid war. I'm a little more fan of the Marley hug personally, both the animation and then also the dialogue too. But the Luca one's a great one too.
Didn't you hear me? Marley's getting a hug.
Don't say that. Oh, clever.
I do have to say, my one of the first times I ran this game for a charity marathon that had that incentive was shortly after Satoru Iwata passed away, and Luca did win the hug for that event, and then Chrono's name was Iwata in that run too, and I couldn't imagine anything more fitting too than for the kind of the nerd girl to hug Iwata for all the good memories. I do like how the game remembers who's in your party for the Ocean Palace encounter with Lavos too. If you have Magus in your party here, there's a little extra dialogue too, so it's part of why we don't have Magus here.
Yeah, I was just going to make the same comment. In the SNES, it's something like pathetic. I don't know in this version. I also find it funny that you revive Chrono, but he doesn't get thrown in an active party. But later on, after the forest scene, at that point, the game decides to throw him in Ayla.
love the visuals for this scene so much too, with how just kind of everything fades away except for Chrono and then Luca or Marley plus the glowing tree. We will in fact actually be using Chrono briefly later on, but not right now. We'll be switching back to one of our A team of Robo, Magus, and Luca. And our next order of business is going to be to go do Robo's side quest in an area called the Geno Dome. There's a little clever bit of censorship on Ted Woolsey's part, at least in the SNES version, because it's called the Geno Dome in Japanese, which is kind of a play on genocide, which is pretty fitting given what happens here. Yeah, I heard some talk about about this conveyor belt in chat too. This is definitely the best grinding spot in the game casually if you want to try to grind at level 99 or just a really high level, because unlike the grinding spot on Death Peak, this is very mindless. You just mash AoE spells, and then you can leave the dome and come back in, and these fights all reset. So you get a lot of experience quickly with pretty minimal input required in your part. And then not just here, but just every fight in this dome is unrunnable too, and that's not a terrible thing too, because again, we do still need a fair bit of tech points for Luca to eventually learn Flare, and then just for us to reach levels that we want to be at for endgame too. So we just integrate all of the unrunnable fights in the Geno Dome into that. Is the conveyor belt skip possible in PC?
Yes, actually, it's a lot easier in PC.
Nice.
Much like the Ratner, they gave you extra time in this version. So much so that I can actually avoid opening the door.
Oh wow, yeah. Not doing it without opening the door is 100% impossible on SNES. Doing it with opening the door is very tight. All right, so the main area of the Geno Dome is just kind of a very light puzzle where when we get to eventually where the boss is, we're going to need to put what are called Poyozo dolls in order to put on switches in order to open the door to the boss. So in order to open the doors to where the two dolls are, we need to electrify Robo in a robot charging station over here, and then have him step into these charging pods to open up the doors.
Got a $100 donation from Timbo Spice, who is back. Once again, no donation comment. Thank you very much. Bolt, $25 with no donation comment. And Kios, who donated $2. So I think he was trying to snipe Team Order. You sadly, well, not sadly, failed. Kios, hashtag Team Chaos for life. And $25 from Teledorn. Says, let's finish this run strong. Love to donate for a great cause. Thank you, everyone involved. And I hope to join you at a live event next year. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So the way you're meant to get the second doll is you're actually meant to take an elevator to get to another part of the dome where you can reverse that conveyor belt. But just thanks to some very precise movement, which is a lot easier to do on the PC port than on the original SNES version, you can skip that, which cuts out 2 fights in addition to some text and movement by just going up the conveyor belt while it's going the wrong direction while Robo's charged up. And I like to refer to this friend here as the Secret of Mana robot, because its tracking AI for following you just loves to get stuck on corners. But Andy was able to use kind of a fun little exploit by just kind of ditching the robot at one point and then using the fact that the robot is able to kind of clip around this barrier that's near the charging pod. So if he just leaves the robot at the right spot and then heads back up to where he got the first doll to pick up a speed tab that spawns a bit after you get the doll, the robot will go around the barrier and you're able to and get it to where you needed to overload a robot that's guarding the second doll. All right, so now that that's out of the way, we have a mini boss named Atropos, who's a pink version of Robo that's kind of heavily implied to be Robo's wife or girlfriend or something from previous life, who's been reprogrammed by Mother Brain, the computer controlling this dome, who's doing a plot to exterminate the remnants of humanity. And Robo needs to do a solo fight against Atropos now. And Atropos basically just uses Robo's own techs against him, and if you wait long enough, the fight will eventually just end, because Atropos eventually will self-destruct. Because it's a solo fight, I kind of think that that's there just as the developers didn't want you to just get stuck here if you haven't really been using Robo that much to actually be able to do damage. But it's considerably faster if we gear up Robo with a weapon we picked up on Death Peak and then the Prism Specs in order to use his skill called Uzi Punch or Rapid Fire Fist in this version to just deplete Atropos' health. I believe she has 6,500, so
Do you believe we're being raided by GDQ right now? Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 2, where we are doing our best to raise a whole ton of money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Welcome in. And please join us for the finale. Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 2. Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. We have met the incentive to fight the super secret boss, the Dream Devourer, which adds about another 90 minutes to the marathon. And we are currently working on the incentive to meet $5,000. We're at about 1,700 of that to finish the marathon with a wonder shot. Because there's no other way to do it, is there?
So sadly, we were kind of unable to save Atropos, and she passed away, but not before giving her ribbon to Robo, which just permanently raises his speed by 3 and his magic defense by 10. Those are Robo's weakest stats by far, and even after that upgrade, they're still not great, but they're definitely less bad than they were before. Then after 2 more fights with these laser cannons, which are really, really fast and fairly challenging to get your Ice 2 off before they attack you, you finally come face to face with Mother Brain. This version of Mother Brain reminds me a lot more of Mother Brain from the world of Phantasy Star Metroid. And this can be kind of a scary fight if you're playing the game blind, because Mother Brain doesn't really do a whole lot at first, but the 3 panels behind her will heal her pretty significantly, and then if you kill them, Mother Brain's AI gets considerably nastier. And
I made a goof there. Supposed to use dark mist.
I was wondering why you're using ice instead of dark mist. It's not going to be a big deal. Probably just an extra hit or so for the win. But yeah, Mother Brain only has 5,000 health, which isn't really that much at this point relative to our damage output. So the strategy for this route is just to ignore the added aggro from killing the panels and just do 2 rounds of strong attacks to kill her. And then we hope that Robo kind of is able to come out of this fight with his HP arranged in a certain way, which it doesn't look like happened. So are you just going to use heal beam rolls for a shot at it before?
Yeah, I'll take
midnight.
take a triad.
Yeah, because this is Robo's main side quest, and finishing it, in addition to the stat bonuses from Atropos' Ribbon, also gives us Robo's 2 ultimate weapons for the base game, which are, at least in the SNES version, the Terra Arm and the Crisis Arm. The Crisis Arm has a unique mechanic to it that's explained extremely poorly in-game. We're kind of meant to think that the lower Robo's health is, the more damage Crisis Arm does, but what it really does is it gives you a damage multiplier that's tied to the 1s digit of Robo's health. So for this next quest coming up here, we want to see Robo's health 1s digit to be a 7 or higher, and kind of optimally we come out of the Geno Dome with it having worked out to be like that, but if it doesn't work out, we get a couple chances at it by using Robo's heal beam skill, because if you use that, especially outside of battle, it does totally random healing, and you can get up to 2 chances to get a 7, 8, or 9. Which gives you kind of the damage multiplier that you need for the fastest possible kill on, I think it's called Melfix in this version, Reptite on the SNES, which is a kind of an upgraded version of Zombor, Junk Dragger. Unfortunately didn't get that, so we're gonna be good. We're not in danger of like dying to Melfix or anything, but we're gonna have to do some extra attacks to get our damage output, since Robo isn't going to be doing as much as you can.
Just a quick bit of information for those of you who have joined us from the GDQ raid, who, while you are obviously familiar with GDQ and the way that they raise money for various charities, we're doing the same thing. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is an organization that works through many ways of doing things. Their main pillars are education and support, awareness and advocacy. They have state offices in 48 states and over 650, I think, affiliates, and they have so many programs, and they have a helpline that this marathon last year helped fund to run for 5 weeks. So anything you can donate would be excellent. Hit that ! Donate in the chat. If you can't donate, that's brilliant. Don't worry, we don't worry about that. Please join us in the chat. Please have a good time. But get out there on social media. Use the link, get people here, and use the hashtag QFGHH2, and see if we can bring some more eyes to the product, because we're putting on a show.
So as far as this boss fight too, unlike Zombor, Melfix actually has 3 parts. It has this core in between the head and the legs, and casually you probably think that you're meant to kill the core first, but if you do that, the other 2 pieces become considerably nastier, because they don't take really any damage from anything until you use ice to harden the sand, basically. And but once the core is dead, the other pieces will re-up their defense after every hit, whereas when the core is alive, you only need to do it once. If Robo had a 7, 8, or 9 for his 1s digit, he'd be doing over 2,500 damage per rapid fire fist. And then because the head has 5,000 health and the legs have 4,800, that would put it into the range where just 2 Uzi punches would kill. Since we didn't get that and we had a 5, that meant we had to do some extra damage from Robo or other characters in order to round it off. But yeah, now that that's out of the way, now we're going to go finish Magus's quest in Ozzie's Fort. Now we're going to kind of get to see the final payoff to a lot of the routing for pretty much the whole game too. That's Omega Flare, which is there's some secret triple text that you can use via these hidden gemstones. The blue gemstone we found in the Rust Tyranno's dungeon. And then if a character has that equipped, your party is Magus, Robo, and Luca, and then you have Dark Bomb, Laser Spin, and Flare. You can use one of these best triple techs in the game. And that's going to be kind of our ace in the hole for a lot of the high power bosses in the rest of the game. And the Ozzie trio is a very, very dangerous fight too. It's why we didn't do it earlier, since they have very nasty counterattacks, especially if you attack Ozzie directly, but while the other two are alive. But once we finish that fight, even though we're mostly done here, in order to mark the quest as complete, we have to kind of dispose of Ozzie. But it's not going to be us that makes Ozzie fall into his own trap. It's going to be what I like to call the Deus Ex Felina. It's just random cat that shows up and trips the switch.
Cats are the true hero of the game.
Yep, agreed. All right, so we're almost done with the side quest that we need to finish for 100%. The last thing we need to do is to finish the Fiona's Woods quest, which is why that was the quest that we had to talk to Plant Lady in Zeal Kingdom and tell her to plant Melchior's flower in order to activate. That's what causes the Sunken Desert area to appear in the overworld. And then after defeating the boss there, we then need to basically let Robo become a gardener for 400 years. But in addition, we also get an opportunity. We get kind of a cool cutscene where we have some conversations between our parties, as far as kind of questioning whether Lavos really created the time gates or whether something else might be kind of interfering in the timeline. And in the original Chrono Trigger game, they just kind of leave it at that. But that's kind of a really neat hook that ties into Chrono Cross, the sequel, where you get a more satisfying answer to that question of who's interfering with time to save the world. But as part of this too, we do get an opportunity to kind of right a wrong from Luca's past too, because if we'd have talked to, well, we had to talk to Luca's mother at one point in order to be able to get the Tabin vest. We find out that Luca's mother is a paralytic and is not able to use her legs, and we never really find out why until now, which is that she was badly injured in an accident with one of Tabin's machines, and we see him through a mysterious red time gate here. We're given the opportunity to go into Luca's past and try to make things play out differently. Yeah, I agree with Darth Plagueall in chat that I had no clue how to do this when I played this game the first time. Like, I knew what the password was. There's notes you can read in Luca's house that give you the password, but the game doesn't do a great job of telling you how to input it. And if you, on the SNES version, you have to press LARA on the controller, and yeah, it looks like it's an actual password that you press buttons for on PC. But if you fail, the scream that Luca's mother makes is just blood-curdling. And in addition to being the right thing to do, we do want to save Luca's mother in speedrun because it's faster. It causes that cutscene to end immediately once you enter the correct password, and there's less dialogue here with Robo if you saved Lara. Yeah, a good theory that my buddy Vulgen came up with a couple of years ago too is that the fact that the game doesn't really explain how to input the password in the original SNES version, at least, may have been somewhat intentional as far as kind of putting you into the shoes of a frightened child that doesn't really know what she's doing with the machine yet. But anyway, so that is all of the side quests. Technically, we could use the bucket at the end of time to go directly to Lavos and finish the game at this point, but for the speedrun, we do consider the Black Omen to be the final quest. So even though the Black Omen is totally optional, we are going to complete it. Use that as our way to get to Lavos to finish the main game.
I just want to confirm for North Rex in the chat and some others that have been here, we have met the dream incentive. That one's been met. You're going to see the special boss. Don't worry about that, the Dream Devourer. What we're currently working on is trying to get the ability to finish the marathon with a wonder shot. It's currently sitting at $1,828.54 out of $5,000. That is the last incentive that we have here in the marathon. So, but we are going to be fighting the Dream Devourer. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, if anyone's not familiar, Dream Devourer is a post-game super boss that was added starting with the DS remake of Chrono Trigger and now the PC version as well. You're able to just load a file that just finished the game and then use that to access the post-game content. So Andy is going to be using the file for this run to fight the Dream Devourer at considerably lower levels than you're meant to be at. But yeah, we just one-shot Mega Mutant, the first mini-boss with Omega Flare. If we'd have I'm sure I'm not the only person that came here as soon as you could, thinking that this was the next place you were supposed to go in the main story, and then just getting absolutely bodied by Mega Mutant. But when you're actually ready for finishing the game, Mega Mutant's pretty easy. Andy just used Andy put Ayla in the party instead of Magus to be able to charm some rare items from encounters you get along the go, starting with a gold earring, which increases max HP by, I believe, 50%, which is part of a strategy we're using with Robo.
An excellent point in the chat. For those of us who don't know, what is a Wonder Shot, Poexel?
Well, a Wonder Shot is Luca's strongest weapon, at least in the base game, that can either do 50 damage or it can do 3,000 plus damage, at least against the final boss, and just kind of an extra swaggy way that we like to end 100% speedruns of this game, especially in charity marathons, is to try to kill the final boss with the Wonder Shot, which it has the hype factor of just the extreme randomness of the damage output, along with
everyone yelling Wonder Shot,
giving everybody the excuse to yell Wonder Shot at the top of their lungs too. All right, so then there's some. This room here has some randomness to it as far as the large eyes. If they're closed, the first one you can just sneak by it if it's closed, but if it's open, we just keep reloading the room in order to get an opportunity to get by it. And unfortunately, this counter skip with the 2 silver mutants is extremely tight, because you have to not only get by them, but you have to get by them before they see you too. So it's both tight and time sensitive. But another reason why we have Ayla in the party too is because she's extremely fast. We got an item called, at least in the SNES version, it's called the Dash Ring in Ozzie's Ford, and then gave that to Ayla in order to max her speed out at 16. And that for the first half of the Black Omen means that encounters that we do get and we can't run away from, we've got really good chances to run before enemies get attacks off because of how fast Ayla is. Alright, and then now we've got our first elevator. I kind of alluded to this in the Ocean Palace, but there's 2 elevators in the Black Omen, and then unlike in the Ocean Palace, the number of encounters that are on these elevators is random. You can get 0 to 3. In the route Andy's using, we do need at least 1 extra fight at some point in the Black Omen to get enough experience for Luca to reach level 40 before the final bosses, which level 40 is a pretty important breakpoint for Luca, in particular as far as her health and magic defense, as far as being able to survive a certain attack by the first form of the final boss. And so we got our one fight on the first elevator. Very nice job dodging a bunch of encounters in these screens here. The first one's pretty tight, but you can kind of trace along the wall in the middle in order to make avoiding it a lot easier. And there was also one where he was walking instead of running, which was one means of skipping that fight. I love how this particular monster has good names no matter how you slice it too. In the original Japanese version, it's called a fat beast. In the original SNES version, it is a tubster, and in this version of the game, it is a blubber Hulk, which is a really fun set of words to string together.
Matt, we've got a huge track of donations. Let me know if we get some time to get some of these in.
Yeah, the action's pretty fast and furious through the Black Omen, but I will say that once we're through the Black Omen, we have a set of refights with bosses as part of Lavos' shell, and that is going to be probably the better part of 10 minutes, where we can have pretty much straight-up donations, so
Right.
we could maybe hold them for that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, let me know when I'm good to go.
All right, we'll do. So, all right, so we got a Mega Elixir there. We've gotten a couple others too. Mega Elixir is the best healing item in the game, full HP and MP for your whole party. The eyes on that last screen are random too. It's always kind of debatable whether it's faster to kind of hope to get lucky that you can sneak by them or just trigger the fight and run away.
I noticed on the PC since the running's faster, like the second fight, it doesn't use the stop twice, so I just opt to run away. But in the SNES, I tend to wait for the eyes to close.
Yeah, and SNES at least you can kind of speed up the cycles of the eyes by walking into them from the side too. But yeah, and then for that last screen too, you had to kind of wait at the stairs a bit too, because there's a rotating turret where if it sees you, you get an encounter, and if you just kind of wait for it to rotate out of the way, so you can first get the speed tab and then later and then get out. The screen here, it's all avoidable fights, and I'm sad that there's no required encounters in the Black Omen with an enemy called Alien, which just has this really awesome sprite. But I think we will be seeing some palette swaps of Alien in the post-game dungeons, though. All right, so we're coming up on Giga Mutant, second Black Omen mini boss. We picked up a haste helm in one of the chests there, which is one of the best pieces of gear in the game. We didn't really call attention to it, but haste in this game is just really, really, really good as far as compared to like other Square RPGs, as far as just how much faster it makes you get turns. There's kind of an odd quirk with how haste status works in Chrono Trigger, where it doesn't actually take effect until the character's next turn, and when you get it automatically through equipment, that translates into not getting it until after you make your first action in the battle. But that has the net result of turning Robo, who's the slowest character, into the fastest instead, because of just how much haste boosts his ETB rate. And fights like this too is where the minor detours that we made at a couple points to get extra speed tabs really make a difference, because it takes 2 Omega Flares to kill this boss, but because the fact that we've been using speed tabs to boost the Omega Flare party's speed pretty close to max at this point gives us a really good chance to get that second Omega Flare off, especially like in some cases skipping 2 extra attack animations from Giga Mutant. Alright, so we've got our second elevator here. Again, random number of battles between 0 and 3. The battle that we don't want to see are the 2 large yellow gargoyles, because those take 2 spells to kill instead of 1. 3 so far. So we've now hit the average, and hopefully it ends here. Alright, 3 it is, so 3 out of 6. So in this next screen here, there's 3 fights, all of which are unrunnable, but the second one can be avoided through movement. One of the setup things that we did before going into this part of the Black Omen 2 was to change Magus's helmet from the Gloom Helm to the Prism Helm. And the main reason for doing that at that point was actually to make it so that Luca is faster than Magus, because for the next couple fights, we just cast Flare and we win. And we can kind of really optimize the battles by making it so that all we need to do is just mash and cast Flare without having to deal with like knowing whose turn comes up first, which is random if characters are tied for speed. Blubber Hulks you very much want to kill in one hit because they have a very nasty counterattack if they survive. PSA, if you play this game casually, bring Ayla here and steal speed tabs from each and every one of these panel enemies and get all your characters up to 16 speed. We stole 2 of them earlier, but we've kind of got what we need, so we're just gonna kill the rest. And then we have Terra Mutant, which is despite being the final mutant, is not quite as dangerous as Giga Mutant. Mostly because like with Giga Mutant, both pieces of it have kind of nasty attacks, but Terra Mutant is a lot more predictable and just way less dangerous too. Some of the top part actually attacks. So we just need to kill the head, and the body follows shortly after. All right, and then moving on, we have. I do like how in this version of the game the next boss has a unique name, which is Elder Lavos Spawn. It's just called Lavos Spawn in the SNES version, despite having the same name as the Lavos Spawns in Death Peak. This one is a totally different boss, which is considerably harder. This is also one of the places where we wanted to get that gold earring steal from one of the enemies earlier in the Black Omen, because using that on Robo, because it gives plus 50% max HP, will allow Robo to have a guaranteed 9 for the 1 digit of his health, which makes the Crisis Arm as strong as possible. And Elder Lavos Spawn has 10,000 HP, so it's basically just 4 rapid fire fists at this point. Possibly aided by a Wonder Shot if you get a lucky roll with it. So we're just kind of mostly having Robo take care of this boss, with Magus just using healing items as needed to make sure Robo has that 9 for his 1 digit. Alright, very nice. And then the last regular encounter in the Black Omen is 5 panels. This fight you can actually run from, and it's pretty silly if you do, because you run away and then all 5 panels just self-destruct anyway, but you can kill them with 1 flare, and this fight's worth a whopping 4,000 experience, so we take it anyway. I guess unless something happened where we both got terrible luck on the elevators and got into some extra fights. All right, so Luca has reached level 40, which is what we want to see at this point. And level 40 is a break point for her as far as, mostly as far as being able to survive a certain attack by the first form of the final boss. And this is the last fight that we get experience from. So after kind of using our last couple tabs that we got, we're making a safety save and then heading for kind of the final boss rush of the Black Omen and of the game too, because we're after finishing the Black Omen, we get sent to Lavos where we do the final fights. So there are 3 boss fights at the end of the Black Omen. We've got Queen Zeal, human form first. This fight looks extremely scary because she has an attack called Halation that takes your characters to 1 HP. Being at 1 HP is pretty scary, but the way that Queen Zeal's AI works, if you just do a lot of damage via Omega Flare, that will cause her to just keep using Halation until we win, because she uses Halation at certain HP thresholds. So this fight will, even in an unmanipulated run like this fight will always play out the same. As far as Halation, she drains MP from somebody, then more Halations until we win. So then boss number 2 is the Mammon Machine. This is a little more involved maybe not really involved, but a little more interesting of a boss, in that it kind of powers up depending on what you hit it with. If you hit it with physical attacks, it raises its physical defense, and if you hit it with magic, it raises its magic attack power. But fortunately, with the setup we have, we can kind of just completely ignore that and just do 4 Omega Flares for victory. There's a weird glitch with this fight in the North American SNES version where the boss's death animation doesn't work properly, but I'm sure they fixed in the remakes. Because that glitch isn't in the original Japanese SNES version; it's only the English SNES version. Yep, yeah, we get the Guardian-style death animation. I think, is that image of the Mammon Machine in the Time Portal new too? I don't think that's in the SNES version. Looks pretty cool.
I'm not sure on that one.
Maybe I just haven't noticed because of the video quality I played the game locally at. But all right, those 2 fights were pretty easy. Just spam Omega Flare with our setup and win. The final fight with Zeal, which we get the correct music for thanks to having Magus in our battle party, is quite a bit more involved. So this fight we can't just spam Omega Flare on, because Zeal's has 2 hands that will do very nasty counterattacks to take away your HP and MP if you hit them, and you would do so if you used Omega Flare because it's AoE. But this is where we use a kind of a nice strategy that involves having Robo as the party leader, because we have a dual tech between Loka and Robo called Double Bomb, which with Robo and the party leader, we are actually able to hit Zeal's head and only her head. That only does about 800 less damage than Omega Flare, so that gets us around not being able to use Omega Flare safely in this fight. And Zeal has some pretty dangerous attacks. She uses on a mostly fixed pattern. The first one is called Hexagon Mist in the SNES version. Not sure what it is here, but Starburst, it looks like it's here. Is it possible to skip this on PC, or is she too fast?
It's possible to skip it. It's just...
Okay. Because Zeal will always use Halation on her next turn after getting below half health, where she has 20,000 HP, so when she's below 10,000, she will always do Halation on that turn. And if we can get her to below 10,000 before she would do Starburst or Hexagon Mist, then that just gets skipped completely, and we don't have to deal with healing from that damage. So this is a pretty fun fight when it goes well. Because like other possible strategies involve using Uzi Punch and the Wonder Shot to focus fire on the head, but the strategy with Double Bomb is way more consistent because the Wonder Shot is the Wonder Shot. Its damage is totally random, and then the damage from Robo is based on his health, so Robo takes damage at bad spots that'll nerf him. At this point, we're mostly going to be using Mega Elixirs for healing, just because we need it in order to win the fight safely. Alright, and that is the Black Omen complete. So once Zeal 2 is defeated, the game will send us to the final showdown with Lavos, which again we could have just gone to from the end of time, and we could also crash the Epoch into Lavos. But if you do that, you can't leave, and then we wouldn't be able to do the Black Omen and as part of the 100% requirements. So before we actually kind of fight Lavos proper, we go through a boss rush where we refight a lot of the main story bosses. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. And the levels we're at, these are pushovers. I do kind of wish you could skip this in a when you beat the Black Omen, but because we can't, we are going to have somewhere like maybe 7 or 8 minutes of refights against bosses we've already seen, so this is going to be kind of our last really big round of donations before finishing the game proper. But I will just say that the main routing and tech behind this boss rush is MP management, because we're going to be doing a lot of Omega Flares, and every Omega Flare uses 20 MP from Luca, so just kind of managing when we use Ethers to refill Luca's MP is optimized pretty tightly. And then first couple fights we brought back Chrono for little screen times, because Falcon Hit has a faster animation than Omega Flare, along with not using MP we need later. So with that all out of the way, let's hear it, Bob.
Okay, here we go. Right. So we have $25 donation with no donation. Blaine. We have F. Coughlin, who has sent $50 and just says, I want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting
on you. Thanks, Fred.
Lionheart, $5 with no donation comment. Thank you very much. 306 sends $25 and says, did I hear a Wonder Shot train? Kudos to the another amazing Questing for Glory event. Glad to see all of this amazing support. Nami. Zeldy77, $25 once again. Chrono Trigger is absolutely one of my favorite games I've ever played. Thank you for hosting this wonderful event. Keep up the great work. MS Kane, $25. Because it's Chrono Trigger, because it's Nami. Prizes for mental health, for friendship. Let's finish strong, RPG fans. Syriax sends $5 with no donation message. Thank you very much. JD sends $100 and says, loving this run of my favorite game of all time. Thank you so much for running this event. $56 from AXden, who says, okay, I may as well round out my contributions to this event and get us slightly closer to the Wonder Shot goal. Thank you. $100 from Dan Dippity, who says, love your PGIR stock podcast, sending support. Thank you very much. Sporadic Erratic, someone you've no doubt heard or been working behind the scenes here. Thank you very much. $25 donating during one of my favorite games of all time. Always a pleasure to see it run in this category. I'm enjoying all of the lore and the commentary. Let's go Wonder Shot. And I've saved this one for kind of the end because it's going to end with a bang. $25 from Jetboy the Mage, who says, let's finish off this marathon with a bang. More like a dink. Wonder Shot. Let's go! Yes. $25 from Infinity, who says, Chrono Trigger, one of my favorite games of all time. Thank you so much all for your donations. We are creeping closer and closer to that donation total of $5,000 for the Wonder Shot incentive. We are currently sitting at $2,034.54. All of that money is going towards Nami. So please, if you can, open your wallets. Let's get there. Let's get it done. Whew. Take a minute to. Whew. All right, that's better. So, just in case you haven't been listening, we're raising money for Nami. And if you want to raise some money for Nami, you can also get some cool stuff for yourself. If you donate $5 or more, you get a set of two 3D printed Lavos spawns. Whether they're the Elder one or not, I don't know. Chrono Trigger Masamune Battle Diorama. That's a prize that you can win as well. $15 minimum donation for that one. We are giving away 3 Steam keys for Chrono Trigger, the version you are seeing being played on stream right now. The donation incentive for those is a minimum of $5. And both of these next one have a minimum donation of $25. There is a cool Chrono Trigger shadow box you can check out, and a handmade plush of Luca. Twerks, we've had some requests in the chat for a bit of information on how the Wonder Shot RNG works. Can you shed any light on that?
The Wonder Shot randomness is tied to the in-game timer, I believe the seconds value, so it's something that's, for all intents and purposes, random. It can range, like when we're using it against the final form of Lavos, it can range from like 50 damage, which we like to affectionately refer to as a blunder shot, up to if she gets the highest possible damage roll and crits with it, like 3,500. So it's kind of become kind of just a traditional kind of swag way to wrap up 100% runs of this game, to try to go for the last hit on the final boss with the least consistent weapon in your arsenal. And it's fun, and it's also just so much fun to say Wonder Shot to preferably in a very loud and excited manner.
And $50 anonymous donation with no donation comment. Thank you so much. Got chat. I love you. Let's push for this incentive. Let's make it happen.
So one thing to point out. So yeah, we're kind of in the final phase of Lavos Shell now, and this is in like an any percent style speedrun of Chrono Trigger. This is a really, really dangerous fight, but it's just kind of more of a warm up than 100%. And this is also where a lot of the kind of stat and level-based routing that we've been using throughout the game, and in particular with using magic tabs on Luca, comes into play, since the 3 forms of Lavos all have HP that's multiples of 10,000. It's 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. And then with the routing we're using and using at least 5 magic tabs on Luca over the course of the game, that translates into our Omega Flares doing at least 5,000 damage per hit. And then just because of how the boss HP works out, that just gives us kind of the most efficient and safe fights that we can get.
Real quick, I'll interject. I saved the game there and shut off the game and turned it back on just because, for whatever reason, the game will crash on me, and I've had to crash after the cutscene, so didn't want that to happen.
All right, so going along with the hype World Revolution final boss theme, we get our first real fight with Lavos. This opening laser shower attack that it uses is kind of why hitting level 40 for Luca is so important in this route. That lets her actually survive that laser barely, and then we revive Robo and then kind of get to work. The main body is, for all intents and purposes, indestructible until we've killed the arms. And we want to kill those arms ASAP in order to prevent another laser shower. The arm on our right, Lavos' left, has more HP than the other ones, so that's why they don't die together. We have to do some extra some extra work to kill that other arm. Optimally, we kill that arm before it uses an attack called Protective Zeal, this SNES version 2, that will take away a character's status protection, which is really bad for the next half of the fight, where Lavos starts using attacks that cause status effects. So once the two arms are dead, we need to wait for Lavos to take a turn, because his defense doesn't actually get lowered until he takes a turn this way. So once that happens, now you do 4 Omega players and we win. And depending on how the kind of the turn orders line up, we might get an opportunity to use a Mega Elixir to heal before moving on to Lavos Core, the final boss of the main story. But other times it might be better to just go for the kill and then use the Mega Elixir later.
I don't know who did this, but whoever just donated $1,000 anonymously, thank you so much.
Okay, so yeah, getting that Mega Elixir off, and we want to beat Lavos on after that fire attack because the next turn uses a very nasty Shadow Elemental attack on the whole party, but we skipped it. So after Imperfect Lavos, as I like to call it, because of the heavy resemblance to Imperfect Cell from Dragon Ball Z, we now get to see the true final form of Lavos. And I think this little lore here, was introduced in the English translation. I don't think it was in Japanese, but we basically find out here that Lavos was manipulating evolution all throughout the world's history to feed itself. And this is our final boss fight. This is a kind of a little different of a fight than you would think playing this casually, because you normally would think that the main alien in the middle is the final boss, and then the 2 bits on the side are just kind of adds. But it's actually the bit on our right, which is the final boss of the game. So it has maxed out defense until we've killed either the center or the other bit. A little bad luck there, but as far as it using that Heavenly Wave attack, but unfortunately targeted Magus, who can actually survive it thanks to that barrier. If it had hit either Luca or Robo, that would have one-shot them. Like we're seeing here, unfortunately. It does always amuse me how you're capable of taking over 1,000 damage in this game, even though the HP cap is 999. It's getting a little sketchy at this point. But, just need to get one more Omega Flare off, and then, or Lavos needs to stop trolling us and move into a different phase. Be safe. Oh, come on! That's what, 3 in a row now? I believe the how the randomness and enemy AI works makes this fight a lot less consistent and dangerous in the PC version compared to the SNES version.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what we don't ever want to see on this boss fight, because Lavos has an array of kind of super attacks that it telegraphs by using time warps to change the background, but it can also just do these single target attacks, either this slap or the Heavenly Tears magic attack, and Lavos spamming single target attacks is the worst thing that can happen.
Oh, great.
We got a nice wonder shot out of it, at least, though. That the left bit only has 2,000 health, so that just flat out one-shot it. Unfortunately, this isn't going to kill the center bit because of the heal, but it's hopefully... Okay, we get a time warp now, so we're in business. So once Lavos does a time warp, it gets locked into a fairly kind of strict AI pattern as far as what's going to happen next. It does that status effect when it warps to 1000 AD, and then when it goes to 600 AD, which it always does afterwards in this pattern. Then it'll if it actually gets the super attack off, it just halves all your character's health, so it can't actually kill you. Kind of unfortunate turn order for it to revive immediately after that, but so we're going to cross our fingers that we can kill the center bit again before it does before it potentially does single target attacks again. Okay, did another time warp. If it actually got its super attack off in 65 million BC, that would hurt a lot. But it's not going to get that to that point. All right, so we are pretty much the fight's pretty much over at this point because we've kind of done enough Omega players now that we're going to be able to kill the right bit before really anything happens, and that's time. GG. Although I guess it's not technically time if we're going to keep the timer running through the Dream Devourer, but in a normal 100% glitchless Chrono Trigger run, that would be the end of the run. We kill Lavos core. There is still control afterwards, but you can't lose anymore. So for consistency with any percent categories, we end timing this at the same point, which is after we kill Lavos core.
Since we've called GG, I will inform everybody that we've had a bit of a flurry of donations that has brought us to $3,417.54 out of 5,000 to finish the marathon with a wonder shot. You've got about 80, 90 minutes to make that happen. So
I would love to see some sweet revenge on Lavos because that was a very trolly phase too.
Yeah. Luck was definitely not on Andy's side, but he played very well with the cards he was dealt by the game, that's for sure.
About to start yelling wonder shot for Lavos, but
because if things kind of go off the rails as far as Lavos killing people with single target attacks, you're just kind of struggling to get back on your feet to regain control of the fight. People just tuning in, by the way, too. Since even though this is where a normal 100% glitchless speedrun would end, thanks to generous donations, Andy's going to be continuing for a bit over another hour to fight the Dream Devourer, which is the new post-game super boss added to the DS and PC remakes of Chrono Trigger. And so we need to. Do we actually specifically have to watch the credits in order to unlock the post-game stuff, or how does that work?
It'll offer the save at the end, and then it saves over the existing file.
Okay, yeah, and then we're able to reload that file and then access the post-game content without having to do a full New Game Plus playthrough in order to get to it. And I will never ever pass up opportunities to watch the credits to this game too, because the music to Faraway Times for the ending you get when you finish the game after doing most of the main stories and at least getting up through getting the flying time machine is so good. I was like to say, just kind of sends you on your way with a smile after an incredible game.
Yeah, one interesting thing, if this was a PB attempt and I didn't save the game at all, after the credits, when the game offers you to save, it'll actually just put a level 2 Chrono, overwrite the save file that you're trying to write to.
I guess they didn't quite expect you to beat the game without saving then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. There is one more anime cutscene that's added to the ending too, which is more some more tie-ins between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross.
Yeah, and then after the anime cutscene, they added another cutscene with original artwork, but we'll be skipping over that. We can watch that one later on.
Am I wrong in imagining there's a middle game? Like
Pardon?
Radical Dreamers or something?
Yes, there's a game that was only released in kind of an unconventional way in Japan over kind of a 90s equivalent of DLC, basically called the Satellaview, where you could kind of download Super Famicom games over satellite broadcast. And one of those Satellaview games was a kind of a sort of sequel to Chrono Trigger called Radical Dreamers, which it's got a lot of kind of cool and fun lore that connects it with Chrono Cross. I haven't actually played Radical Dreamers myself, though I want to eventually. I know Andy has and can explain it a little better.
Yeah, I call it the alpha version of Chrono Cross, where you can see where some elements that they tuck into Chrono Cross, like there's a character in there called Guile, or sorry, not Guile, Miguel, or not Miguel, Miggy, and that's definitely Magus. Sorry for the spoilers. And I know people often say that Guile and Chrono Cross is Magus, but the developers have said numerous times that that's not the case. So that's where I think the Radical Dreamers, the Alpha Chrono Cross, originally had that idea and then shied away. And then there's other little things.
Yeah, someone's raising a good point too, that Radical Dreamers is kind of more of a visual novel than an RPG. But I mean, it's a video game. I mean, that's not something that's in question at all. But it's a very different kind of game from either Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross in that regard. Even though it is Japanese only, I know there is a English patch for it too, if anybody wants to play Radical Dreamers.
We are pushing ever closer to that wonder shop. We are now less than $1,500 away. $3,542.54 out of $5,000.
And I believe that doesn't need to get met until after the Dream Devourer is defeated, so I got plenty of time still to get those donations in.
And since someone asked, I am going to confirm the prizes do carry on through the end of the run of Chrono Trigger, not because we called GG. It will go all the way through till right at the end. Don't worry too much about that one. Big shout out to Wells for a $157 donation. Thank you very much. And Vinkara, who has donated $25, said, donating during the best, my favorite Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger. Let's not start that in chat. No. Rujasu sends $25 and just says, Wondershot! Sunny Bun, $25. Donating for a great cause and to show my love for the greatest RP. Mechalink and Profnez, two old hands of our community. How you doing, folks? Both sent $100 with no donation comments. Thank you so much. We are getting perilously close. We've broken the $42,000 mark. Let's push. We can make it. Oh. $25 from Turk Dog TV, who says, GG to a great run, and here's to hitting that $5,000.
I've always been a fan of the continuity here too for this part of the ending compared to the bad ending, where if you die at Lavos, which is something that was pretty groundbreaking when this game came out in '95, where the game actually shows you what happens if you fail with Lavos destroying the world. You get pretty much the same view of the world turning gray. And you kind of get a much better depiction of the world here to show that everything turned out okay.
Yeah, the game's truly a masterpiece with all the different endings and so much more.
Yeah, because this was one of the first, at least, like, console games that had a New Game Plus mode, too. Once you've beaten the game, you're able to start a new game and carry over most of the stuff you finished with. And then, in addition to being able to kind of steamroll through the main story, you also gain the ability to go fight Lavos pretty much whenever you want to, with a couple exceptions. And then beating the game at certain points in the main story gives you different endings. There's like a whopping, I think, 15 unique endings, if you include the bad endings on top of that.
Yeah, the game has an achievement for 13 endings, but yeah, if you add the bad ones, it's a few more.
Just want to clear up some confusion that I've been seeing in chat. There will not be an Earthbound run after Chrono Trigger. Yes, it was postponed. It was cancelled earlier in the marathon. Illness from the runner, who is okay. But there will not be an Earthbound round after Chrono Trigger. There will, however, be a post-show featuring myself and High Spirits. The bearded duo will be back to send us on into the rest of the year.
Dragon Ball references in the same way too. If this is the only Chrono game that you've played, this extra scene here isn't really going to make a whole lot of sense. But if you play this after playing Chrono Cross, it has some pretty deep meaning to it.
We'll get that ending later on.
All right, so now that we've finished the game's showing us some new content that's opened up. I believe these are called the Dimensional Vortices, which are just extra dungeon areas added in. And in order to access the Dream Devourer, we're actually going to need to do all three of them. But before going to the Dimensional Vortices, we're going to need to do some other preparations too, most notably getting some nice armor upgrades.
Now that we have completed the game, it is time to play the...
Yeah, conveniently, the game saves your inventory like before Lavos, especially with the fight we just had, burning up all those mega elixirs. So we'll actually have those for this.
Andy's taking advantage of a mechanic that we didn't need to in the main story, which is that when there's continuity kind of as far as the black chests that are in 600 AD and 1000 AD, where if you open one in 600 AD, then it's just gone. But if you check it but then leave, then go to 1000 AD, the item inside will be powered up. And then you can also create a time paradox by just going back to 600 AD and getting the original item too, which the game lets you do. But we're taking advantage of that to get some red and black mail, which is good armor that absorbs light and shadow element attacks respectively. I believe this is the blue mail here.
Yeah, that was the blue mail as you called out, and the white and black plate, which we'll be using later on.
And we saw where the fourth one is, the red one is in Guardian Castle. So we had to get that as a backup in the main run.
Yeah, the only difference between the vest and the plates, a little bit extra defense, as Plexo was saying, which works out nicely. Here, just a little bit of a marathon safety to get a few extra AoE healing items, Lapis, as well as some XP.
Yeah, this is another part of the ruins where we went to for Frog's side quest earlier. That you don't have to do this as part of Frog's quest, but there's some pretty nice rewards if you do it. Like this is where you get Marley's strongest weapon in the base game, at least the Valkyrie bow, I think it's called.
That or the Siren, I always forget which is which. So yeah, as far as like the new game content goes for equipment, in the vanilla game they gave you like pretty much, I don't want to say max power gear, but it's pretty close to it. So to give you even more powerful equipment, they had to add like gimmicks to the equipment. So we're going to be getting armor for like Magus later on that has like auto barrier built into it. Armor for Luca that has reduction to damage by 1/3. Here, this is so there's 4 new areas with the new game content. This is the hub area to unlock, I guess, additional quests. If, like at the end of the previous run where we had all the quests, this adds a bunch. But it's not needed to unlock the Dream Devourer. There's 3 other dungeons that had to be defeated to unlock the Dream Devourer. But the first reward you get from doing this is the Dragon's Tear, an accessory that increases your crit by 20%. And we're going to quickly see why that's so important in a little bit. So in this forest, there's just 5 or 6 enemies to clear out. Someone asking in the chat, Apocalypse Arm. Yes, this is all going to build up to a upgraded version of the Crisis Arm, the Apocalypse Arm, a weapon for Robo that has very low attack power. But when it crits, it does 9,999 damage. And Robo has a base crit rate of 10%, so with the Dragon's Tear, he'll be up to 30% crit rate.
there's a lot more stuff that we could be doing in this Lost Sanctum area, which unfortunately a lot of it isn't particularly fun. It's a lot of running around and doing fetch quests and talking to NPCs. But we're just going to kind of start the Lost Sanctum quest line in order to get those items that Andy just talked about.
Yeah, I was really happy to learn that you can save the game and continue at the end, because originally when I thought about doing the Dream Devourer, I thought you had to go all the way through the game again with New Game Plus, but thankfully that's not the case. And there's some nice items in the corners of the forest here, but we'll be fine without them. And earlier we were talking about the Wonder Shot. Luca does have a upgraded. I shouldn't even say it's an upgraded weapon. It's got a gimmick where it uses the last digit of her MP. It works just like the Crisis Arm, but with MP for Luca. But it's not as strong as the Wonder Shot. So yeah, these Reptites come out, and turns out they're friendly, and they offer a bunch of fetch quests, as Plexo was saying. But we'll say no thank you.
This is not what I would call the high point of the extra content added to remakes of Chrono Trigger, but fortunately the dimensional vortices, which we do have to do to get to the Dream Devourer, are quite a bit better. And one of the there could maybe start talking about too how the layouts of the dimensional vortices is random, and there's one floor that we definitely want to see that has some very nice music to it. That's it was kind of music that was cut from the original release of the game called Singing Mountain, which I absolutely love. Got worked into DS and PC versions. It's another piece of cut music that's an extra unused battle theme that gets used in a battle arena side quest that you can do. I don't really remember much about it because I haven't done it since playing the DS version after it came out, but I remember that the battle arena used the unused battle track.
Yeah, unfortunately the battle arena I don't think it's in this version.
Oh, it's not? Okay. So I guess that's a DS exclusive.
Which, yeah, for a reason. But yeah, so Plexo was just saying a moment ago, so each of these vortexes have a random set of different rooms that come up, so you'll never get the same layout twice. I guess it is possible, it's unlikely. I always struggle with this one because we're going backwards.
You know offhand how many possible floors there are in these dungeons?
I think there's 8 sets for each dungeon.
Yeah,
the biggest
you don't necessarily see all of them in a run, right?
Correct. The one that's the nicest is actually the Geno Dome, which you explained earlier that it's very nice for grinding. Same reason that's nice to get it when doing this run. So we do want to get mainly Robo and Luca leveled up to raise their magic defense, because the Dream Devourer has a very high magic stat, and one level can be the difference of 100 to 200 damage plus. Fortunately, I can't run from these beasts.
Yeah, I would assume because you can't run from beasts in the beast nest in the main game.
But yeah, this area will give us, or after this, the 2300 AD Vortex gives us the Apocalypse Arm, and that's why we're doing this one first. And then after this, we'll be getting some better armor with the 12,000 BC.
Quick question from the chat. People are asking about why you're playing reparts disjointly. Do you just want to go over it again for us quickly?
Sure. So the beginning of each vortex, it gives you, I forget, like 6 or 8 rooms, and it's just random rooms from the game.
And in order to gain access to the Dream Devourer, we do need to complete all 3-dimensional vortices. That's really the only prerequisite other than having good enough equipment and levels to win the fight.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Eric and Sunny. We did get your $250 donation. There was a bit of an error, but we did get it. And we have added it to the total. Thank you so much for that. Also, I have a $25 anonymous donation. He just says, I'm still hungry. $50 anonymous donation. Thank you very much. $26 from Travenstein. No donation message. Thank you. And $50 from an anonymous source who says, Chrono Trigger was my favorite SNES game. I've never seen the PC cutscenes, and no, it does not make me want to play Chrono Cross again, ever. Much love from Thailand, and go Wondershot. Speaking of which, we are now at $4,292.54 out of $5,000. We are within moments of getting there. $708 away. I'm sure we can make that by the time we get to the end of this extra 90 minutes or so.
So yeah, now we're in the main area of the dungeon. Another hidden room over here, and this is where we're going to pick up the Apocalypse Arm. Again, that's a weapon for Robo. When he crits, he's going to do 9,999 damage. And
then we're combining that with the Dragon Tier that we got from the Reptites to boost Robo's crit rate to 30%.
Correct.
Big shout out to Nightflyer, who donated $500. Who says, one final boss down. Now it's time to bring this marathon home and defeat the other one. This donation goes towards naming the Wondershot Surge.
Surge is the protagonist of Chrono Cross, if anyone isn't aware.
That would be in joke.
So yeah, a bit of a maze here. There are 2 clues peppered in this dungeon that give you the answer to the lock that we're about to go to. But thanks to the internet, we know that it's red. And coming up, we got a little bit more stealth action, a little Metal Gear Solid content. These robots spot you, they'll boot you off. Which we'll actually see after we release the lock. Another reason that Apocalypse Arm is the meta, I guess, for this is that enemies also have a very high stat. So as amazing as Omega Flare is, well, we're actually about to use it. For the bosses, it's not enough, and they often will counterattack after you hit them. We just don't have enough gear to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, and one downside to using Omega Flare against like super high power bosses like Specchio, who's the super boss in the base game, is that it takes all 3 characters' turns to use it, so that doesn't give you 3 turns to use items for healing.
A great debate here of your party gets locked in and the game breaks the rule of only having 3 characters out at one time. So switching out the active party to keep our good team going.
Keep getting lulled by all excellent music. Just stop and listen. You know what I mean?
A little bit of a puzzle here. We're going to be making one detour for a piece of armor. I believe it's for Robo. Oh, yep. Yeah, that piece of armor has 10 extra magic defense on there. Robo having the lowest magic defense of the 3. He'll be using elemental plates for a while to absorb elements, and then later on we'll be falling back to that regal plate. And then here we're forced into 5 fights. These eyes will absorb shadow, but thankfully a flare will defeat them. This is in my opinion, like the slowest moving dungeon, and then the other 2 are a little bit more faster paced. These spots take Omega Flare to defeat, and it alternates between the Shadow Eye robot, and then
I do get a kick out of seeing these dinky little robots that require being Omega Flared. How weak that family of robots is in the normal game.
And this last robot has 10k health, and again, a lot of defense, so we'll be using the Apocalypse Arm. Oh wow.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get really good luck, and then sometimes that 30% doesn't seem so lucky. And avoiding these. You do take damage from those laser beams. Thankfully, we can run away from the rest of the enemies. So, from the main game, we have the Tom and Best on Luca for fire resistance. Robo now has the red vest, which absorbs fire damage. And then Magus is equipped with the ruby vest. Upcoming boss is going to use fire.
All this talk about fire, who do we know that likes fire?
I wonder.
Is it me?
Well, I know that now.
Yeah, I don't know why, but each dungeon we're gonna have Luca, Chrono, and Marl be the I guess a shadow image of them to fight against.
This is where Chrono Trigger gets in touch with the Persona 4. And the shadow true self.
Gonna opt to go for the bot on the right for 10k health. Oh wow. And then Luca has 12 or 16k health. That little robot you can actually steal a Nova armor from. That's a nice piece of armor. We can find better.
Robo is going to town with those crits, jeez. Again, this is the Apocalypse arm in action. It's guaranteed max damage and crit. It is a real shame that there's no way to get Berserk other than the Berserker accessory, because if you could make Robo Berserk somehow on top of having the Dragon Tears.
Yeah, Berserk was the very first strat I tried when trying to route this.
I like how the healing is tied to the damage that your character would be taking, so we're just seeing just how massively dead Robo would be after those flares if you didn't know fire resistance.
Yeah, and it's moments like this that if you were debating, like, do I need that extra crit percent? The answer is yeah. And with that, with our new persona, that gives a boost to Luca. She gains 3 speed, 5 magic, 5 stamina, which is actually really nice because later on, when we switch armor with Luca, she'll lose 3 speed from not having the top and vest on anymore, but she just gained 3 speed, so it works out. Once again, we're going to see random areas throughout from the vanilla game. Oh, actually. Muscle memory kicked in there. No treasure chest to the right.
That's something hard to resist on a lot of these.
Yes.
Because, yeah, unlike the real Lab 16, we don't need to go get the chest on the other side here. We just go straight through. the monsters just total repeats too, or are they upscaled?
Repeats. Another area we're going backwards compared to the speedrun. Another thing you might have seen me use a few times was I was loading into a bookmark. So every time you reach like a new screen, the game kind of does a save state, if you will, for the bookmark. It's just an autosave, and I haven't found a way to abuse it. It's actually pretty smart. It knows like what side of the room that you came from. Like earlier in the run, we came from the area that we're going from, so it's not like I can use a bookmark save and then load into it to skip a large room, which would be nice. Oh, right. No prison specs. That's right. It could be worth a little bit extra XP there.
$50 from Anonymous, who says, keep up the great work. Glad to see the runners donate their time to such a meaningful cause. And $10 from an anonymous donor with no donor message. Thank you both. We are currently sitting at $4,352.54 out of 5,000. Just under, let's say $650 away from finishing the marathon with the Wonder Shot, which you do need to meet by the time that we get to Dream Devourer. I've seen in the chat, according to High Spirits. So. Yep. Get your donations in if you want to finish off with a bang or a Wonder Shot. Either way.
This area actually has a really nice helmet for the girls. It's a haste helm, but anything that's not guaranteed for you to get was just taken out of the route. And thankfully, we actually don't need to have it. But casually, it's a nice helm.
Ooh, we got the singing mountain flora. I really, really, really wish that in the main game they used this track for Death Peak. I feel like that would have been so much more appropriate for
yeah, it's
what Death Peak is thematically than the music they did use.
Has a nice solemn feel to it. I don't know if that's quite the right word. But...
I think I read somewhere that like when the game was being developed, it was intended to be another dungeon area or quest or something in between Magus Castle and the Chrono Lair, which would have been where this music was used, because this is where it is in the soundtrack CD. So Magus fight theme and
this fight happens to be a nice XP encounter. Be doing a little bit of grinding in a bit here. One over here. So we're going to pick up a piece of armor for Magus. This has an auto barrier built into it. So elixir there. enemy counter there.
I'm just glad the restream setup is letting me actually hear the music too.
So we were avoiding the Heckran looking mob, but here we actually get 2 of them, and they're worth a hefty 4,400 XP. And before this fight, the menu I did there equipped the new armor for Luca and Magus. Robo has the blue vest to absorb ice, primarily for the Marl fight that'll be coming up. So this fight I'm going to take 7 times here.
This is all just part of setup for the Dream Devourer fight.
That's correct. Again, a little bit hard because you don't know if you're going to get the Geno Dome for the extra XP. There's a spot in the next dungeon similar to this, but it's longer to get into the encounter and reset the room. Doing that 4 more times. And after this, the dungeon's actually done. At least we get to hear this track a little bit more. If I was grinding this, I don't even want to say category because it's not a category. It's just something fun to do. I think we could get away with a little bit less XP, but with the marathon run, it's just a lot nicer to be secured in the Dream Devourer fight with the extra level.
Yeah, and if this were a more serious category too, instead of a donation incentive, imagine doing some things about the main game route differently would probably help too.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I know Andy wanted to route this out as just kind of being its own thing that you can do as a post-run incentive rather than something you have to commit to as part of the main game run.
You don't have to put Maro in the party yet, but we're going to be forced to in a moment, so it's just nice to have the right party set up, and I should do a CTC. You know, not worried about it. Maro is just like Luca, except for no robot, and instead of stealing Nova armor, she actually has the haste helm equipped that you can steal from her. I like that they set up the fight in here. A little throwback.
So we're here in the post game, I guess, of Chrono Trigger, doing the stuff that we need to do in order to find Dream Devourer. We've got about an hour or so left in that, I think. Does that sound about right?
Less than that at this point. Probably
Okay.
like 30-ish minutes, maybe.
All right, so if you want to get us to use that Wonder Shot, we are less than $650 away. We are sitting at $4,352.54 out of $5,000. Just need to make that one last push. We are currently sat at a total $42,936. So not only would it push us over the $5,000 for the Wonder Shot, it would also push us over $43,000 raised this year. Let's finish off strong.
Shadow Marley is unfortunately able to heal herself, so even though she doesn't kind of do as much damage to you as Shadow Luca did, Marley can kind of extend the fight if Apocalypse Armor Crit Luck is bad enough.
Anytime you want to crit Robo, that would be great.
Yeah, unfortunately, she healed a little too much, as Magus called out there, but Dark Mist helped us out there. Which it's the same damage as Dark Bomb. Could have done either one. Maro gets a little stat boost, 2 speed, 5 accuracy, and 5 stam. And we're off to the last dungeon. So yeah, I would say like 20-ish minutes with the Dream Devourer.
20 minutes to Dream Devourer, you heard him. Down to $650 to go. Don't let us get so close, but be so far away.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to give it the Puexel finish.
Maximum swag off the charts.
That's right. Signature. It's kind of fun as a from a speedrun standpoint. It's like a little test each room you get into. Like, all right, show us your movement.
Is it starting? Wordman with $50. Let's go Wonder Shot. Keep on keeping on. Let's go, chat.
One last train.
Choo choo. This one we can't suplex, unfortunately.
Got to at least show one knockoff. I didn't mean that, but we'll take it.
Guy Edge just points out. Guy Edge is just processing donations at the moment, by the way. And it points out we are $16 from $43,000. If you're a team order person, there's your snipe right there. Oh, we jumped over $43,000. Rahu. He says,
nice.
Let's make some progress to enter some prizes. Wonder Shot. Let's go. $100 from Railcoon. Let's go, Andy. Good job representing the Chrono community. We love you. We love you, Railcoon. I miss you, buddy. Hope to see you soon. Ifrit.
People that don't know, Andy doesn't just run this game, he runs all of the Chrono games. Like, I know he's got a pretty good time at Chrono Cross as well. Radical Dreamers.
Done the Chrono Trilogy once.
And Itzrick donates $25 and just says, Wonder Shot! Back Doom.
So, and a heart to you, Raccoon.
Hitting a question about difficulty too. These kind of repeat areas we've been going through are not difficult at all. There's no rescaling or anything for the monsters relative to the first time we went there. But these kind of more unique areas we get to at the end, these are designed to be post game. So the power of the monsters jumps up quite a bit here, along with the boss fights.
The only significant item we're going to pick up here is the Master's Crown that we just got. I don't know who can wear it besides Magus, but it works just like the Sunshades and Prism Specs. It ups your damage by 25%, and it does stack with Prism Specs or Sunshades.
This is the Alien palette swap. Yeah, there's an enemy called Alien in the SNES version in the Black Omen. There's no required fights with, but I just love its sprite, especially its mouth. Glad we get to see that sprite in the post game.
$50 from Zinglon. Let's go Wonder Shot. And $121.45 from Dowolf. He's back. And he just says in all capital letters, Wonder Shot.
Let's go. Keep it going, guys. Again, they get to a comfortable level. I think it's level 48. Gonna take out these alien mobs. I was gonna say Heckran, but that's only the frozen dungeon. Just had a chuckle at the music. Love these guys, their little dance faces. So this dungeon ends up repeating itself, and the secret's to hit a few switches here and there.
Cosmic the Dolphin, $10. Wonder Shot. And then an anonymous $200 donation. Thank you so much. And we are sitting at $4,833.99 out of $5,000. Here, that Wonder Shot at the end of the game. We are so close. We're under like 20 minutes. Get your donations in now.
Probably closer to like 15 or so at this point too, just because we're wrapping up the last dimensional vortex, and then after
you heard the man.
The alt set up, it is time to fight the Devourer.
You heard the man. Sporadic Erratic is back. $25. We still haven't unlocked the Wonder Shot? Well, guess I've got to donate to Nami again. Plush Mayhem, $5. And once again, in all capital letters, Wonder Shot.
So here, at the end of this hallway, there's 2 encounters with those aliens. It's worth 4,600 XP. We're gonna be taking this a few times. This is where It's not as convenient as the Ice Dungeon. Kind of hope that you would get the Geno Dome, which didn't happen. That's all right.
Is it possible to like leave and come back and re-roll for dungeon floors, or are you kind of committed once you start the post game?
You can leave and come back, and it is random, so it's not set. So that is a possibility.
But I guess it sounds like the speed difference between the Geno Dome and the other grinding spots isn't really like high enough to justify re-rolling.
Correct. I used to get the Geno Dome quite a bit, and recently I haven't been getting as much, so I'm starting to lean towards doing more of the encounters at the blue field.
All right. Ramalama Ding Dong. Oh, I'm sure it's just named himself to hear me say that word. Wonder Train, $5. $50 from Anti-Velocity, who says, Wonder Shot. Estella Lumeris, who says, Wonder Shot, do it for the content. $25 from Musashi, who says, we got to get that Wonder Shot. Go. And then Wolf Shadow donates $10 and says, I can't give much because I'll need the funds to mail off patches to folks who win them. But my husband and I have had one heck of a rough year. We were in a very serious and deadly car wreck, and both of us have been dealing with some serious PTSD and anxiety attacks thanks to that. So mental health has been a big deal this year for all of us. Lots of love to RPGLB. Shout outs to our buddy Austin. Happy to see these things in the Chrono Trigger. And one of my childhood faves. Still have my childhood SNES copy. Let's get that Wonder Shot. And I would like to just yell at the top of my lungs, we did it!
Ooh.
Woohoo!
We broke the $5,000, $5,102, sending us sailing closer and closer to $44,000 total on the year. And from the bottom of my heart, especially going out to All Shadow, you are loved. We are here for you. And
Yes.
everyone out there in the chat, we love you too.
Thank you all so much for your very generous donations.
But don't let that be the end. We've still got a little bit of time, and there's gonna be a post show with me and High Spirits as well. So let's keep pushing that total for Nami.
This whole event.
Yep, let's go ahead and push that total for Nami. Got so many donations coming in. Thank you so much, everybody. $50 from an anonymous donation with no message. $25 from Eshtmo with no message. Reprira, or Priya, I have try that one again with my teeth in. Priya, RP Priya. Oh, RP Priya. Hello. Yes. Love RPG Limit Break. Hope to be there in person next year. We would love to see you. $5 from an anonymous with no message. Fango has sent $18.18 and says, when chaos reigns, order is chaos. No, Team Chaos for life. $25. Joker 7 Even, who says, show us the Wonder Shot. Rob Draven, $25. Wonder Shot. Must have Wonder Shot. Libitration, $50. Good luck, Andy. Let's get that Wonder Shot. $25 from Dolphin Wing, who's just sent us that with no donation comment at all. And Sporadic Erratic, again, less than 20 minutes. Okay, one more dono for the Wonder Shot. Wonder Shot hype. And now I'm going to take it.
Love the energy.
Hey, man,
So I believe for that fight with Dalton, once he took a certain amount of damage, he went into another phase where his magic defense went down by a lot, and we could Omega Flare him.
Exactly. And then also to note that, so just at the beginning, using the Apocalypse Arm just sets that up nicely. Because Dalton will start to use Luminaire and Dark Matter and a bunch of nasty techs. Now, it was taking the tech slow there. He again, they're trying to show the connections with Chrono Cross, and he's mad. He ruined his dreams.
They're kind of retconning a reason for Poor to become aggressive and, for all intents and purposes, an evil empire in Chrono Cross, which is something that I didn't really understand when playing the game. Why this kind of benign town in Chrono Trigger is trying to take over the world. Invent a reason for that. Chrono Trigger post game now.
So Chrono, you can actually get prison specs from stealing from them. But, with the Apocalypse Arm, we don't need that. And yeah, every time you hit Chrono, he counterattacks. He's very fast, as you can see.
Definitely an advantage of this Apocalypse Arm strategy too, is that you're minimizing the number of attacks that you make, and therefore the number of counterattacks you have to eat.
Yeah, this was actually where I first started the routing, tried Berserk strats, and yeah, I was having no luck.
$5 from an anonymous donor with no donation comment. Thank you so much. $25 from anonymous that just says Blundershot. And then $5 from the Axeman. He says Wonder Snipe. Take my money anyway. We are tantalizingly close to $44,000. We are in fact $44 from $44,000. That's a meme if I've ever heard one. $25 from an anonymous donation. No donation comment. Thank you so much. All this money is going to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who will be using it to fund so many good causes over the next year or so. Last year, we raised approximately $52,000, which helped keep their mental health helpline online for 5 weeks. You heard Michelle talk about that in the pre-show. This is just absolutely mind-blowing, folks. Let's see if we can break that. Let's see if we can break 45. I don't think you can do it. Honestly, I don't think you can do it. Just saying.
Oh, the call-outs. Yes, just in time. I mean...
Yep, with all 3 of the Dimensional Vortex dungeons completed, now we do have access to the Dream Devourer, the ultimate post-game super boss, and Chrono Trigger DS and PC. Which also, for beating it, opens up a new ending exclusive to these versions, I think, along with giving you some kind of really powerful sword for Chrono too.
Yeah, you get the upgraded rainbow sword, which the rainbow has like, I forget, 120. It has like 20 more attack power and 20% more crit to it.
Which, given that the rainbow already has a 70% crit rate, yep. Have fun steamrolling through the main game and a New Game Plus with that sword.
So yeah, to opening up the Dream Devourer, gotta talk to the old man, and then we get the Times Eclipse here. And some of the gear, so I equipped the gold earring on Luca, because the prison spec Sunshade's not doing much on her. So a little bit of safety there. A green dream on Magus, accessory that for one time will allow you to revive 50 HP. I've had that save a few of these runs. And some higher magic defense on Robo. I'll actually take this a little bit slow for anyone that's interested in the plot, because I know many of you may have not seen it. This is a future in which you were defeated. Oh no, 2 megs. Where this is the future of the world from which you've come, I do not know. There are as many as worlds as there are potentials. A new foe has arisen. Feast upon the thoughts and dreams and memories. Do not think to meddle here. This enemy is my fair. Ooh. So I take this as this is one of the universes where maybe the kids lost, as seen in Chrono Cross. If you remember back at the Ocean Palace, Magus tried this move, and he's trying it again, even though it didn't work then. I guess this Magus just didn't know that. I believe I told you not to interfere. Let all that once was fade into oblivion. I welcome the end of existence. No, Scala, free yourself from its spell. Please, you must open your eyes. Roar, Lavos says different. So yeah, Scala and Lavos are fusing together to create the new entity. This new enemy, what's it doing here? Extreme danger. Brace your destruction. It's inevitable.
Yeah, this entity in Chrono Cross is called the Devourer of Time, but I guess the proto version here is called the Devourer of Dreams. Like the last round of post-game bosses, we're going to be using the Apocalypse Arm. Dream Devourer has 32,000 HP, so I'm going to try to do about 2,000 damage and then 3 crits with the Apocalypse Arm. Dream Devourer is a bit lower on health. It starts counterattacking after every hit with a Chaos attack, so optimally we get the extra 2,000 damage before that phase starts. Less counterattacks.
You also start absorbing magic at some point.
We've broken 44,000. Great job, everyone. Sitting at $44,015. It's done by a couple of donations here. One $15 anonymous donation, a message, and $44 from anonymous that just says, let's get that 45k. We will be still accepting donations during the post show, so don't forget that.
I believe that's, yep.
Again, I do appreciate how this game lets you take 4-digit damage, even though the max HP that you can have is 999, just to show you just how thoroughly bodied you were by that attack.
One.
So when should the chat be getting ready to explode with a wonder shot?
It's actually not Dream Devourer, it's going to be Wonder Shot.
Okay.
It'll be afterwards. I don't think it would be possible to one-shot forward how the fight works, unfortunately.
So from here on out, we'll always get that counterattack. So our status is locked in. Second. There we go.
All right, GG.
Thank you. Yeah, 621. Pretty good time for having the set of name changes. Best I've done. Just got this the other day. I think a 612. Oh,
Yeah, I really like how this added ending gives some closure with Shala and Magus too, just because that's something that always felt a little missing to me from Chrono Cross. Even though that finally solves the mystery of what happened to Shala, she doesn't really get any closure with the characters from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, and it's a really sad ending here. That's perhaps better said. That No Strength Hand. She's in a world of sorrow and doesn't really see a way out of it, and she just kind of hopes to disappear. We'll save her, but in another game. The girl I once was is no more. It's so sad. No, Magus. WT. So close at 45K. So we're going to skip this ending. We'll get a chance to see this in a moment. And there's the Dream Seeker. Load into the game. All right.
I appreciate how remakes kind of track the endings you've gotten in your file too. 'Cause that's not in the SNES version at all, so there's no kind of official way to confirm that you've seen every ending.
So I guess in good faith, I'm going to do one little detour here in faith that we'll hit 45K, and we're going to crush the Epic, the Epoch, the Tupac.
Well,
Which,
what you
oh,
doing
okay.
there?
I actually didn't want to do that. I meant to take the time machine. Muscle memory.
What are you doing there? Kaylor donates $50 and says, "Fun Chrono Trigger fact. After saving all the time and space with her friends, Luca decided to expand her inventing operations. In order to raise capital for her many ventures, she started Guardia's first crowdfunding operation, Fundelot. Having seen the devastation of 2300 AD, particularly the ongoing storms that ravaged the landscape, her first project was a simple but super durable metallic pole that would divert lightning strikes from people and property nearby. This Thunderspot was hailed as an immediate hit from the young inventor. Riding the wave of success, Luca moved on to really? Kel, you want me to read an essay? I'll read the rest of that in the post show, alright?
Yeah, like I mentioned a couple hours ago during the main game part of the run, one of the options you have for getting to Lavos and beating the game is actually to crash the Epoch, which lets you actually completely skip the boss rush and then the final form of Lavos' shell. There aren't any kind of serious speedrun categories that are actually able to do that, because if you have to do all quests, you can't do this because you have to do the Black Omen. And if you're not doing all quests, you can go through the bucket considerably sooner. But it's always kind of nice to get to see this this cutscene that has unique music associated with it, and some pretty flashy visuals too. I also do appreciate how the shell is already dead in the cutscene too.
Magus always landing on his feet.
This feels like a slight overkill here, but it's all good.
So the
So
first
since
time around, oh, go ahead.
So since this is the file that Andy just beat the Dream Devourer with, this is going to be considerably easier than the first go around with Lavos, because of having better levels and some of the overpowered post-game equipment. I bet if you wanted to make it extra goofy, you could probably try to go for Apocalypse Arm on the body and skip actually killing the arms. Like Robo I don't think even died to the laser barrage too, as far as just how much stronger the party is now.
Yeah, it's really nice that Robo was able to live there, and we're able to skip a fire tackle and an extra Omega Flare here. Large part of that power up is not only the levels, but it's more so that Magus has that extra 25% damage, adding into the triple tech, which to calculate that damage, the game adds each individual character's damage and then also adds a multiplier to it. But here we are. True finish.
Yep, the correct way to finish off a run of Chrono Trigger 100%, which is to Wonder Shot Lavos. Thanks to everybody for donating for that incentive.
Really, Palmer? Just saw your donation. We're gonna have words.
Troll Lavos is back. That's good.
Yep. Still kind of showing that, yeah, Robo. I mean, that's like half the amount of damage that attack does in a regular run. It's like almost 2,500, I think, normally. But that's still a bit more than it's possible to get in the game.
Oh wow.
Lavos, please.
Again, Lucas Armor is reducing physical and magical damage by 1/3. Where this normally takes 6 Omega Flares, we're just going to do 4 and then a little setup for that Wonder Shot. There we go.
Wonder Shot! I think we need some help from Bob to truly commemorate.
Yeah, I failed on the shot there.
Look, I got a complaint from my neighbour the last time I yelled. But I will.
I got you.
In that
Wonder
case,
Shot!
I may not be able to yell, but I can go. Wonder Shot.
Again, thank you all so much for donating. Very happy that be able to show off the Dream Devourer and get the Wonder Shot true finish in there.
Yeah, I think this is the first major run of this game in a charity event to really kind of go into New Game Plus content for the game too, which is pretty cool.
Ah, what the hell? Wonder Shot!
I approve.
And we're also going to be able to see the balloon ending, which I really love.
Yeah, because I mean, there's 13 unique good endings to this game, but just the standard ending, which we're seeing here, has a ton of variations on it, depending on what you did throughout the story too. Like whether or not you saved Luca's mom affects the ending. Whether you rescued the real Chancellor in after Yakra the 13th matters a bit here. And then what the two biggest factors are whether or not you revived Chrono and Death Peak, and then whether you crashed the Epoch or not.
Again, anyone interested in speedrunning this, last summer I learned Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless, 100% meet speedrunning notes, and over the last year, I guess a year and a half now, there's been at least 7 new runners, so it's been spectacular. And those notes are based off of Puexel's world record run and one of his GDQs, so it's the optimal route. And if you're ambitious, you can. It's really just the battle speeds that are different for the PC, but there's a few other things I want to write out eventually for a PC side of notes, but you certainly can get by with the SNES notes for the PC, and it's great to. And this version of the game is also picking up a lot of momentum. There's a few new runners to it, so yeah, it's a great time.
It's nice that not only is the game kind of way more accessible now through PC, but it's in new languages it wasn't in before too. And the way the text draws out makes it pretty not really too relevant what language you play in. So you never need to play in a foreign language, which is a thing for some RPG runs to be competitive.
I guess on a somewhat closing note for me, thank you so much, Puexel, for joining me. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me.
And Bob and Tim for doing the donations for us, and everyone on High Spirits staff and team for organizing, planning, restreaming, taking care of all the tasks. A lot of work goes into these marathons, so thank you so much. And also, of course, to RPG Limit Break for hosting such a great event. And to all of your very generous donations as well, and to the runners that took the time to run for y'all. So if anyone else has any closing words, feel free. I'll keep doing the credits. And I know we got some guys that are tired, as great as credits are, but leave it up to them.
Just remember, there will be a post show with myself and High Spirits after the Chrono Trigger run, so please stay tuned for that. And I will get any remaining donations read during the post show.
Yeah, pretty much all of the variations on the main ending kind of. I don't really want to call it ending on a cliffhanger, but just kind of ending with the characters kind of going off on a new adventure, basically. And I like how there's kind of little different variations on that. The ending we saw in the normal run with the time machine is where we go off looking for Chrono's mom. In this version, Marley and Chrono float away on the balloons. If you don't actually revive Chrono on Death Peak, then you get endings where the characters kind of go off on a new adventure to try to find Chrono, either in the time machine or using a new gate key created by Luca. Are we getting the high resolution graphics for this too? Because I see the sprite work looks a little different.
Yeah, they added for this one as well. Yeah, this version has really grown on me. You know, the early things to complain if you're used to the SNES is the text font, the ATB in battle. I would say those are the main things. And I've learned to really appreciate, like, the pixels are like sharper in this compared to the SNES. Don't get me wrong, I still really love the SNES, but this has grown on me. I never played this port casually. I just decided to start speed running it without even playing it casually, and it grew on me.
Certainly hard to complain about it being like half an hour faster too.
And that's really nice, especially for some people where, yeah, something like 5 hours compared to 5.5, well, at the top end of running may or break them. Thank you, Estelle. Very kind of you. One day I might try those bonus quests, call it 200% or something, but I like, if anything, I would rather just stick with this. They call it 101%, as someone once suggested in the Chrono community. So, pun on Donkey Kong Country.
So 101% would be the main game plus the Dream Devourer?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, and then if you want to do all the fetch quests, you can, 200%, 102, 103, we can have a vote. I know our commentary, our staff are getting a little bit tired, so I'll skip, or we can keep the anime cutscene. Maybe a little shout and chat will push me one way or the other. Move on.
I'm waiting to hear from High Spirits, so.
Wait, I have to talk?
We got anime here. So after this, we have 5 minutes of nice tranquil music with the official artwork. So I'll let you gentlemen take over. I will mute my mic. But again, thank you all so much for being with me and let me be a part of this amazing event.
I don't think 5 minutes is long enough to get Bob to read any of those donations that are left.
Especially with
put
the
something in
threats
it
I've
for-
heard from Palmer.
Oh, I could probably fit at least one or two in. Let's see what we can do here. Right, so $100 from Sir Descry. No donation comment. Thank you very much. Palmer, if you think $10 is enough for me to read the first paragraph of the B movie, you've got another thing coming. However, I will just say, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. $5 from Ustra as how. Another $5 found under the couch. You are all inspiring. Let's go. Mutated Scott with $40. Thank you all, and Nami, for what you do to make both worlds, both real and virtual, better. I know Lavos is a tough customer, but I wonder if I can give it a shot. And you will hear the rest of Kaylor's fun Chrono Trigger fact in the post-show, because I'm making him wait. Wexler, is there anything you want to say for a sign-off?
Just thanks as always to High Spirits and the rest of the Questing for Glory team on holding this amazing event to help continuing fundraising for NAMI and supporting awareness of the causes of mental health while we're still waiting for the world to be a safer place to return to RPG Limit Break in person. Thanks to Andy for inviting me to commentate his run. I like this game a lot, and it's always a pleasure to me to commentate speedruns for it. And yeah, good times.
And we are back into our credits scheme. High Spirits, do we want to go ahead and take on the post show, or are we going to watch out the credits?
Bob, I'm scared right now. If I had to be honest. Because my power is flickering, and you know what would be the appropriate ending to this marathon?
The true marathon ending, High Spirits luck at its strongest.
It's